Hi, this is Keith Overholt, President and CEO of the Downtown Rescue Mission, coming to you from the bench event. This is our second time doing this. I did it back in January of this year, and it was the inaugural event where there was about 15 rescue missions that took part. And today and tomorrow is known as International Homeless Day, so we have decided to do it nationwide now with about 75 other rescue missions. And today is 24 hours to be on the bench, and I'll be interviewing folks about issues about homelessness and addiction and mental illness and any other items they might bring up. If you'd like to follow us on the streams here, it's on Facebook and on YouTube and probably any other social media event that you want to go to. And we're just really excited about today, just bringing awareness to everybody nationwide of what's going on with the issues of homelessness. And I thought I'd start out the day with saying, first off, God is good all the time. That's something I say every time at one of our graduations. And let's open in prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you so much for this day. We thank you for the next 24 hours of bringing awareness of the issues of homelessness and those who are in need in our community, the friends and neighbors that we know that are desperately on the streets or different issues in their lives that bring them to rescue missions. Lord, we just thank you that you are a great God and that you love us all. Be with all the conversations that we have today, that they bring glory and honor to you in all that we do. And Lord, we just thank you so much. Give me the strength and the ability to make it through the next 24 hours. And Lord, we just thank you so much for all that you're doing. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen. To start off today's bench event, we have my friend Adam that's going to be coming up, and Adam's going to do our first conversation on the bench. Adam will tell us a little bit about himself and have a seat. All right. Join me on the bench.
This thing on? You're going to be on this thing for 24 hours?
24 hours. You're going to be here with me the whole time?
No, sir,
right?
I am not. I got stuff to do.
Yeah?
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is the second time you've done this.
The second time, yeah.
A little bit warmer this time.
It is. It was 11 degrees last time, and this time it's like almost 80. So what is that? About 70-degree difference from last time.
Carry the one.
We had a burn barrel back here and heaters. I mean, it was cold. So
yeah, I remember that.
But I part of it is for me. I somewhat enjoyed that because this experience that I'm going through is what some people go through every day without having the heaters, right?
Yeah.
And so for me, that was something that was important to experience myself a little bit. And not that we're out here to experience it, but that cold day definitely brought light to that for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I mean, even now, yeah, it might be close to 80 degrees now, but I mean, I woke up early this morning and it was chilly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I have stayed myself outside in the cold, and I know firsthand it's not fun.
So people know your name is Adam. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Adam. I work for you. I am one of the chaplains here, one of three. We have Ethan and Aaron. And so essentially I'm a biblical counselor and case manager for homeless, the homeless that come and stay here. We provide shelter, meals, food, hygiene, everything for people who are just needing a place to stay and for shelter. And I teach classes for guys in our life recovery program, take them through the Bible in a year. But about me, I mean, I went through the program in 2021, so almost, or 4 years ago. This place helped save my life. So,
So somebody might see you walking down the street and think, that guy was homeless at one time?
I don't know about now, but
yeah,
sometimes.
But, I mean, you don't look like you're a homeless guy. And that's my point, is a lot of times it's people that you don't think that look like they're homeless that are in that position, right?
Yeah, a lot of new people that I meet or even people that I talk to, especially here, because it's good that it gives me a chance to help people where I once was, and I can relate to them. And I do get a lot of that as far as like, what? You were homeless? You were addicted to drugs? You were all these things? And yeah, at one point. But it wasn't always like, I mean, I moved down here in 2008 from Maine. So I was born and raised up there.
Do you like lobster?
I love lobster.
Yeah, okay.
A good lobster roll.
Right? Yeah.
Wicked guy. Yeah,
Wicked lobster.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite food. Stranded on an island, lobster steak for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're working with the guys here, talk a little bit about what you see coming through our doors on a daily basis. What kind of folks come through? I know you work mostly with the men, but what do you see when you're coming in?
Every day. I mean, it's different every day. That's one thing that is interesting about this job, is that you see all walks of life, and especially coming here, we have a really good reputation here. So you get people from Georgia, South Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, all over, because we just let anybody in as long as they have a, government issued ID, and then if they don't, we still help them out with that. But anywhere from addiction, and that classifies with alcoholism and stuff like that too. A lot of people who their life became unmanageable because of alcohol and drugs and whatever the situation is, and they lost absolutely everything. Lately, the last couple of years, it's been a lot of mental illness, whether it be drug induced. A lot of people become schizophrenic because of meth or whatever, or they just have always had this mental illness and stuff, and they don't have the resources or don't know where to go for the resources. Because the one thing that's wonderful about Huntsville is there's so many resources, they just don't know where they are and where to go. But
So people have this perception of about a 60-year-old guy with a bottle and a little brown bag under the
Hobo and ham
bridge, right?
sandwich, yeah.
What is really what you see here? Tell us about that.
I see anywhere from an 18-year-old kid with no family to the 70, 60, 80-year-old man who doesn't have anybody and who was a veteran and all that. And I know in your head when you think of homelessness, you think of that, the guy with the beard and the brown bag with a bottle in it. But no, I mean, women, men, kids of all races and everything are constantly struggling and coming here, and it's a different story every time. And just when you think that you have seen it all or heard it all, something else comes. And like I said, sometimes people are just traveling through the country and trying to get somewhere, and their car breaks down and needs a place to stay. But I would probably say 80 to 90% of the time it is from addiction or mental illness and stuff like that.
So when you see these folks come in, I've been in this world for about 35 years now of homeless shelters and things like that. And I've worked at the Buffalo City Mission and Nashville Rescue Mission, then here for the last 25 years. And the thing that I've noticed is that it used to be that guy that was 55 to 60 years old. It was at the mission, and it took him, 20, 30 years to become homeless because he was an alcoholic.
Right.
It's changed because of the addiction of drugs. Can you talk a bit about that a little bit, and why the age is so much younger now?
Because of, like you said, the drugs. I mean, I was that guy. Like when I was in jail and I called my dad begging to get me out of jail, I'll do whatever. He would volunteer here through his church, and he said, I'm taking you to the homeless shelter. And I was like, I need rehab. I need to get off drugs. I don't need, a place to stay. He's like, well, you do now, because if you want to get out of jail. And then I came here and I saw that, I was like, what am I, that was my come to Jesus moment, literally. Yeah. Because
how old were you when you came here?
28.
Wow. So you're about the average age that we have here right now. We're 28 to 30 is about the average
Sure.
age.
Yeah, and it was because of drugs, and it was, I never pursued drugs because of knowing that outcome. In high school I would smoke some weed, and then I went down to Auburn, War Eagle, and party a little bit, and next thing you know, my wisdom teeth are getting pulled, and I'm hooked on painkillers, not knowing what happens when you take opiates and all these certain situations. And then I find myself at a homeless shelter thinking I'm going to be surrounded by the 60-year-old man who's homeless and
we have some of those here.
Definitely, yeah.
But we have a lot of young folks too.
Yeah, especially, and going through our program too.
Yeah.
We have 60 guys in our program, and the youngest right now is 18 or 19, and the oldest is maybe 60, 65 years old. Yeah. So I think that was one of the most eye-opening things. But to answer your question, I do think it is from drugs and stuff like that, because a lot of the younger kids too do have family and parents, but they just don't know what to do, and they can't keep letting them stay at their house because they'll ruin that relationship in a sense. And at what point is the parent or what is a friend doing to enable them? And sometimes you gotta get beat down so much that you gotta want the change.
Yeah. What do you think are some of the misperceptions that are out there in the community, or maybe even the nation, about people that are homeless or people that are in need or people that come to us? What do you think that those are?
I think there's a lot of misconception on the resources. I think there's a lot of resources for people to get help and have the help that they need, but they gotta want it.
Yeah.
You see, every morning at the gym at Planet Fitness, you see the person panhandling or whatever the situation may be because they just want some food. Luckily, I have a job to where I give them my business card, and I'm like, ask for Chaplain Adam. I don't care if you have an ID. We can get you some food. We can get you whatever you need.
Yeah.
And oh no, blah, 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 you know, it's there's resources around here. This being, in my opinion, the best one here, because we can give you a place to stay, but then we have such good relationships with Wellstone. Those guys are rock stars, and they help out with people with mental illness, or First Stop, who can get people IDs or the paperwork they need. But I think the biggest misconception is that there isn't, you know, resources for homeless people.
Yeah. And, you know, one of the things my daughters and I went on a couple mission trips this year and to third world countries, and the desperation there of not having food and stuff is real.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think that if people want it, there is availability here. Like the mission here, we give away food all the time just to the community. They don't even have to stay here.
Yeah, the food bags come in and out. Yeah.
So there are a lot of resources. Are there any other misconceptions that you might think of that people have? You know, like I mentioned before, the older men that are usually here, and it's not just that, right? Is there anything else that you would think of?
No, I mean, there are a lot of young people out here, and the misconception it being that like there's a lot of mental illness going on.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think when I've worked in this for so long is that a lot of people think, well, it's just that bum down the street, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of these people are great people, right? I mean,
the best.
There's some people that aren't the best, but
Sure.
a lot of these people have had good jobs and have had good educations.
Yeah.
Talk about your testimony a little bit.
Okay, so I moved here from Maine, and I go to high school in Madison, Alabama, and you know, being the new kid in school, just started partying a lot, trying to not knowing who I was, but try to be cool and fit in and do this, that, or the other. And went down to Auburn and you know, smoking weed, selling weed, trying to get by. You know, dad living paycheck to paycheck, but me being down in Auburn, like having to pay rent and do all these certain things. And then I came back one summer to work for my buddy's dad's landscaping company, and I got my wisdom teeth pulled, and I didn't know anything about pain pills back then, and so I didn't use them, because whenever you get your wisdom teeth pulled or anything like that, you get painkillers, Lortabs, and they were just sitting on the shelf, and some guy who I was selling weed to was like, whoa, you have this? Well, it's like smoking weed, but it's a different high. And I was like, oh, okay. So started taking them and fell in love with it. Like I fell in love with that. And this is before I was a Christian or knew Christ or anything like that. I was just, I had a really, I wouldn't say I had a rough upbringing. I had really good parents. They did like get divorced, and there was some sketchy parts of my upbringing, but I think what really crushed me and shattered me was when my brother died. He was big bro, you know, he was 6 years older than me, and, you know, helped me with absolutely everything I needed. And then whenever he, like, especially when my parents were getting divorced, like, who do we stay with, mom or dad? Or, you know, I was just following him, and we were best friends. And then he passed away. He ended up committing suicide in 2004. He did get to see the Red Sox win the World Series, though, so that was good. But
how did that affect you with your brother?
I think more than I know.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it at the time, you know. It sucked. Mom's crying, dad's crying. Dads don't cry, you know, like, what's going on? Bryant's gone, and I think I think it took me coming here to the mission to take a year off my life to really self-reflect and realize why I was doing, because once you're caught up in addiction, you'll have any excuse to use. So, oh, I'm having a bad day. Oh, I'm having a good day. Let's celebrate, you know, whatever the situation is. But I think there was an empty void in my heart, and I was trying to fill it with everything under the sun, and I didn't know what to do. And then life became unmanageable, and I ended up finishing and getting a degree here in Huntsville at Drake State and getting a decent job for a civil engineering company. But I still am living two lives. Like, I have these great successful
And you were making
friends.
pretty good money too, right?
Yeah, I was making a living. Yeah, I was making decent money, and but I had nothing to show for it. You know, I was behind on car payments. I was a month behind on rent, because everything, it got to the point to where my drug dealer would pull up because he knew exactly what time my direct deposit would hit, and he would take me to the ATM, and I already owed him from previous stuff, and then he.
Who told him that information? Yeah, okay.
You build a good relationship with people who you're around a lot, so, but.
And so, how did that? Was that the slippery slope that you went down a little bit? Talk about that. How did you end up being at the mission?
Yeah, so I actually doing drugs. I lose my job. So okay, it's a weekend, and I'm trying to meet the dope man, if you will. and I go to a gas station to meet him, but my phone died. And I lived right next to this gas station, so I knew these people very well. I'd go there all the time for anything. And I walked in there like I owned the place, but I had been up for days because I was doing meth and heroin because I was working for a civil engineering place, but you couldn't be faded because when you take opiates, you're like out of it, but you need uppers. So I was taking Adderall, but once you can't find any more Adderall or it gets expensive, you go the cheaper, lasting longer route, which is meth. So I was up for days, and I get this whole mental illness, like psychosis, especially these guys who are out here on meth. You start hearing voices and you're paranoid, and it's not good. Sleep drug psychosis. I go into the gas station and my phone dies, so I try to charge my phone, and it's a new person working there, and I'm acting like I own the place and sporadic. She calls the cops come, and I see my drug dealer, and he ends up leaving, and he's like, "What's going on?" And they arrested me for public intoxication, and I go to jail, but I get out before like anyone knows. Like nobody, like I had a girlfriend at the time. None of my friends knew, who were, you know, wonderful, wonderful people. And like I said, I was living this whole second life. I get out of jail, but I get out of jail like on a Tuesday. Like I got arrested Sunday and I got out like at like almost midnight Monday. And I no-showed on Monday, and they figured out what happened. So I lost my job and I lost everything. And I was like, I don't know what to do. So that's when I didn't want to tell anybody or face my friends. I became suicidal, wrote a suicide note. And then like the next day, my best friend, who is still my best friend, he was like, "Hey, you know, I'm getting married. Will you be in my wedding? And it's in Miami and all this stuff." And it kind of saved, it kind of, I would say it helped save my life, because then I was like, oh, I don't want to ruin his wedding and blah, 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 blah. So I end up, cut to a few weeks later, while still doing drugs. I didn't want to take drugs to Miami because you don't want to take them to the airport. But also, if you're on heroin for so long, you go through withdrawals if you don't have it. Like, and it is the worst sickness ever. You have the flu, you have the shakes. I don't wish it on my worst enemy. But they have this thing that's called Suboxone, which if it's used properly, I'll endorse it, but I also don't promote it at all, because I think some people will start to abuse that. But the week before the wedding, I took Suboxone, which is just an opiate blocker and helps you with withdrawals. I go down to Miami, have the best week of my life with my friends. It's wonderful. But the day of the wedding was when I had to be in court for getting arrested. So I knew I was coming back to warrants. And I had this, like, literally this come to Jesus meeting with God, like on the beach in Miami. All my friends were asleep. I went down to the beach and I'm just like crying, and like I never knew how to pray. And I think that's why I always tell like my guys and stuff like that, it doesn't matter. Like, people are afraid to pray because they don't know the words to say. I don't think like the vocabulary matters. I think the sincerity of it does. So I was just so sincere and crying and just asking for help and asking for, you know, wisdom on what to do. And knowing I have the suicide note back at home, and knowing, you know, I'm going to be a wanted man when I come back to Huntsville. I come back, tell my dad, he takes me to jail, and he just leaves me in there. The deal was, we're going to bond you in, bond you out, and it's going to be fine or whatever, and he just leaves me. Thank God he did, because I would have been doing stupid still. 10 days go by, and I'm fighting for bologna sandwiches in jail. Like, I'm, like you said, I looked completely different when I first came here. I was like 150 pounds, broken glasses, like just skin and bones, and getting fights in jail and not wanting to be there anymore. Obviously, it's the worst place in the world. And I called my dad crying, and I was like, I've hit my breaking point. I'll do whatever you want me to do. And I get out, and he was like, you're going to rehab. And the only rehabs I know you have to pay money for. I was like, Dad, I have negative $3 in my bank account. And I remember the conversation clearly. He's like, I'm going to take you to the rescue mission. So we go to the rescue mission, and then he's like, it's free if you want to be here. And I told him, I was like, I have negative $3 in my bank account. Even if it's something's free, I can't afford it. He takes me in here, and I meet the ministry team.
You know my old saying, right? If it's free, it's me.
Yeah.
Is that what you were doing?
Yeah.
If it's free, it's me.
I'm in, but I couldn't even afford free, dude. I was so broken. I meet the ministry team, and in my head, even though it's a year-long program, I was like, a couple weeks, 3 months, I'll be fine. I just need to, you know, get my life back on track. And next thing I know, a year later, I'm, you know, in the Bible every day, in the gym every day. There's a workout facility here, like 6-7 days a week. Just like wake up, Bible, gym, Bible classes, the jobs here. I end up getting hired on security here. And then while I'm on security, you guys paid for me to go to biblical counseling school through ACBC, Alabama. Yep. Yeah. I do that. And then you guys hired me on for ministry to be a chaplain. And that was 2022. So cut to, 3 years later.
So why was the program so important for you to make the transition from what you were doing to what you're doing now?
The most important answer I would have to give you would be, it's like, I think of like Solomon in Ecclesiastes. He's the wisest man in the world, and he's looking for everything under the sun to fulfill his heart, and he gets it. Yeah. He's the CEO of CEOs. He has all these women. He has all these things, but he finds out that it's not enough. And to where Job, they kind of play off each other. Job has everything and loses it all, and finds Christ to be enough through it. I didn't know anything about God, and I would say God is the most important thing, because you are in Bible classes every single day and whatnot. But not only that, I was a spoiled little kid. After my brother died, I got anything I wanted. I took full advantage of it. I had no structure. I had no discipline. I think this place really helped me grow up. Like, I almost got kicked out of here like a couple times, like wanting to fight security for them just telling me to make my bed and do whatever the situation was. I hated authority. I had no structure. It's called a life recovery program for a reason. And I think that's what helps a lot of these people. Some of these people who come here who have nothing or know nothing, don't have any basic life skills. Like, yes, it's a faith-based program, but there's also like job classes, there's finance classes, there's all these different resources. You have to work in the kitchen like at 5 a.m. and you learn how to keep structure. And
that's like a chore that you do to be part of the program, right?
Yeah. But it's not even an everyday thing. Like, if you work in the kitchen, it's every other day. And you get to make food, you get to do dishes, and then you can work in the laundry. There's a bunch of different jobs you can do, but I think just getting in the pattern and starting to realize what's more important, especially when you're caught up in addiction, because the only thing that's important is drugs, So I'd say the most important thing was getting a relationship with God, finally finding something that would fulfill my heart, and it gave me purpose. Like, I was just wandering out here doing nothing, and I didn't have purpose. And praise God, like, you guys gave me the opportunity to be able to now I have purpose to read the Bible every day. I have classes that I get to teach. I get to do all these things, because I think the most important thing is being in the Word every single day. Like, whenever God created everything, the earth, even when everything was good and perfect, Adam and Eve didn't know what to do until God spoke. So I think the most important thing is being in the Word, and it creates those habits of what to do. So when you do a year later graduate the program and you're not lucky enough, to work here, even though we offer all these jobs to our thrift stores, there's definitely ways to stick around and be here. But sometimes people want to leave. But if you're not continuing to do what the program taught you to do, you see a lot of these guys come back.
So what was it like for you when you walked across that stage with your graduation?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was. For me, my experience personally, it was really cool, because I've only seen my dad cry 3 times. When my brother died, when the Red Sox won the World Series in 2004, because that was the best comeback in sports history.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the craziest. Anyway.
Because I'm a Blue Jays fan, but...
Are you?
Yeah.
You're doing good.
Yeah.
How was the Bills game this weekend?
They lost, but it was okay.
You went to it, though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We had a great time.
Yeah. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
But I handed my dad my ring. You get a graduation ring when you graduate, and I was like, here, I just was crying. I was like, I'm so, and I think my biggest thing was my support system. Like, I had not only my family, but I had like 20 friends come who aren't even Christian, and they came to this faith-based program with a worship service and a preaching of the gospel type thing. But they were just, my support system was so wonderful, and they had no idea, and then they just want what's best for me, and they had no idea. And then all of a sudden I'm in jail, and then in a homeless shelter, and that, just trying to recover my life. But I walked across the stage and I handed my dad my ring, and I was like, this is all I got right now, but I hope this is enough, because he went into depth. He gave me absolutely everything, and he was with me through thick and thin, and that's something that I'll never be able to pay back. But that I don't have any kids, but as far as love coming from a parent, like, I'll never be able to see more love than what my dad had for me.
And he cried when you handed him the ring?
Yeah. I mean, he won't say he did, but there was tears there. He didn't sob, but...
Yeah, well, listen, it's okay when you've been through what you've been through to have that proud moment. Like, man, my son's not what he was before.
Right.
Right. And I know your dad, because I've talked to a lot of parents before that have had people that, their kids in their life that have had addictions or have been at the mission or been in homeless situations. And, for them, when they see the difference that a program makes, or one of the other rescue missions in the country, when they go through their program, it's amazing to see a transformation that even touches the parent's life, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true too. Like, everyone asks, how's my dad doing? He's so much healthier looking, healthier financially, healthier, like, just spiritually. Like,
Well, he's not worried about you anymore either, right?
Right. And I think him being there too, every morning at Sunday morning, church, ? I don't even go to the same church. He goes to Cross Point where your dad went. And it's like, he doesn't even care that I go to church with him, but just instead of like, I think he told something that like really hit me hard was just like, the parent who is struggling with a kid in addiction, they're just waiting for that phone call, the not good one, to where now I think he realizes and sees, like, he's in Maine right now bird hunting. He never could have done that while I was out. He was worried sick about me, and now he doesn't have to, worry about me at all. And I took him to a concert, AC/DC. Like, we grew up listening to AC/DC and Styx, and we go to the Orion and we get to do, and I get to do that for him.
That's
know
awesome.
What I mean? Yeah, this place, and it changed my life. Like, I got to realize too that my way got me here, and pursuing the Lord, God's way got me out of it. And
so when you were coming here, I'm sure you thought rescue mission, and what was your thought in your mind before you got here of what that meant?
Homeless shelter.
Yeah.
Like, the old guy, like, sleeping next to me, snoring, smelling bad, whatever the situation may be. Like, how did I get here? How did it get to this?
And how much different was it when you came here?
Completely.
Yeah.
Wasn't any. You have something built. Even when I moved down here from Maine, we're moving to Alabama, you think Forrest Gump, like Greenbow, Alabama. It's just fields and stuff like that. You come to Huntsville and it's this nice city. It's not huge population-wise. It's blowing up. But when you think homeless shelter, you think like a room or a floor with like cots and all these different things. And then you come here and like, so many people are like in great moods, so many people are, they're blessed to have this, they're blessed to have this opportunity. And then you see the huge basketball gym, full court, which we have basketball staff versus program and basketball tournaments. You see a workout facility that's better than the Planet Fitness down the street. You see all these different things and you're like, I thought I was coming to a homeless shelter, not a freaking, it's like the Ritz-Carlton sometimes, you know what I mean? And you have your the laundry and so, this community is so wonderful because they constantly donate clothes, like food. The community really comes together to help this place out, and it's like, words can't describe, and I think the answer for it is, just God and people wanting to help serve.
That's one of the things, I've been here almost 26 years now, and more than half of the time this mission's been open, we've been 50 years, we just celebrated.
That was so much fun.
And it was a great night. Yeah, it was a great night. And it's amazing how much this community supports the mission, but it's still amazing to me. I still take tours, and I've been telling people for years in my newsletters and when I get in front of the media about all the great things that happen here at the mission. And when people take tours here, they're still like, wow, I never knew you guys did that.
Yeah. What is the tour called?
Yeah, I never knew you did that, right? I mean, so
it's so true.
Yeah, and and I have some donors that have given to us 15, 20 years, and they're like, wow, I love giving here, but I never knew you did all these different things,
right. Yeah, and like K-Tech, and like we have drivers who take people to court and doctor's appointments, and if like you have no excuse.
We even have med clinics here.
The vision clinics.
Yeah.
People get new glasses for free, better than mine all the time, and Huntsville Hospital comes, and it's insane, dude.
Yeah.
It's wild. And you won't know until you come see it, because visually you have something built up in your mind of a homeless shelter, and then you come here, and then I think if it wasn't for me coming here and touring it with my dad, I mean, other than the fact that I would have been on the streets, it was like, okay, like I think I can make this work. I think I could, rough it here for a little bit in my twin bed, with blankets and pillow. Like it was a no-brainer, especially once I had the support from family and friends.
One of the things that it's something that I've always done. It's just been part of me. When somebody goes through the program and then they become a staff member, and maybe it's just a God-given talent. Half the time I forget they were even in the program.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel like with you. And there's 40% of our staff here at the Mission, between our thrift stores and what we do here on campus, are people that were through our program.
Yeah.
And I'll walk through there and, I won't, somebody will say, well, I graduated in 2010. I was like, oh, I forgot that you were even at the Mission,
Yeah.
Because it's such a transformation in their life that they're a different person now. Again, I would see you walking down the street now and have no idea at one point that you were homeless or that you were in an addiction program or, I would have no clue.
Yeah.
And I see you on a daily basis, and I know how much God has changed your life, and it's been amazing to see.
Yeah, and I think that's why, like, I tell my friends to come, volunteer and serve, whether it be in our Agape clothes shop or in the kitchen, because even when you're in the kitchen, you're working with the program guys, you're dealing with the overnight guys, and then if you do it for a year, you see God's glory work through people. And when I say God's glory work through people, that person has submitted their life saying, my way doesn't work, I'm going to try out this program, which is literally building a relationship, with Christ. Like, what's our motto? Like, we provide hope for mental illness, homelessness, addiction, all these certain situations, and through having a relationship with Christ. And I think that when you see somebody come here completely broken, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, to a year later having a job, having their kids back in their life, having all these things, like, oh, what got you all of this back? Well, I mean, I guess getting in the Word every day. It wasn't working in the kitchen every day. It's continuing to do what the program has. Our curriculum is great.
So if you were a dad like your dad was, but somebody out in the community right now, maybe there's a young guy watching this program and seeing us do the live stream, and they're heading down the same path that you were. Yeah. What would be your advice to them?
I think my advice to everybody who comes into the program, or every new intake we have who's struggling with drugs but still think that they have it, I think you need to, the sooner you start, the better. A year from today, you're going to wish you had started today. That's my advice. If your life is unmanageable, whether you realize it or not, really self-reflect and ask yourself, am I able to keep this job? Am I able to keep this relationship? Am I able to keep this certain amount of money in the bank? Start today, because you're going to wish a year from now you had started, because you'll have all of that back if you start today. Also, I would say I want to say that it's going to be okay, but unfortunately in this environment that we're in, sometimes it doesn't always work out.
Well, and if they head down that path, the path only ends up usually one way. Yeah. And that's usually with death. We see it all the time, right? And I would encourage anybody that's, going in an addiction path to follow the path that you did, like your dad bringing you down and saying, hey, here's a free program, right? Yeah. Because my heart is, I don't want anybody out in the street hurting, right? Right. And I want them to come here with a place. And, a lot of folks tell me, hey, when I go and tell that homeless guy I see on the street, hey, I'm not going down to that mission. Right. It's just because they don't want to. It's not because they're not wanted to come down. They're not beat down enough.
That's why I didn't get help sooner. Like you said, I don't have kids, and I can't imagine how hard it was for my dad to completely cut me off. But I always had hustle. I always had wiggle room. Like, he would find like suspicious activity going on around my house or in my car, and I always could lie my way out of it. Or if I got arrested, I bonded myself out. Once I didn't have any hustle and wiggle room, and I was in jail and he left me in there, and I would do whatever it takes to get help. If my advice to parents would to be, I hate saying this because I'm not one, but you got to stop enabling. You have to make sure that they have no more hustle, no more wiggle room. Me and Chaplain Aaron talked with a family today who brought a kid up here because he has an alcohol problem, and they moved here from Seattle and whatever the situation was, but they don't know what to do, and he's just in his room, and they love him so much, and they don't want to kick him out on the street. And good news for you, we have a wonderful building here, and he'll be safe here. He's got 3 meals a day plus more, and we got everything he could ever want. Bring him here. And they brought him here, and come talk to me, come talk to Chaplain Aaron, come talk to our program directors. Like, the staff here is really, really cool. Like, really personable, super charismatic.
Everybody but Adam.
Everybody
Yeah.
but me.
Yeah.
I'm hilarious
Yeah.
though. So.
Well, is there any last words that you want to say to anybody out there?
No, not necessarily. I think if you know somebody who is homeless or dealing with addiction, just especially in this area, or if you're not watching from this area, there are resources for help. If you see that guy who is, asking for money on the street or holding up the sign, there is a place in Huntsville, Alabama, that has an open door policy to absolutely anyone. They do have a place they can go. They do have a place where they can eat. They do have a place where they can get clothes and hygiene and get their life together and be pointed in the right direction. We might not be able to get people IDs, but we can point them in the right direction. This is a really good base and starting point to point in the direction and help other people get the resources they need to turn their life around.
And I know I'm going to say this a lot over the next 24 hours, but if you see somebody that's homeless that's holding up a little card or a little sign that says, feed me, or I'm hungry, or listen, our Christian self wants to say, hey, I want to give them $10. Let me help them out.
Yeah.
The stat is about 95% of those folks are going to go and use that for their addiction.
Yeah.
95%.
I was that guy.
Yeah.
I remember being on the Parkway and I was holding up a sign that said homeless, hungry, and something else. And a guy pulled up to me and he said, sounds like you need a better resume.
That's funny right there.
Yeah. So,
not that we don't want to help them,
1,000
but helping them is not giving
that.
them money.
Yeah, that's enabling them.
Yeah.
That's continuing to, they have the resources, they have the help. Giving them money is just going, they'll be back there the next day.
There is not one person in Huntsville that should be hungry tonight, because the mission would feed anybody that came through our doors.
100%. At any time.
And we're not the only place. There's
Right.
other places
Yeah.
that do it too. But there is not. So all these folks that have the signs up saying "feed me" or what, you're giving them their alcohol addiction. You're helping them with their alcohol
Yeah.
addiction or their drug addiction.
Yeah.
Because that money's not going to food.
No. Or a place that $10 isn't going to change your life.
Right.
It's not gonna, if and we're open 24/7. If somebody, we have security staff running here overnight. We have nighttime guys working in the men's overnight to take them in and help them get a bed and get situated. Bring them here or point them to this right direction here. But $10-$20 isn't going to change anyone's life. It's just going to get them to the next fix.
That's right.
So.
Well, Adam, I appreciate it, and it's been great to sit with you, and thanks for kicking this off for us
You're
today.
welcome.
Be praying for me for the next 23 and a half hours.
I will,
because
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you're coming back at 2 in the morning and 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No.
Appreciate
if
you, brother.
Text me. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
So that was Adam, and Adam has been, of course, in our program, as he said, but is now an employee and does a great job for us. And we have a lot of Adams that come through here that were young and really changed their life through our program. I would just ask those who are out there, keep guys like Adam in your prayers, because going through the program and all the things that we do, it is a big change in their life, but there's always that pressure on the side to want to get back into those things. And Adam's not that way, but we see a lot of times where folks, if they don't have the support system, that they fall back into that lifestyle that they were in before. If you have any questions or comments, we also have the live stream going that you can put those questions there. Or if you want to, come down to 1400 Evangel Drive. I will be here for the next 23 and a half hours until 2 o'clock Friday afternoon. And I also ask you to pray for me too. I did this a few months back, and it is a grueling 24 hours, but I think it's so important to talk about the things that surround homelessness and the actions that happen here at the mission, but other places around the country. And we love that you're tuned in. We'll have some more interviews and people on the bench in the next few minutes.
This is for 1 end of the year.
What's your name?
Valentina.
Valentina. I'm Keith.
Nice
Good
to meet you,
you.
Keith.
Yeah, good to meet you too. All right.
Alrighty. So first, can you start by saying your name and spelling?
Sure. I'm Keith Overholt, President and CEO of the Downtown Rescue Mission. It's Overholt.
Perfect. So I really want to know, just explain what's going on. What is this event?
So this is the bench event. It's a 24-hour event that is actually this year it's nationwide. There's about 75 other rescue missions that are part of an association called Citygate that we're all separate ministries, but we're all part of that organization. And we're going to do this all at one time, and really to bring awareness of homelessness and some of the issues around homelessness like mental illness and addiction, and even the politics behind it sometimes. So we're having that as a bench event so that people can come out from the community and talk about it, and we're going to have politicians come and media come and even some testimonies come out today.
So I assume you'll be hearing a lot of life stories today, and a lot of conversations might be uncomfortable. What would you have to say about that?
Yeah, homelessness is not a comfortable issue. I mean, there's a lot of things about homelessness that are misconceptions, and a lot, I've had some people say, well, you deal with those bums down there, right? Well, that's not who they are. They're people. They're sisters, brothers, moms, dads that are part of families that have just fallen off of a bad track. Either it's mental illness or it's addiction, or sometimes it's just financial, and so that's some of the story that I'm trying to tell with this, is that these folks are real folks, but what is the things that happen behind that as well?
Of course. And you're live streaming the whole 24 hours?
Yeah, the whole 24 hours will be here live streaming, yeah.
So will you have, I assume this is to replicate what people without shelter deal with on an everyday in their everyday life?
I'm trying not to resemble it. This is really to bring attention. So the 24 hours is, I don't want to say, hey, I'm sleeping on the bench tonight or something like that, because I don't want to make that look bad for them, because that they're doing that because they're desperate in their life. Our goal is to get the word out for them to come to a place like this, really, so they don't have to be on the streets or hungry or in an addiction, where we have an addiction program here that they can go through. So that's my goal, is I really want to share the word with the community to get some of these misconceptions away.
Can you tell me a little bit about the programs you do offer?
Yeah, it's a 1-year program. It's Bible-based. That's really what we believe in. My thing is, I think that a lot of people with addictions are trying to fill a hole in their life, and we fill it with something else, and that's Jesus Christ. And so our program, it's a 4-step program. There's 4 levels to it, the beginning stage, and then at graduation you've been through the 4th level. And it's everything from job training and everything else, but it's really biblically based, where we teach them how to fight their addiction through Jesus Christ.
That's great. And how long have you been working here? How long have you been the CEO?
Yeah, I'm going in my 26th year, and that's more than half the time. The mission just celebrated its 50th anniversary last week, and so I'm really proud to be here. I love this community, and I think what we do here is a big part of why this community is so successful.
So this is the second time that you are hosting the same event. What are you doing differently, if anything?
Yeah, so the first one that we did was back in January time, and first off, it was 11 degrees that day. So it's 70 degrees different today. I'm happy about that, but we only had 15 rescue missions that were doing like the inaugural first time to see how it went. And now this time we've got almost 75 rescue missions that are doing it. So that's a big difference this time.
And are you connecting with them? Are you speaking to those organizations that are also hosting it today?
Yeah, so they're having interviews like this, and they're going to have politicians and things come out as well. But when we have the downtime, we're going to have times where we link up and we'll talk to them. And there's like a central hub where we're going to be, they're kind of showing what everybody's doing at the same time. So it's fun and exciting to be a part of that too. I would do it even if not. I think that this is something even for our community that is awareness building, and that's what I'm trying to do.
And my last question, what do you think is the biggest misconception about people that do come to the shelter?
Yeah, I think it's that people think of them as that downtrodden guy that they see under the bridge that's 55 to 60 years old, and our average age here is about 28 to 30. So I think that's a big misconception, that they think it's some guy that's been an alcoholic for 30 years. And a lot of our folks have come and they're addicted, and the drugs that are out there right now, it doesn't take long for them to become homeless. And I think that's the big misconception, is that we have a lot of young folks that are here as well.
Have you noticed that people that come here are aiming to change their life? They're like trying to get off that path?
I think some just, they want to get out of our emergency shelter and get into the program. We have a little bit better conditions with the beds and things like that. And that's on purpose because we want to draw them in. And then once they get there, like, they've got something they're telling us here that maybe could change my life. Sometimes people have to get sick and tired of being sick and tired before they get in our program. And they've gone down the path so far that they're like, if I don't do something else, I'm going to die. And so we have those as well. But sometimes we get them in quickly. Sometimes they've been with us for a long time before they get into the program.
Would you like to add anything else?
Just that the mission's open 24 hours a day, 365. So that's part of my 24 hours of being here. And, that we love this community and we really think we're an asset to making this community a great community. And I love this community and want to continue. We're expanding right now to make sure we're meeting the needs. And so that's a big thing for us.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
This is inspiring. So you'll be here 24 hours.
Yeah, if you want to come back, I'll be here tonight. I'll be here tomorrow morning.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll be here the whole time.
That's great. And are you booked? Do you have people scheduled for?
We do. We have some, and then we have open times where if I answer online questions as well, and then we'll have some folks that come just if they want to come. They come to 1400 Evangel Drive. If they want to have a conversation.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
How much time do you need?
I'm ready.
Does it happen here? Do I get that cushy seat? You get the cushy seat, my friend. I get a cushy seat.
Come on, get a cushy seat.
Hey, man. I don't know if we've officially done this.
Hey, man.
When I came before, I don't think I met you.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, that's okay.
Who knows?
Hey, Kimsley, can you set the mic up for him? Thank you.
I work a lot. I know how to do this. He's gonna sound test it probably. How do you?
They're already on, so whatever you say right now is going public.
Nice.
So what we'll do is I'm going to have you introduce yourself to the audience and just let us know who you are, and then I'll start asking questions.
Okay. Good deal. Got it. It's Murray Wilton's son. I
Yeah,
had no idea. He's like
he doesn't know that either.
He's like old school royalty. He's like old Baptist royalty.
He is. That's true. That's true. So tell us who you are and let the community out there know a little bit about who you are, and then I'll start asking you some questions.
Okay. Number one, who I am is I am a Christ follower.
Amen.
Man, I'll tell you what. I've got a flat on my truck right now. I'm watching the air leave that tire as we speak.
Do we need to go out there and fix it, or
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I said, man, I'm going to share Jesus. I don't care if that thing goes flat. I got AAA. But no, I got a flat. I've had 2 other vehicles break down, and this is like my last ditch effort to have something to drive. And what I believe, and I'm going to answer your question, but what I believe is that that is such a good thing, because what that means is I am doing kingdom work. That means I'm doing stuff that matters. If I was not doing stuff that matters, why would I be worthy of any kind of mess, any kind of attack, any kind of
We don't fight
junk?
against flesh and blood, do we?
No,
Right?
we don't, man. All that stuff is real too.
So tell me your name too.
My name is Carl Thomas.
Yeah.
I am a realtor, but that doesn't define me. Don't
No.
judge yet.
That's just what you do on the side, right?
It's what I do. It is my secondary job. First job is I'm a missionary for Jesus Christ.
Amen. So why did you come out to the bench today?
Well, because Murray Wilton's son asked me to.
Yeah.
But no, I came here because there's purpose for my mouth and the things that come out of it, and maybe there's something that God wants to say through me. Maybe you're listening, and there's something that I have to say that you need to hear.
So tell us a little bit about your story.
Okay, my story is I'm a mess. I am a blessed mindset because I'm justified. And sanctification, big word, taking place in my life, but I am not perfect. I'm so far from it. I mess up every single day. I have so much shame that if I allow it to, it'll just overwhelm me and I won't do a thing. But for me, the biggest thing in my life is that I'm justified. Even though I don't deserve what I have, I don't deserve the love of Jesus for sure. God, I don't deserve that. But I don't deserve the life I have. I don't deserve the things I have. But because of what I accepted through Jesus, I'm justified, and that's so cool to me. It's so cool to just to realize that somebody paid the price for me. So even though I'm a mess and I just screw up all the time, I have a loving Lord who took my place, and all the crap that I do is paid for.
So how did you end up getting to be in a mess? Tell us how that happened.
So my story is pretty rough. So I grew up in a little bit of a rough situation. My parents weren't ready, I guess, to have kids when they had kids. Awesome parents. Such a good relationship with them now. My mom just passed, and I spent a lot of time with her before she did. But when I was growing up, they were just a little bit wild, and so I was exposed to a lot of weird and crazy stuff as a kid. Stuff that haunts me now, stuff that caused directional paths in my life that caused me to make stupid choices that were bad. But anyways, so coming up in that kind of household, church was really not a big part of that.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up right across the state line. So I was born in Huntsville, but I grew up in Lincoln County, which is, just north. Fayetteville area, Mulberry is my hometown. But so growing up there, I lived on a 50-acre farm. My bus ride was 2 hours because I was in such a rural area.
Wow.
And so anyways, just didn't have a lot of church opportunity. There weren't youth groups and stuff like that around me. When I was 17 years old, I had no plans of having a different life. I was on the path I thought I was going to be on. I knew I'd be in prison at some point. I was already doing so many drugs as a teenager. I'm pretty sure that my life was heading in a really, really bad direction. Probably wouldn't still be here today. However, the town I lived in, all the girls seemed to go to this one church. All the pretty girls went to this one church, and the only way to really spend any time with those pretty girls was to go to their church. And I remember the first time I went, I was so ignorant to what that was supposed to look like. I went, I want to say Walmart, and I bought a suit jacket. I dressed, I wore the nicest stuff that I could come up with as a poor kid. And I went to that, it was like a Wednesday night youth group. And they actually, when I walked in, I got a suit kind of on. I look like I work for the CIA, and all of these kids are wearing flip-flops and and they're all in shorts, and I'm like, oh man, I thought church was supposed to be real dressy. So I was so ignorant to anything when it comes to religion and all that, the organized church. But anyway, so I was there, and a guy that I had actually went to a party with, and we had a lot of fun one night. He was up speaking, and apparently he had gotten saved, and he was giving his testimony. And when I was sitting out there, I want to just say it wasn't a good feeling. When I was sitting out there, all of a sudden, I just felt the weight of sin. It was something real. It was something that I can't even, I've never felt that weight since then, and I'm so glad I haven't because of what I responded to that with. But I want to tell you, I will never forget that feeling. Just the guilt, the shame, all of that fell on top of me in that moment. And at the end of that night, we were given an opportunity if we would like to hand that over to Jesus, if we would like to accept Jesus and follow him and turn from that junk. And that night I accepted Jesus, and since then my life has been on a completely different trajectory. God sent me into the ministry. Now I'm doing the ministry full time with real estate as my financial backer for that. But my life has not ceased to be messy. I'm just being honest. I struggle with so many different things. I'm an addict at heart. I have a lot of head issues from things I was exposed to early on and from things that I've picked up along the way. My flesh is very strong in me. So the Jesus in me has to be stronger than that flesh. So that's one of the things that I daily fight with. But luckily, or blessed am I that I don't have to be perfect. I am going to Romans 12:1 and 2. I'm gonna offer my body as a living sacrifice at the best level that I can, and I'm going to give him that as my act of worship, and he's going to accept it. And even if it's not perfect or doesn't look like, somebody who might have it all together more than me,
Yeah.
that's what I'm going to do. That's where I'm going to be.
So we're having a conversation today about issues around homelessness.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on homelessness?
My thoughts are one or two decisions in my life could have led to that path.
Yeah.
So here's where I've come from over the last 20 years. Is I'm upper middle class. I have a different lifestyle altogether. And what happens to those of us who have that different lifestyle is we get so separated from somebody who doesn't have that lifestyle that we can easily make that a judgmental thing. You say, hey, I get up and I work 10 hours a day. I work my tail off for what I have and blah, blah, blah. And we look at somebody who's in a situation where they're not housed and they're having to deal with that life, and we go, it's probably their decisions they made. And that might be true, but the issue with seeing things only through that tunnel vision is that is a soul. That is somebody who is important to Jesus. And if I was to just ignore that they're in that situation, no matter if they got themselves in it or not. Because here's the deal. I get myself in some situations. I get myself into some troubles. So in my opinion, when it comes to the homeless community here in Huntsville, is that we are being flooded with new families moving here. And my prayer is that those new families would have people that come with hearts to love on those people, not to look at them and say, hey, you need to get this, and this right so that you can have a better life. No, just give them the love of Jesus. And if God calls you to provide for them or whatever, that's fine. But I'm telling you, the love is the number one thing that somebody who is discouraged in life and fallen apart and has almost given up, that makes the biggest difference, in my opinion.
So what do you think about what we do at the Downtown Rescue Mission with that?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. I think that, so here's my experience here. Just fortunately, I've never had to stay here, which I'm glad for that. But it's also good to know it's here. You never know. I'm still a couple decisions away from that lifestyle, I'm sure. But my experience is that every fifth Sunday, I'm invited here to do music for your chapel on Sunday mornings. And I'm a musician that plays in bars and restaurants. That's my background, and done a lot of things in the city with music to try to grow our music in this area. But haven't had a ton of opportunity to lead worship. I have a raspy voice. It just wasn't until recently, until a few different artists came out, it wasn't super popular to be that kind of singer. I got that. That's exactly who I sound like. But so when I was asked to come here, I didn't know what to expect. And I want to tell you, the group that I'm leading worship for when I get to come here, and I say get to, it is such an honor, is a group of people going through a program here to break addiction, which it's really hard to break things like being unhoused if you still have that addiction, because that addiction kind of drives your life. So these people that I get to stand up in front of and lead worship to don't need me. They're ready to worship. They're already broken, and I'll tell you what, there is nothing like that. There's not many things that could pull me away from the church that I love that I go to, but I'll tell you what, I'll go there anytime. Refuge Church, Harvest. Jason Parks is my pastor. And my friend, and it's a great place. Did he? Okay, yeah. He used to be on everybody's board. Jason's doing everything.
That's right.
And when I first met him, I thought, man, this guy is the most like a Disney character of anybody I've ever met in my life. But no, he's doing a lot of things. But I say that to say, I would worship with that group of unfortunate guys just about over anybody on this planet. It's awesome.
So as you're around the community and doing real estate and stuff, what do you think the perception of a homeless person is, or maybe even the mission, or tell me what you think what people think about what's going on with homelessness?
Oh yeah, the average perception is probably they're dangerous, they're lazy, they've got mental problems. Stay away from them. So what a lot of us do, and I say a lot of us because I know I've probably done it, Governor's Drive and Memorial Parkway. You're sitting at that stoplight. You're trying to get over to that hospital area, and there's always somebody with their sign. And what I see,
Down between the cars.
yes, yeah, and that's when the doors get locked. That's when you lock those doors and you make that judgment that that person's dangerous, or that person is lazy, or that person's going to use this money for alcohol. I'm not going to help them, that kind of thing. So I think our main perception is probably judgment right off the bat. But I also think there's a lot of people like this place who God has given a heart to help those folks, who see that it's a that realize how blessed they are. That's number one. I realize how blessed I am. I'm so blessed to have a home. I'm so blessed to have a job. I'm so blessed to be on this podcast. Like, who am I to even be able to open my mouth right here? But to see that, and then to not only have a heart to help somebody, but to have empathy for them, to realize that you are not blessed because you blessed yourself. You don't have that job because you're just so great. You might have made great grades and you might have done well in your job, and I'm going to tell you something. There is a power behind that if you forget that part of it, every bit of that can be taken away.
Yeah.
And where will you be then? And I pray that if that ever happens to you, that there is a place like this to help you.
We've that's a good point you're making there, that we've seen folks, of course, of every diverse background you can think of, every nationality. Homelessness touches everybody, even to the point where we've had engineers come through our program, and we had a doctor that was a surgeon who came through our program that was at one point. They have those crazy schedules they put those doctors through when they're first becoming doctors, and he figured out how to prescribe medicine for him to stay awake, and then he prescribed medicine for him to go to sleep. Well, he got hooked on it.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so finally, after 15 years or something of doing that kind of stuff, his family's like, listen, we just don't know what else to do. He lost his license and everything else, and ended up here at the Mission. This has been a long time ago, but, here's a guy that spent half his life in school. Yeah. And still ended up homeless, and even to the point where his family didn't know what else to do with him. And so, like I said, it can be anybody that comes here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, if your life's not been touched by somebody that's been homeless, be thanking the Lord, right?
Absolutely.
But if you have, having a place like the Mission to come to is a great thing to have.
Well, not only for those who need it for housing and for help, but for those like me. I am in the rat race. I am running constantly, and what happens when you run constantly is you lose track of your presence in the moment. You're not present anymore. It's almost like you go on autopilot to get all these things done. And the issue with living your life that way is you were called to the moment. Especially if you know Jesus and you have that relationship, He has called you way beyond some stupid job. You're lucky to have a job. You're lucky to have money. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's a blessing from God. That's your mission work. You need to be doing your mission work while you're there. But my thoughts on that is, if you want to get present in the moment as someone who's first world like me, some spoiled brat like Carl Thomas, if you want to get present in the moment, go volunteer at a place like this. Give your time. It is amazing what it will do. It not only gives you a good feeling because you're helping somebody, but it puts you in the middle of purpose. If you're living your life without anything like that going on, then you are wasting it. There is biblical truth behind the fact that there will be different crowns that we will get to cast at Jesus' feet, which is so cool to think of, is that we'll get this awesome gift, but we'll be able to give it right back for what He's done for us. Imagine being that person standing up there, and all you have is that one crown of life.
Yeah.
That's actually a sad thing. It sounds great, but you have a full life to live, not for you anymore. Once you give your life to Jesus, your life does not belong to you anymore. So if you want to get present in the moment, that's number one. But if you want to have purpose, that's the main thing. Volunteer at places like this. It will change your life.
And one of the misconceptions you mentioned before was that people think that all homeless are dangerous and things like that. I think this is one of the safest places to be.
Yeah.
You know, we have people come down here and volunteer from ages 3 to 93. I mean, and you know, I have moms call me all the time and say, "Hey, is it okay if I bring my 6-year-old son down?" Sure, yeah. You know, when we have security and things, but most of the people that go through our line that are eating, or if they're in the chapel services, they're there thankful that somebody's there volunteering to help.
Yeah.
You know, because whatever the circumstance was that they put them in that position, boy, they're still thankful that they can have a meal or that they can have a worship service or whatever that they're, or if somebody even wants to come just paint. You know, we have all these things going on here all the time because this place, you know, when you're sleeping 400 people a night, there's a lot of painting that we got to do. You know,
Well, and it's huge too.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
really big campus, and not only that, but when you pull in, just I'm going to speak to the first world brats like me. When you pull in, there is somebody at a little gate that you have to go through to get in. There's a lot of security here. It's a very secure feeling place. It's a beautiful campus too. But I say that to say, like, if you're getting your feelings mixed about volunteering in Huntsville, and you don't know where to go and you want a safe place, I'll tell you, this might be the perfect spot for you to check out first.
Oh,
to
that's
kind of
awesome.
get your feet wet.
So, what kind of music you been singing in the chapel service?
Man, I will.
Who's your favorite artist?
I have a lot of them. I don't have a favorite art. I'll tell you what. So my background was in Southern rock and rock and roll and stuff like that. And so I would go set up at a place like Humphreys downtown, and I would do a 3-hour set of every song that everybody loves, and I did that for years. And man, I got put in front of somebody who was in charge of a music program at the church I go to, that he found out about that, and man, he stepped out on faith and asked me to come and lead worship with them. And I'll tell you what, it's been an amazing, I think it's been 4 years now, where I have all these opportunities to lead worship at all these different things like here. I never feel like I deserve to be in front of other people saying, "Hey, follow me to get to Jesus."
Yeah.
But that's exactly what he's called me to. But you know what? If I didn't have the ability to sing or play instrument, that's still what he's called me to.
Yeah.
He's still called me to do that in many other ways. I just get lucky and I get to do that with a guitar in my hand.
That's right.
To hide behind that thing.
So, are you big? Tell me some of the Southern rock bands you like the best.
Oh, Leonard Skinner. I
Yeah.
would say I rock all those pretty well. But
Yeah.
I've got a high.
So, have you ever sang "Sweet Home Alabama"?
Oh, of
before?
course. Yeah. I get stuck doing that.
Yeah, I
one.
bet you do.
Yeah,
I bet you
there's
do.
5 or 6 songs that you just can guarantee somebody's going to request.
That's
you gotta
right.
Learn it.
That's right.
Yeah, but no, when I lead worship, there's been some people that have come out recently with that Teddy Swims type voice
Yeah.
that I have. Joe Cocker was my.
Oh, yeah.
That's who I was. I've been told a lot of times, you sound like that guy.
Yeah.
So I had to learn a Wonder Year song.
He's got a gravelly voice. That's
He
for
does,
sure.
he does, and he does a lot of weird movements from the stage.
Oh, yeah.
So. but I actually there's a couple songs that I always try. Gratitude is one of them, but there's just a few songs that are
Gratitude's an awesome song.
Yeah, really dear. Just because I'm that hard fought hallelujah. When that came out, my church made me do that. Like they were like, okay, that's a Carl song. That's the only one nobody up here would do that right. And I felt like, no, I can't do that. But the words of that song meant so much to me. I was like, oh yeah, that's my life. I'm gonna do that song, and it was great. It was awesome. So, anyways.
So, have you, when you've led worship here, have you had any experience that was real memorable for you?
Just being here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, from being in front of a group of people, there's probably 150, 200 people there, just seeing how serious they were about what we were doing. I fall into the spoiled brat church category too, where you go to church for a majority of your life and you just kind of get desensitized to being around either the Holy Spirit moving or really just praising Jesus with a group of people, and it's kind of mundane, and it doesn't have a whole lot of power and oomph behind it in your own life. When I walk into a room where there's somebody who is desperately seeking Jesus, and it's time to sing, and they're not going to fake it. They're not going to lip sing. They're going to sing at the top of their lungs and really focus on why they're there and meeting with Jesus. Oh, it's just a different vibe. It's a
Yeah.
different vibe. I love that.
And about the 200 guys that are there, they sing out, don't they?
Oh, they do. Yeah,
it,
they
it gets
do.
loud in there, doesn't it?
It does get loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Awesome.
I love it because, you know, when you think that there's some folks that have come and had really hit rock bottom some, boy, they're still able to sing to Jesus Christ and,
Yeah.
you know, the songs of worship, which I sometimes still sit in chapel service and I try not to be an emotional guy, but man, sometimes tears come to your eyes because it's so emotional seeing these guys. Well, you got a wasp by you there. Sorry.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm
But
fine.
you know, you see these guys, and they are just pouring their hearts out to worship. You know, and it's an amazing thing to see that somebody that maybe is desperate and despair, boy, they're reaching out with worship to our Savior, which is an awesome thing.
We could use a lot more of that in our churches. I'm telling
Yeah.
you, man. But I'll say this: that I love being on a mountaintop. It's great. It's great being up there with feeling really close to Jesus, feeling Him move. But it's the moments in my life where I don't feel Him, where I'm in a valley, when I'm in the bottom, when I'm hitting bottom, that He will meet me there. And not only that, but He will give me special gifts like the empathy for the homeless.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there are things that you get when you're in that valley
Yeah.
that actually bless you way beyond that valley time frame. So I'm actually thankful for my moments when I've been in similar places to these guys.
Yeah. So if you saw somebody that was under the bridge or somebody at one of your places that's holding up a sign, what would you tell them to do?
That's a good one, man. I believe that if I was in the right mindset, I'd give them all the Jesus I got in my heart without being judgmental. Because I'm sure. So a lot of people kind of seek out those folks to share their version of the gospel to, and
Sure.
sometimes it's not so loving. And
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot of just background with a lot of us just in some church mess and things like that cause us just to go away from Jesus because of that stigma that we've gotten from other situations. But I'm telling you, if I was in my right mindset, I would give somebody the love of Jesus. I would, you know, introduce myself, look them in the eye, and take a moment to focus on them. Because one of the things that I think that we have a habit of doing is we don't give these kind of people time. We
Yeah.
don't give them. Our time's precious. We got things to do. This is somebody who we feel like might be wasting their life.
Yeah.
And they might be, but I'm telling you something. They still deserve the love of Jesus just as much as you do.
Yeah.
Probably more than I do. I'm a brat. So this person, if I could find a way to word the love of Jesus, that's what I would say. And I don't know exactly what that looks like.
That's awesome. Would you recommend for them to come to the mission?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Which, you know this, we have a lot of new folks coming in the city that are unhoused.
Yeah.
So a lot of the people who are here in Huntsville may not even know about this place.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I've heard of the Downtown Rescue Mission for years, but I basically have lived in the Huntsville area for the last 25. So, of course, I've heard of it, but a lot of these folks are showing up on a bus. You may not realize that, which we have there's some great things about this location you have, the ministry that you do out of this place. One of them is the fact that our unhoused people have somewhere to go
Yeah.
during the day, stay the night. They have specific rules a lot of times to be a part of this program here that they have to go by in order to be a part of it. And I think that our city could see a big downside to homelessness if this didn't exist. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
a lot. I mean, you have people who have hearts that are focused on these folks, and things like crime can go up if there's not that group of people.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a quick story about a lady named Carol. I'm not going to give her last name, but I'm going to say her first name. Carol started going to First Stop with a church group that I go every Tuesday. I love First Stop too. And so at First Stop, Carol just didn't have a huge amount of experience with just walking up to strangers and talking to them. And so that was, I want to say she started like 8 or 9 months ago. what I saw Tuesday of this week was a completely different Carol. Carol is praying with these folks. She is who they run to hug. She is like she's like God put a face on and got right in front of these people to them.
Wow.
And it's amazing. So
Yeah.
Carol has a purpose in life that was given to her from her stepping out of her comfort zone and just giving it a shot. So I'm just glad people exist out there like that. And the reason I brought up Carol is that you never know, you might be a Carol.
Yeah.
You might be somebody you don't even realize that you'll have a big, like she's got a big ministry. I mean, I walk in and those people could care less that I'm there, but man, if she gets out of her car,
Yeah.
she's already surrounded by, her own fan club at a spot like that.
That's awesome.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as we're doing this 24-hour event, what do you think about this bench event for 24 hours? What is your concept of it?
Well, number one, I think anything you do for 24 hours is insane. No, I think it's super cool. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so blessed to have even been asked to do something like this.
So you'll be praying for me at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Absolutely. When did you start? What time?
2 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So,
I'm pretty sure.
we got 22 and a half hours left or something like that.
Have you ever heard of Red Bull?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you coming out today, and thank you for volunteering at the mission and for spreading the word. I think you have a heart that says, to people that homeless aren't the dog down the street or the hobo, because I've had people tell me both of those phrases before, and it hurts my heart because I see. I've been in this work for so long. Some of my best friends were once homeless. And, for them to say, well, you work with that bum, and it's like, no. That's our brother or sister or, that's our cousin or something. And listen, if you've not had homelessness touch your own life, be thanking God.
Yeah.
I even had somebody in my family that was homeless at one time, and it's tough, and here I am, a guy that runs a homeless shelter, right? So be thankful that you don't, but on the other hand, also be praying for those that do have issues like that in their life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I pray for what you're...
Yeah, please do.
Let's pray. Lord God, I pray that this podcast would make an impact. God, that it would reach people for you, but it would also reach those church brats like me who need to hear that not only is there opportunities for us to be a part of what they're doing here, but Lord, that this is a place where everyone is loved. God, that they don't have to earn that, Lord, just like we don't have to earn it with you. God, and I pray that this ministry, that the things that are done at this campus, the things that are done outside of this campus through this group of people would be amazing, would be mind-blowing, that your Holy Spirit would go before them, God, that they wouldn't have to manufacture any emotion, God, that you would just create awesome things through what they do, God, that the emotion that they would have was just awe of you and what you're doing. God, we thank you that you let us be a part of your work. Such an honor. We don't deserve that.
Amen.
I definitely don't. Lord, we love you, and we ask you just to get these folks through this night, but not only get them through it, God, I pray that you would give them fresh thoughts, fresh things to say, fresh word from you. It's in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Carl, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming out today.
My pleasure.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. This is cool. Now I'm going to go put air in that tire.
Yeah, do you need help?
No, it's still up.
Okay.
I actually prayed that it would be. Man, this is attack. I had the front two tires go flat on me at the same time earlier this week. After I started driving this after it just sat in my driveway for a couple years because I'm a spoiled brat. So I have an extra vehicle.
Yeah.
But I just didn't realize that all my tires are dry rotted. So slowly they're just all going out on me at the same time.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
See you, buddy.
How you doing today? You ready to get interviewed? Yeah, man, I appreciate it.
Side pocket. Click this on. I'll be standing here for part of it. Let's go this way.
Check 1, 2.
Tom speaking. If you can't hear me, just let me know. I'll speak up.
Okay.
First question is just making sure first and last name.
Yep. Keith Overholt, Overhult, and I'm the president and CEO of the Downtown Rescue Mission.
Just talk to me about what we have you doing here today for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, this is the bench event, which is a 24-hour event where I'm going to sit on the bench and interview folks about issues about homelessness and addiction and mental illness. Really try to bring awareness for our community and really the United States. We're doing this with some other missions as well to bring awareness of what's going on in those issues.
This is your first time doing this bench event?
No, I did the inaugural event back in January, and it was 11 degrees that day, so I'm glad we're doing it now. But it also brought it home for me what people would be going through if they were out in 11-degree weather, and so this is a lot warmer, and I appreciate that, but I'm really excited about doing it.
You're out here just kind of spend 24 hours of your own time to just see what's like for a lot of people who are just unfortunate or maybe just running through some bad luck.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions about homeless folks, and some of it is that they think they're older and they're alcoholics, and there's some kind of homeless guy down the street. Most folks, in fact, our average age here is about 28 to 30 years old, people that are at the mission. And, I think there's misconceptions about who's here. We have women and children that are here as well. It's not just men. And so that's some of the awareness I'm trying to bring to the community. And when we're talking about these issues, we're going to talk about politics and things behind that, and some stories that we talk with folks that have been homeless, and so it's real exciting to see what's happening.
Homelessness is just such a big battle to fight within itself. There are a lot of people that come with homelessness or that can lead to it, like addiction and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's just like, how does it feel just to see kind of how you're sitting right here, just spend 24 hours at a time just to help spread awareness. Somebody else's whole life can change in 24 hours or even less time, just like that, to where they're homeless.
Yeah.
So how's that just kind of
That is so true. I've had moms and dads bring kids down that have been in upper middle class families, and the kid gets addicted within about 6 months to a certain drug, and they end up here because they don't know what else to do with them. I've had a mom with some kids that their husband was overseas in the military, and he sent her divorce papers, and she had nowhere to go, and she ended up here. She didn't have addictions, nothing else, 2 young kids, and she just had nowhere else to go and had to come to the mission. So there's all different kinds of stories that happen here. And if you think you know what homeless is, you probably don't, because there's so many other things that are happening.
I know a lot of people feel like there's certain things they can do to prevent homelessness, or they think it can never happen to them, but it's really something that kind of sneaks up on you, and that's what happens to a lot of people. Just speak to me about that.
Yeah, so, I think the financial issue is a big thing. When folks are here and they're one paycheck away, I think that's a misconception. A lot of times that people think, hey, listen, you've got to be on drugs or an alcoholic for a long time. That those are the things that sometimes drive people here, that they had a divorce in their family, or they had some kind of financial mishap, or those folks happen to end up here as well.
What does it mean to you to really just sit down here on this bench and put yourself in the footsteps or the seat of other people who this is their everyday life and they don't know when a change will come?
Yeah. I'm really trying not to emulate what they do, because what they do, they have to, right? They're there on the bench or out in the street or sleeping in a tent because they have nowhere else to go. I want to make sure that people know there is a place for them to go, and that's places like the Rescue Mission here, Downtown Rescue Mission. But listen, people get in those situations, and I want to make sure that we're there to help them. I think we have a great community here. It's one of the best, I think, in the South. I think it is the best community in the South. And I think part of that is that we have a great rescue mission that takes care of folks that are homeless. We sleep about 400 people a night. We're serving 450,000 meals last year. So we're helping take care of that to help this community be a better community.
And lastly, I know this can also kind of help spread awareness of the Downtown Rescue Mission and let people know, that may be homeless or inching their way towards that. They can come here to potentially help themselves or get themselves back on their feet for a little bit. So just talk to me about what all goes on over here and what all people can do, or what all the people do to help out the homelessness or unfortunate.
So we have emergency shelters here. We're an open door mission. That means anybody can come. It means if they're drunk at the time, or they're addicted at the time, or if they're financial issues at the time, anybody can come here. We have mentally ill that are here. About 40% of our population is mentally ill. But that's our emergency shelter. We also have a one-year program that is for addiction and also for life issues. And it's a Bible-based program that really helps people from being homeless when they walk in our door. And then we help them all the way through with job training, everything else, that after the year that they're here, we have about a 74% success rate for our program.
Lastly, do you have any just final message for what you're doing, the cause, and just the support that you want to have and the awareness you have for the people who endure this lifestyle every day?
Yeah, this is one day of my life a year that I'm doing this bench event where I'm going to be here 24 hours. It's grueling. I did it last year. It's tough, but man, I can't imagine being out in the streets like this every day. Thank you, man. Appreciate you coming out today.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I don't know how to wrap all around.
Yeah, you're good.
So much for your time. I'm going to get a couple shots.
Okay.
So move around you. So you can just not mind me.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you coming. She ready? How are you today? Doing good.
Am I sitting on this?
You can. You do wherever you feel comfortable.
I'm gonna move this mic for you. And what step are you on the program again?
Second?
You nervous?
Yeah.
Don't be nervous. It's just me. You're not talking to millions of people. It's just me. So just tell us your name and a little bit about who you are.
My name is Amanda Meterspaw, and I came here from Valdosta, Georgia. I was part of a human trafficking from a local 1% biker gang. So I was fleeing from everything and everyone there.
And how did you end up in Huntsville from being in Georgia?
My sister had given me enough money to make it here, or anywhere, just far away from where I was at.
And that was to escape being trafficked.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
So how long have you been here at the mission?
Since about May.
About May. And what was it about the rescue mission in Huntsville that brought you from Georgia to here?
Well, it didn't really bring me. It was just that they informed me that there was a shelter here, so I looked into it, and you guys were open, so I stopped in.
And how's your experience been so far?
Really good.
Yeah.
Really good. They are transforming me. They are trying to help me get back on my feet and get me back to where I was.
So, and if any questions I have, you don't have to answer, okay, just so you know that. But I'll ask some serious questions if I can. So, how did it end up that you had gotten into the being trafficked?
Unfortunately, I was conversating with people that I did not need to be conversating with, and one of them happened to be a man from prison who apparently was part of the chain gang. And
was it in that community that you were in, Georgia?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? Yeah. And How long did that happen for you? How long your life?
I was targeted back in 2000, I'm going to say 16, and it lasted until about 2020 to 2022.
Wow.
That's-
I'm sorry about that.
It's not your fault.
Yeah. Yeah, I just hate that, though. I mean, with that, did any addictions happen in your life, or?
They did end up giving me alcohol, and unfortunately I started to regress into alcoholism and all that.
Yeah. Talk about your childhood, how you were raised in your community, how'd that all go?
My father was military. He got out 20 years, retired from the Air Force, and he was a very aggressive man. So growing up
Kind of
with
that
him,
military mindset?
Yep,
Yeah.
it was everything had to be perfect, structure, very his way.
Yeah.
And
You regular high school experience and all that?
pretty much,
Yeah.
I was an average kid growing up. I wasn't exactly a student, but I wasn't, the problem child either.
Yeah.
So
Did you go to church or anything as a youngster?
I did not.
Did not. So is it different coming to the mission where we talk about the Lord and yeah?
It sure is.
So talk about that a little bit. How
I'm
is it
thankful
different?
of that.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to have a really, really big heart
Yeah.
and a lot of kindness.
Well, that's good. So what was the last straw that made you decide, hey, I just got to pick up and go over to Huntsville where there's a place I can find some help?
I think when I realized that there was nothing and nobody and nowhere to go and nothing going on.
Yeah. There's people here for you, though.
I wasn't getting anywhere. I didn't have a support system. I didn't have anything going for me.
Yeah.
I was lost, and everybody I kept reaching out to thought there was something wrong with me.
Yeah.
They weren't trying to help. They were just trying to make it worse.
Yeah. That's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that was the point where you're like, listen, I got to do something different, huh? Wow. Well, we love you here.
Yep. You guys sure do. And I'm so appreciative.
Yeah.
I really am.
Yeah. Well, we want to make sure you're okay. Now, when you left that lifestyle, were they on the search for you with it being in traffic, or did you just escape and get out of it?
I had a couple of police officers and a half-sister who was also in law enforcement, the one that helped get me the ticket out of here, out of there.
Here you go.
So they were nice enough to help, but that was about as far as they could go.
Yeah.
They knew the guy. They locked him up. They locked a couple people up.
And now that you're at the mission, do you fear for your safety at all? or-
No.
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 Do you feel safer?
I do.
Yeah. Talk about the safety that we have here a little bit.
Well, it is kind of gated, so
Yeah, it is a little bit
nobody
gated.
gets in without an ID.
Yeah.
Um,
And that's for protection, right?
They do. And I even work part of a women's overnight, and we're doing security checks all the time, and they're telling us exactly what to check for. And
Yeah. Yeah, and we make sure that the building's locked down good enough that if there was a man looking for you, that nobody could come get you, right?
yeah, we can't get anywhere.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, but you know that's for your safety, though.
Yeah.
So, talk a little bit about you getting in the program here and how that's really changed your thought process on life.
Well, the fact that it is faith-based really helps.
Yeah,
Because, again, I didn't have that.
yeah, and you know Jesus loves you, right? Yeah, and it doesn't matter what our life was before; He always can heal us completely from that.
Yep.
Yeah. That's awesome. So talk about your classes. What class has been the most inspirational for you so far?
I think my favorite class is Foundations with Miss
Foundations.
Shantz. Just getting through the Bible.
Yeah. And talk a little bit about what that class does. What does it talk about?
Basically, we read through the Bible and we get deeper in depth with it, that we figure out all the little things within the stories that happen
Yeah.
throughout Jesus' coming.
Yeah. and get you a better understanding of what the whole Bible means, right? Yeah. And how's Miss Shawn as a teacher? You like her?
I do.
Yeah.
I very much like her.
Yeah, and Miss Shawn was homeless at one time
Yeah,
herself.
Knowing
and-
that she's been through stuff.
Yeah.
She knows where we're coming from.
Yeah, Shawn's got a wonderful testimony where she chose to be out in the street for a long time, and how God really changed her life, and now she's one of our, directors of our program. I mean, it's awesome. So, if somebody was out there in a situation like you, what would be your recommendation for them?
Reach out to law enforcement.
Yeah.
As much as people are afraid of law enforcement and think that they're horrible people, reach out to law enforcement.
Was there a time when you were in that you felt like there was nowhere to go?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
And that no matter what, and how come you didn't feel like you could reach out to law enforcement at first?
I don't know. I really didn't have any knowledge of law enforcement. I didn't know who they were. I knew who a lot of people depicted them as, and they're not the bad guys.
And so once you finally did, and then you moved over here, was that just talk about the experience of that? How did that feel for you?
Well, unfortunately, I had to put my dog down the day that I came.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I left my family. I left everything.
Yeah. But you wanted to escape that lifestyle, though, right? Yeah. And you really had to kind of get away to do it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But here's the thing. You'll be able to have that relationship built back up, right? Yeah. So, like I said, if somebody's out there that's in your situation, they should talk to the law, right? And maybe try to escape to a place like this or another rescue mission that does stuff like this.
Definitely.
Where there's protection and security and somebody there to love on you, right? Yeah. Has there been times in your life you just didn't feel loved?
A lot, but
Yeah.
I think everybody typically has one or two moments where they just hit rock bottom.
Yeah. And do you feel different about that now?
I do.
Yeah. So when you're going through the program, what is your goal once you graduate? What do you think you want to do?
Well, I did want to get into law enforcement, but I'm not so sure now. Probably fire rescue.
Fire rescue?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's it going to feel like when you go across that stage and get that diploma for graduating the program?
I'm going to feel proud of myself.
Yeah.
Putting in all that hard work,
Yeah.
not giving up.
How much longer before you graduate?
Until next May.
Next May is when you graduate. Yeah. So my advice to you is make sure you absorb as much as you can from all the program, different levels and the different courses that you go through, and because really it helps you to finish out well. And when you leave the mission, we become family for a long time, right? But when you go, also have to depend on a support system that you have, right? And that's a big thing. We'll always be here for you. I hope you know that. But so is there anything that you would like to tell folks out in the community that, there's different perceptions people have of homelessness and people that are homeless. Is there anything that you would like to tell them?
Homeless people aren't completely horrible. They're just people that are lost.
Yeah. And in your experience, how have most of them been lost?
Some of them take financial hits and just end up in a place like here. Some of them have mental illness and they're battling with that, and they're still human. They're really good people.
Yeah.
They're extremely kind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big thing for me. I've had many times where people will talk to me about homeless and they'll talk about that bum down the street or something. And it breaks my heart because that's not who they are. That they may have ended up in a place where they are homeless or they're in need, but that they're still somebody's family member or somebody's child or somebody's mom or dad or. And it really hurts my heart because I know, I said in the last guy that I was talking to, I have some best friends that were once homeless, right? And we're all regular people. Listen, we all put our pants on the same way, right? And one leg at a time, right? And I hate when people look down on people that are homeless. Is there anything else that you told the people out there about somebody that's in that situation?
Again, just get help.
Get help.
Get help.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what are you looking forward to? Have you heard about any of the other courses in the program that you're looking forward to?
Not yet. One day at a time.
One day at a time. That's a good way to approach it. That's for sure. That's for sure. Anything that you'd like to give me advice on? No?
No.
No. Well, I really appreciate you coming out today, and I'm so sorry for what you had to go through, but I love that you're here because I think that you can find a new life in Jesus Christ here. And if you depend on Him, you don't have to depend on me or the mission or Miss Sean. It's great to have friends, right? But you always can depend on Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you mind if I pray with you real quick?
Go ahead.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, be with my sister today, and I thank you so much for coming out and sharing her testimony, even though it's hard and hurtful. And Lord, just be with her as she continues on to the program, that, Lord, she can find true grace and mercy from you, and that she will find a new life that is encircled with your love. And Lord, we just thank you so much for her. Just be with her, and as she continues on this path where she's going to become closer to you. Lord, just help her in all that she does, protect her, and Lord, lead her into a life that is better than she's ever had before. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
National. There's some really interesting stuff going on in the national feed.
Okay.
Help us get eyes, so I'm going to do a practice.
That'd be
run
great.
pulling that in.
Awesome.
When we do a Zoom meetup, the 6 o'clock that I was looking at, too many people are getting too much good personal content.
Yeah.
So we're going to push that to 8
Mm-hmm.
for that link up, but I'm going to do a practice on the national feed right now and give us a second.
Okay. Now, will I see them at all?
Pardon?
Will I see them at all, or?
This is us pulling. So what Fresno's doing is they're pulling the most interesting conversations happening at all 70 locations.
Yeah.
And they're running it on the national stream.
Okay.
And then we're pulling that national stream, and then we're not. This isn't active.
Okay.
We're literally just playing something really interesting.
Are we on now?
National. We're on
Okay. Yeah.
now.
Okay.
But I just want to give it a practice run.
Yeah.
Before we get too deep.
And
There will be other versions where we go into the Zoom and then we go into a room with someone.
yeah.
Then we pull that.
Okay.
Instead of the national.
Okay.
And then both of us will be in there. I think I'd probably still like to do it where I bring your laptop out.
Yeah.
Or bring out a laptop for you.
Okay.
And we primarily create 2 users. And we pull both of us as users into that feed.
Okay.
know that's a little complicated,
depend on you, partner.
We got you.
So if you're out there and you have any questions, you're more than welcome to come down to 1400 Evangel Drive. We've had 4 or 5 people so far sit on the bench, and it's been really inspirational. And if you'd like to, you can also put some messages on our message board if you have questions or if you have any comments, and we'll read through those as well. Last year, I think we had somebody from Denmark or somebody that had put in a question, and I think it was Japan or somewhere. And so it's amazing how far this 24-hour bench event reaches. But if you'd like to be a part of the conversation, we'd love for you to come down to 1400 Evangel Drive or go online and put in your comments.
gonna get someone to come fill the time too. I
Yeah.
just doing a practice list though.
Awesome. last year I went on and said, hey, bring down some food. People came down, coffee. And I don't drink coffee, but are we on now? You know? Are we on now? Okay. I think Mike's going to sit down with me for a minute. All right, Mike Smith is going to come out and talk to us now. We're live. Come on. Come on in. Oh, we're on. We're on, right? Yeah, we're on.
We aren't on.
Yeah, we are. So this is Mike Smith, and how long you been pull the mic up to you?
This isn't going.
We're on. Okay.
He was hoping you were going to play along and get me.
No, I thought we were live.
Oh.
He's got him going up right now. There he is. I think we're live now. Not Memorex. Nobody knows what that joke is anymore, right? Nobody understands that Memorex joke anymore?
No, they
No.
don't.
Pull that mic up. So this is Mike Smith. I'm not sure, our feed's delayed, so I'm not sure if we were live before, but just to introduce him again. Mike, how long you been at the mission now?
I'm in my 16th year.
16th year, and what do you do for the Downtown Rescue Mission?
So I oversee the retail side. So we have 6 thrift stores and a warehouse
Pull it a
that
little closer.
operate or help operate the production process.
Yeah. And how is it that the thrift stores help the mission?
So they help the mission in a multitude of ways, but it's through the giving of people giving those goods that we sell at the thrift stores that we're able to turn that into financial resources for the mission to help with the bills and everything else that come along with it.
And how does the thrift store model really help the community?
So in the communities that we're in, we help with jobs in those communities. We help with low-cost goods for people to come and shop and to buy. We create a great environment for customers and staff to work in. Kind of gives us an outreach from the mission as well. There's other things that we do to help within those communities as far as resources.
Talk about how green the thrift stores are.
Yeah, so with the thrift stores, there's some items we don't use, that type of stuff, and so we recycle everything from metals to clothing. Total, we do over 720 tons worth of recycling.
And that's besides what we sell.
That's correct. Yeah,
Wow.
That's just items that we didn't sell through the process or weren't sellable items at our stores.
Yeah, could you imagine that going to the dump?
Oh yeah, the landfill
Yeah.
issue alone, and it's dispersed to areas that are in need. So.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, the finances that of every sale come 100% back to the mission.
Correct. Yep.
And really have helped the mission grow to be the beautiful campus that we have today. If we hadn't had the thrift stores as part of our funding, we couldn't be exactly where we are today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we are around half or a little more than half of the financial income for the mission.
Yep.
So and it takes a lot to keep it running.
So I know this is one of your favorite things to do is to talk on a mic and,
Yeah.
being a public eye for
Right.
sure, right? But Mike does a great job overseeing our stores. We've had up to 8 stores, and we're trying to get back to that again. We have potential of having a store in the Hampton Cove area, hopefully in the next year or so, and we're looking forward to that. But we just got to pray that through to make sure that God's got us out there. And
Yeah, we want to be in the Lord's will.
looking forward to that. And then, how is it that you see the issues of homelessness through the eyes of maybe the thrift store?
So with the issue of homelessness, and with working at the mission, we are a little further out, and so we do see people that are right on the edge of homelessness within the stores.
and some that are there and don't know it yet. And so as we're out in the community, we do get to share a little more about what we do to help get them here, so they have a resource and the ability to overcome their cycle of homelessness. So that's part of it, and then just kind of seeing what the mission does itself.
Yeah. So one of the cool things is the finances are great for the mission, but you're seeing folks that if we didn't have a $1.99 pair of jeans or a $3 shirt, they might not be able to buy something to keep themselves, because they're that close paycheck to paycheck, that they may be homeless themselves, is what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, they're on the edge, and they are able to come in and. We have low-cost kids' clothes so they can clothe their children, which is an important piece for us. We try and keep all that low, and we kind of have something for everybody.
Yeah.
When you come in and you're looking at different items, if you need some work jeans, we've got those. If you need something that's more of a, hey, I've got an interview, we've got those items too.
Yeah. But you see homeless from a different angle too, because probably 40% of your employees at the mission have been through our program, and talk about that a little bit, about how you've been here long enough to see people come in the door that needed our program and then end up working for us.
Yeah.
And the amazing testimonies that there are that really that God has changed their lives, and now they're working, a lot of them, because they feel, hey, I want to give back to the mission because all that the mission did for me.
Yeah. We do, like you said, a large portion of the staff has gone through the program, has been at one point or another homeless themselves. And so as they come through the program and they come and they work for us at the thrift stores, some have worked their way up. They're all different levels, different management levels, entry level, but a lot of them have been with us for a long time. And with that, they have a purpose and they have a passion, and they're giving back, and just seeing, the mission, seeing what they've accomplished and what the Lord's done in their lives. But again, the passion for what they have, to know where they've come from and that others can follow, and they want to help with that cycle and to get through that. It's pretty amazing to watch,
yeah,
and to see the individuals. And it's interesting, passion and drive in a lot of cases overcomes any lack of skill set, and they're able to accomplish so much through that passion and drive. It's really amazing to watch people.
One of the things, and I know from working with you so long, but it bothers both you and I, is the perception that some people have of homeless people. And a lot of times the folks that come through our programs have had good jobs, or they've had a good family background. They're hard workers, or they have some trade that they're really good at. I know you're over our operations staff as well, that do the maintenance on our facilities. Talk a little bit about them.
Yeah, so, talk about some amazing skill sets when they come in. But, a lot of times if you sit down and talk to me about the mission, one of the purposes, just to kind of trigger the rest of what I'm going to say, but, people have had homes, people have had family, people have had jobs, and yet they've still been brought to us. And so we do think that they're led to us to go through that program. But even with skill sets, they still end up here. But we've had some incredibly skilled carpenters and metal workers, and guys who have done all kinds of different construction, HVAC, plumbing. And those are skill sets that are just amazing. And some of them are craftsmen, and they're basically artists in their field.
Yeah.
And they still have ended up, coming through the program. And we've been blessed to be able to have them on our team. Amazing fellows. And right now our team is just amazing.
Now we got to talk about the funny story that happened at one of our thrift stores, though, that you and I walked in after it was just built, and one of the doors of the changing room was a different size than the other.
Yeah, so we were remodeling a building that we just bought. And, because we do have to be conscientious with our funding and the remodel, it doesn't mean that we get to do what we want all the time. And so our team had some really good carpenters on it, but they were trying to save some money and trying to help us out. And so we had a door, and they used the door, but it was a small closet door that they put on a dressing room, and if you went in the dressing room, I would have to turn sideways to get into that room. And so it was interesting. We did have to have that redone. But
Yeah, that was a time you and I neither fit in that door. But,
correct. Yes.
But other than some of those small little things, it's amazing the folks that actually come through here and the skill sets that they have. Talk about maybe one or two of the people that you've had to manage through the years who were through the program and really are a testimony of what God has changed their life.
Yeah, so we've had a few that, I don't necessarily want to say names or anything, but, we've had one come through and had really very minimal experience in any type of retail, and they found themselves homeless, didn't recognize that they were homeless till they were truly homeless. And it was through that recognition that they came to the program, and they went through the program. They realized that they needed a life change.
And they were actually living in their car and still didn't realize they were homeless, right?
Correct, yeah. And it wasn't until the windows went out on the vehicle that they realized they were homeless. And so that person, comes in and just works at a whole different level because of the passion, the drive that I talked about earlier, and the desire to give back and to have more people find Christ and what that change is, and to shed their old life and to have a new one and find hope in a new life. A lot of times the stuff that people carry forward from past, it's tough to get through, but this person truly desires that for people and wants to see everybody succeed. It's amazing.
What are some of the misconceptions or how people understand what homeless are? What are some of the things that you deal with that people that you talk to think about homeless that maybe aren't true?
I think that a lot of people just automatically assume either lazy or they don't want anything better. A lot of times it's truly just vision. You have to cast a different vision, and they have to have hope for that vision. It's hopelessness, and you see we use the term hope a lot. And that's because a lot of people have hopelessness, but people look down on people who are homeless a lot of times. And, once you get past, so that's a homeless person, and I don't understand how they live the way they're currently living, and you get to the heart of the person, you'll actually identify there's somebody else living behind that image of what we have as homelessness.
Yeah. The lazy thing gets me because some of the hardest working people I've ever seen in my life have been folks at one time were homeless. And I have people tell me, well, why doesn't that bum just go out and get a job? Well, let me tell you what, most of the folks that are here had great jobs and hit hard times, whether it was an addiction or mental illness or it was just a financial issue or, we've seen so many different cases come through that you can't just put a parentheses around and say, well, it's because of that, right?
Correct. Yeah, a lot of times it's just, it's a form of broken heart in a way.
Yeah.
We've seen people who've come in who were workaholics and they finally broke.
Yeah.
And we've seen, men who lost everything in divorce and had nobody to turn to help get them that second chance to step back up.
Yeah.
And and obviously we know about the women, but and the women have the same situation in a divorce. They go through a divorce and they've got nowhere to go. And the man is the one who did the divorce. So, there's a lot of different reasons that people actually enter into the homeless cycle. It's not just
death in a family we've seen, or a car accident, or like our first interview today, he had surgery on his mouth. and they gave him some pain meds, and it took him down a path that he was like, listen, I didn't even know I was addicted.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know? And he was taking them because it made him feel good. And he's like, well, I thought I was in pain, you know? And so, you just, I love that you brought that up, because I really, it's one of my passions, this 24 hours, to talk about the misconceptions or misperceptions that people have of who a homeless person is. I've said it time and time again already. It's the mom or the dad or the cousin or the brother or sister. And we have families that come in, they're broken because this person just has ended up in a place in their life that they needed a place like the Mission to come to.
Correct. Yeah, and having the time while they're here going through our program, and seeing the restoration of relationships is amazing. And then, for me, I get to see them as they enter into the career path with us, and to see them and those not only heal the old wounds, but create new positive memories and new experiences and build that family foundation again. And then they thrive even more.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So part of the reason I want to have you on today too is I've given you a lot of work this past year, and some of the work that I've given you has been that you're overseeing some construction projects that we have going on here at the campus as well.
Correct.
Talk a little bit about what we've got going on here.
It's a lot of work, but it's exciting.
Yeah.
And it's exciting.
Is that
to
why you're
see.
going home to take a nap after we're done?
Yeah, absolutely. We have an expansion going on right now, and we've got a campaign, and we need some help on that still. But through this, we're trying to, as the population grows, so does the homeless population in Huntsville grow, and so we're seeing increased numbers. And with that, we're trying to meet that need, and so we're having to expand. So, for example, our women's side, we're going to almost double our capacity through this.
Yeah.
And
it's a building we just built 7 years ago, right?
Right. Yeah. It was. If up to 7.
Yeah.
And we built it thinking we were meeting the needs and had room to grow, and we quickly found out that, we built a place, and there are women in the homeless cycle on that particular building who didn't realize they were in the homeless cycle until they realized they had a place to go.
Yeah.
And they were making do, and it wasn't necessarily a safe environment, and then they realized they could come to us. And so I think that, our female population grew more than we realized because of that, and because it got out that we had a place to stay for them.
And Huntsville's growing too. I mean, that's been a big thing too. As we've grown, our population has grown too.
Correct. You're always going to have a population of homeless that it goes, and as your population increases, so too will that. And so it's great to see that we're able to meet that need. We still need assistance. We still need help with that process. And then on top of that, we're doing some extra remodeling, and we're doing some extra stuff for the men's side, just trying to make it a nicer stay for them and more convenient.
Yeah, when we moved in here, this was a Westminster Christian Academy, and it was a school that ran 8 hours a day. We came in, we're running 365, 24 hours a day, and plumbing doesn't last that long, and showers weren't really built for the capacity that we had, and so that's a big expansion. And some of that expansion on the men's side is going to increase our folks that we are able to take there as well.
Correct. Yeah, we'll be able to take in a couple extra men, and then also be able to provide better services for them as well.
Yeah, part of being a rescue mission is you don't want to look like a rescue mission as well. You don't want to smell like a rescue mission, so you're trying to make it as warm and welcoming as possible. And again, we don't want them to have to stay here forever. This doesn't have to become their home. Right. But while they're here, we want this to be their home.
Correct. Yeah. And if you haven't been here and you come, you realize that, we're a place you can feel comfortable staying with the services that we provide. But when you come to our campus and you see the way our campus looks and the way we take care of, the landscape and everything else, you're here for a short term, but at least you can feel comfortable and enjoy the environment that you're in.
So you mentioned the construction project. So we've raised about 65% so far, but we, by faith, decided that we needed to build before we had most of the money in. And the reason is because there was such a need. Talk about that need.
Yeah, I mean, our women's side had gotten to the point where we would have to turn women away, and that's just something we won't do.
Yeah, we didn't turn them away.
And we didn't.
Yeah.
And
So they were sleeping on the floor.
So they were sleeping in in conditions that we don't want them in, and
Yeah.
it is on the floor. It's not necessarily unsafe conditions, but it is conditions where we don't want them to have to sleep that way and to be that way. But we also don't want to turn them away and have them under a bridge or in a camp or in the trees behind the mission or something like that. We'd rather bring them in and let them at least have a safe environment to sleep in and to have during the day if they want to stay with us. And so as that grew, but we needed to go ahead and start the project while we're running the campaign and looking for the funding. There's a need now, and it's not we can't wait till we have all the funding to start the project. There are people that are in need now, and if we waited, those people suffer while we are figuring it out.
Yeah. And
so it's a God-sized project, and we have to have faith in the project, and we have to have faith that the Lord will provide. And He's met our needs. Maybe not all our wants, but He's met our needs.
Yep.
So
it makes me think. You've been here for a lot of this, but back when I first started, we only had a budget total of $800,000, and now the mission takes between $12 and $14 million a year to operate the mission, and that's not including a capital campaign that's going on. So my especially thanks to the community for supporting us, because we do not receive, big government grants or government funding or anything like that. So we depend on our community really to support what we do, and it's been a great partnership because they do a great job sponsoring what we do, especially with us being a faith-based organization. A lot of people think that the churches give most of the money to us, and they do give money to us, so don't take this wrong, but they're only about 3 or 4% of our budget. It's individuals who give to us that really make what we do possible and see the lives changed.
Yeah, the volunteerism too of the churches is amazing, and we're just so thankful for the volunteers that do come through. People don't realize, but it takes a lot to take care of the numbers that we take care of, and the utilities aren't free, the fuel for the vehicles isn't free. We got hot water for them to take showers, to do laundry. We have free services. We don't charge them to stay with us, and that's important. Because there's a lot of people who don't have the funding, and so they're able to come and stay with us, but it costs us to take care of them, and we don't. If we're not here and we charge them, then they may not be able to stay with us, and they may be out there. And so there's an additional cost for us to be able to provide those services, but we're happy to do that in return for their safety and comfort. And but again, because we're faith-based, it does take the support of everybody, and it does take the thrift stores, because this takes a lot to operate.
Yeah. You've been here for a long time. What is something that you would like the audience out there either to know or think better about with what we do, or is there something that is on your heart that you like to relay that is maybe it could be a misperception, but it may be something else? What was something out there?
Well, there's a couple of different things. First, a lot of people, when they think of the Downtown Rescue Mission and they don't know us, they think of us more in that old, what we would say is soup, soap, and salvation. And it's, it's more than that. It's more than just the hot and the cot. We do offer those, but we take care of their laundry, we take care of all of those things, as well as their food and
3 meals a day.
3 meals a day.
Not very much soup either. It's usually pretty hearty meals.
So the big thing that I would say is, for anybody who's not, I would invite them to come and sign up for a tour. I would ask them to maybe, if if they're led to come down and volunteer for, to serve a meal, or to maybe see what projects, and if they have a skill set, come down, see what that project is. If they have a skill set that helps into that, help see what they may be able to look and be a part of what we need and some of the services that we need help to take care of everybody. And then as an ongoing thing, with me being in the thrift stores, I would ask that you help us. And you may not have the ability to come down with time to the mission and volunteer, but donate. Take some items that you're not using, bring them to the thrift store. Let us turn those into the resources that we need, or just come and shop. Use your buying power to help us and come in and get yourself a deal, find some clothes. If you're okay, maybe buy something to give to somebody else who's in need, and take that opportunity to kind of two birds with one stone in a way. You help the mission, but then you help somebody directly that and so that's just some things that
And you and I are passionate about the thrift store cause, that we even helped some of the other local nonprofits help start their thrift stores. But we feel that God has enough for everybody, right? And but there's also thrift stores out there that are for profit, and we'd rather you help us that actually the money goes back to the community and not to somebody's pocket.
Yeah, definitely. I would say, know who you're donating to. Keep it local.
Yeah.
Try and get to that nonprofit arm of thrift stores, and the ones that are directly supporting. There's multiple groups in this area that, even if it's not us, go to one of those other groups.
Yeah.
But just pay attention.
Or us too.
Yeah, or us too. Definitely, I would prefer us. But, and watch out and I don't say watch out, but there are for-profits, and they're making their profits first before they do anything else. Yeah. And for us, it's the reverse. And for
there are no profits. It all just goes to the mission.
All comes to the mission.
Yeah.
And, and so for the for-profits, they do different things to make you feel like it's a nonprofit.
Yeah, and that it's local even.
And that it's local, and really it goes to either when you donate your items, it goes to a distribution center outside the area, those types of things. And so when you're giving, not only are we local, but for us, all our stores, for the most part, those resources stay specifically to that location. So you're helping your local community with that.
So tell us where locations are.
So we actually have 6 stores, and we're in 4 different counties. We've got stores in Albertville. We have a store in Albertville. We got one in Athens on Highway 31. We got one in Decatur, just on Spring Avenue. We're in Madison, and that's on Plaza, just over by the...
Right downtown, kind of?
Yeah, right downtown. Yeah. It's behind the new Publix on Hughes and the Kroger that's over there now. And then we're in Meridianville on 431, on the Parkway. Just cruise on, and if you're heading out of town, you'll see us on the right-hand side. And then
Winchester.
Yep, we're down on Winchester Road.
Yep.
And maybe coming to an area near you if you don't have one directly near you. We're continuing to look for new locations and new opportunities to serve our community.
Yeah. Well, it's awesome to see what God's done, and you've been here 16 years now?
16, yeah.
And excuse me, and it's you and I, we go to lunch once in a while and just talk about the miracles that have happened here. And it's still, you and I are big, burly guys, but we still get emotional about it because it's amazing to see what God does in person's life that maybe was in the depths of despair, but now are to the point where, they've graduated the program and they're doing better. I can't remember if you were with me that time, but we were out to lunch a few years back, and somebody came up to us, and I was with a group and said to me, hey, the person served us the whole time, and at the end of the lunch said, hey, Mr. Keith, do you remember me? And I didn't remember him because they had completely changed their life. That they didn't just change the inside and what they were doing for work and everything, but their face even looked different. That when he told me, he's like, oh, yeah, I remember Tom, but I didn't remember him. But I just look at him, and he had a family and a house, and he was going to church, and it just touched my heart that day because it's like, man, I didn't even recognize the guy that once came in and was unrecognizable back then, for sure.
Yeah. Well, seeing that hope restored
Yeah.
And then just seeing where they take that. And one of the things, I've been here 16 years, and honestly, I mean, a lot of times it's tough, and some of the stories are tough that we hear, and, we have tough days at work still, but
Yeah.
I love my job just as much today as I did the first day I started. And, you walk through, and whether it's on the ladies' side or it's on the men's side, it's amazing to hear. You'll get people talk about what their favorite verse is.
Yeah.
And it's just so amazing to hear that. And that they're smiling while they're talking about it, and it's hope.
Yeah. Any last words before I let you go?
No, just, again, if you haven't been down to the mission, come on down, take a tour, and get involved.
Come shop and donate to our stores.
Come shop and donate, yep.
And
I will say just one more thing.
Yeah.
We do have a customer appreciation tomorrow in Madison. So for those who are in that area, come on down, get a hamburger or a hot dog during lunch, and enjoy our savings that we have.
It won't be as good because they got me stuck on the bench because I'm usually the cook that day. And I just got to tell you a side note, Mike, that my daughter who works at that store is a little frustrated with you that you scheduled a customer appreciation while I'm sitting on a bench.
That's why we did it.
Yeah. She said, "Why did he schedule that then?" He said,
Right.
"My dad's supposed to be cooking here, But yeah, if you want a good hamburger, hot dog, and have a good 50% off at our store in
Yeah,
Madison,
come on down.
tomorrow will be the day.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, brother, I appreciate you for all that you do and your ministry heart. For even though you're on the retail side a lot, I know your passion is about helping those who are hurting and homeless and addicted. And I just thank you for your years of service and all the great work that we see that God does.
Well, thank you for all you do as well.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
All right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you do great. Hey, Rika. How are you?
Good. How are you, Keith? Good to see you. Getting a little stretch break?
Yeah, well, come on, sit down.
Okay.
We're still live.
Good.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just pull that, he'll get it for you.
Okay.
Best thing I think is to keep about a fist away from your face.
Yeah.
Fist away.
Feels close, yeah.
Good.
So we are still live. This is the 24-hour bench event, and this is my friend Rika. And Rika, just tell the folks out there who you are and maybe how you're associated with the mission.
Okay, super. Well, my name is Rika McRoy. I've lived here in Huntsville since the mid-'70s. My dad came to help start the MBA program at A&M. And so it's been home ever since then. I get the joy of serving as an optometrist here in town. And I was thinking back, when did I first have an opportunity to get to know the ministry and the work of the mission? And it was really back when you were still located on Seminole, and our church had a partnership with the Rescue Mission, and I got to help serve in being in a Bible study with women. Wow. And that was just phenomenal.
Oh, that's awesome. And so you've been with us for a while now because we've been on this campus 16 years now, 15 years. So yeah, that's awesome. Talk a little bit about what you do partnering with the mission and the eye center that we have.
Okay. So we've got time. I can tell a little longer story.
Yeah.
All right. So my brother, Branthik is his full name, but he goes by Teek. In one of his vocational roles, got to serve as the coordinator for the mobile medical unit. And one of the things that he identified, this was a while ago, one of the things that he identified was that the mobile medical unit was good at giving diagnostic care, but not closing the loop and giving therapeutic care. And so at the same time, there was a physician at Huntsville Hospital who really had a heart to be able to provide the therapeutic care. So under Branthik's tenure, that loop got closed, and you here at the mission were really the forefront of what that looked like to be able to give diagnostic and therapeutic care. Well, through that medical clinic, the need was identified to be able to offer eye health exams because there are a lot of our neighbors with diabetes, for example, and then also with refractive needs, just simply the gift of being able to see more clearly. And so that physician reached out to me and asked if I would be willing to serve. I used to serve on a rotation with the community free clinic, which still exists, but the eye care part of it no longer exists. Y'all are also one of our community partners for our practice, and so what we ask of our 15 community partners is, would you be a net to help us catch those who are falling through the cracks of existing programs for eye care and eyewear? And we're built to see them. But then when a clinic was able to be established here, that was just, a straight highway to be able to partner together.
And so how many, in a year's time, how many people would you see at the clinic here?
So I come once a month, and I'm only here for about 4 hours, but we do approximately 14 comprehensive eye examinations during that time. So take the 14, multiply by 12. My goal in the exams that we do through the clinic is to give an exam that is the quality that you would get if you came to our city. And so I am so glad and grateful for donations that have been made, for grants that y'all have worked hard to receive, to be able to have first class equipment here.
Yeah, and so somebody comes here, you don't have to take them to your business. They can have the exam done here because we have the equipment here.
That's right. There is some additional testing that that's not needed routinely, that we still will ask someone that we've identified, for example, advanced glaucoma screening. It wouldn't make sense to invest that much to have those things here, but we can be an outlet to be able to provide that tertiary care if it's needed.
I'll tell you, I know personally firsthand, last year, and a lot of people don't know this, but I went through an issue with my eye. I had my left eye, I actually have a buckle. I actually have 2 buckles on my eye to keep my retina
Oh, you
attached.
had a retinal detachment.
Yeah, and it hadn't detached yet, but my eye has, I'm part of the population where it doesn't accept the laser treatment.
Okay.
And so one of the local doctors and a great friend of mine now, Dr. Telelight, really helped out. I had multiple surgeries, but just the fear of losing sight in your eye or not having good vision, I know is, for me especially, I was like, oh my goodness. And then think about that for people that really can't afford or don't have insurance, to come to some place like this and be able to have, eye care and make sure that they're checking to see, I'm sure that you look and see if there's any problems with detachment or anything like that. Right?
Oh yes, that is my goal, is that we would identify full scope of what is needed, and we do have partner surgeons such as Alex Telelight, who has been a tremendous partner. So if I identify someone that needs retinal care, he has been so generous, and he knows and loves the Lord, and it shows in the way that
I walked in his
practices.
office and he said, "Oh, I'm privileged today to be with the director of the mission." I was like, "No, I'm privileged to be here."
Yeah,
he's such a
humble
sweet
and
man. Yeah,
skilled man.
Through the years in your volunteering and the things that you do to help, what is some of the things that you'd like to tell the community out there at large? And we're nationwide at this event too. I don't know if you know this, but there's 75 other missions that are doing this bench event today.
Oh, wow.
And some of these interviews will go national. If you're talking to the nation at wide, are there things that are perceptions about homelessness that you've encountered that maybe aren't true, or that you have seen something different than others have?
Yeah. Well, first I want to say that being unsheltered is part of my family story. So I was born in India, but the story of my dad's birth is that my grandfather was a freedom fighter for India, and there came a time where they had to give up their home in the village because he was being sought after for his political activity, and they had to take refuge in the jungle just outside of the village. They were unsheltered, they were homeless, and my grandmother was very pregnant and gave birth to a little boy in that jungle, and that little boy is my dad.
Wow.
And so just knowing how it can be a part of someone's story that you may know really well, that's something that I know firsthand.
Yeah.
And then that second part, just when I say story, like for our family line, the fact that my father's family was unsheltered for a season has a story that's embedded with it. And so I think rather than seeing homelessness as a topic of discussion, but instead seeing an individual and knowing that there's a story of how the fact that they are without a home came to pass.
Yeah.
And oftentimes those stories are just life turning on a dime. And to see that there is a very, very thin line of it possibly impacting our family, for example. And so I think, and then also just the tremendous courage that I've seen in friends in our community who are unsheltered or homeless, and their perseverance to keep moving forward. I can say for myself, there are sometimes when I hear some of those stories that I wonder, would I have that kind of courage to keep getting up and keep trying?
Yeah, but for the grace of God, there go I is kind of the saying sometimes. I used to do a meeting where I would start out and say, just on the other side of the wall, we could be there, and even though we were thinking about strategic planning and things for the mission, if God didn't have the grace and the mercy for us, we might be in the same position that somebody else is. And one of the things I've really been trying to emphasize with this conversation is that the folks that end up in the unsheltered situations are brothers, sisters, moms, dads, and they're people. And a lot of times people don't look at them as people.
Mm-hmm.
And it breaks my heart. I've had some awful things said to me about folks that were homeless or that were unsheltered or that were addicted or mentally ill. And, they're God's children. And, I just, that's always been a passion for me. And that's one of the reasons why I do this 24-hour event, because I want people to know that just because somebody had something happen in their life, and like you said, it could just be one thing that turns, that, man, they're a person there that is God's child, and I know some of your history, but you came from India and your family wasn't Christian.
No.
And so talk about that just a little bit and what Christ means to you.
Okay. So I was raised in a Hindu home. My mother is still living, and she is still devoutly Hindu. So not just like there could be a cultural expression of Christianity, there can be a cultural expression of Hinduism as well. That's not the home that I grew up in. I often say that if there was a witness of follow me as I follow Krishna, there is nothing about my mom's witness that was not winsome. So that actually led to some confusion later in life. But I grew up, even as a little girl, very curious and asked a lot of questions. And so growing up here in Alabama, one of the ways, well, it was the way that my mom learned English was through an ESL class that a local church, we lived in Birmingham at the time, hosted. And the woman who answered the phone the day that my dad called to sign up my mom, she and her husband, her name is Ruth Laminack, her husband's name is Marshall, they became Jesus with skin on to us. Wow. And so they were our friends long after that class ended. I am certain that they offered life with Christ to my mom and dad, and I am certain that my mom and dad said something like, thanks but no thanks, we're happy being Hindu. But because they did not see us as a mission project, because they saw us as the object of God's love, they never stopped pursuing us. Wow. So even when we moved up to Huntsville, I can't remember a single important life event that they were not in the front row with. So I often say Ruth and Marshall planted the seeds of the gospel in my life for 24 years before God gave the increase. So another reality that was happening, I had my mom and dad and a beautiful witness of Hinduism. I had Ruth and Marshall and a beautiful witness of Christianity. But at the same time, I was enduring abuse from the hands of a family member that nobody knew about. And so I believe, now I can give language that I didn't give language for then, but I do believe that the enemy, and I do think that we have an enemy, enters in through woundedness. That's just a primary portal for his activity. And so through the wounds of my abuse, there were some really integral lies that were planted and fed and watered over time. And one is about God. It was really a broken vision of who God is. From my Hindu perspective, a Hindu believes in karma, and so the belief is that if you suffer in this life, then it's because you did something wrong in a previous life, so you need to pay for it to make compensation, and then you'll get another shot to do it again. And so in my story, that would have meant that I must have done something really bad in my previous life to experience such harm as a child. Well, just think about that, God, for a moment. That sounds like a pretty cruel God, right?
Yeah.
And then and you asked, so I will just speak frankly. Really, my only context of Christianity was through the Laminax, although my father taught at HBCUs. I never had an opportunity to worship in those settings, and I regret that. I have since then. But in my view, the only churches that I visited were all white churches. And so I really saw Jesus as the God of white people, but not my God, because I couldn't see a cultural context where I fit. And so let's fast forward many years. I would say that I had many gods over time. My father's approval, academic achievement, trying to fit in with friends. By the time I got to college, my God was me. I reconnected with somebody that I went to high school with that was super high achieving, and I thought, this is great, and we got married, and that was all super for about 5 years, and then our marriage fell apart, and I fell into a clinical depression that included disordered eating. So Eugene Peterson paraphrases one of the Beatitudes this way: you're blessed when you're at the end of your rope, because now there's room for God.
Wow.
And I know that that's not everybody's story of how they come to saving faith with Jesus, but that is my story. It's really at the bottom of the pit. As the psalmist said, I cried out for mercy, and God inclined his ear towards me. And so it may look like a snap, that I had a snap conversion from unbelief to belief, and in some ways that's true. The Holy Spirit opened my eyes one miraculous day. But as I said, those seeds of love, the seeds of the gospel had been planted for a really long time. That was just the day that God gave the increase. So I was almost 28 years old when that happened. And then the Lord began to pursue my soon-to-be ex-husband, and he fully gave his life to the Lord. Our marriage was resurrected, and we're still married 32 years later. And so you asked me the question, what is Jesus to you? He is my everything.
Amen. Yeah, you're gonna make me tear up. It's you went down the path where you were at your bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about that here, that sometimes folks have to be sick and tired of being sick and tired.
That's it.
And I have some folks that even say, I really came to the program or really started following Christ because if I didn't, I was going to die, and it's amazing that that's the place that they come to. Not everybody does, but, that they had to come to that place, and that you had that in your life where it was, a tough situation. And boy, so how, with you going through that in your life, do you see that for the folks that you work with here?
Yeah, so I think that reality that all of us, nobody escapes the pain of life, right? That, praise the Lord, Christ has come and he has died and is raised and ascended to the right hand of the Father. So the kingdom of God is here now, and it is still coming. And so the reality of living in a broken world pierces all of us. And so that Dan Allender is the founder of the Allender Center and does a really beautiful gospel-centered work for those who have experienced the trauma of sexual abuse, but it really expanded, like that's my story, but it's really expanded to anyone who's experienced harm, which would be all of us, right? In the language of Celebrate Recovery, hurt, have it, or hang up. We've all got one. And so just recognizing that brokenness, that pierces us, and really what we are made for is shalom, is made for peace. And so we have these ways that we try to seek that peace. And apart from Jesus, all of those ways are broken. And so seeing that commonality of some of our addictions just get gold stars, Keith, like workaholism gets a gold star, right? And then there are other isms that they have more shame attached to them and they cost us more up front. And so realizing any way that I try to cope with the pain of my life other than the love of God infusing me is not healthy. So me and the neighbor that I get to see at the Rescue Mission Eye Care Clinic, we actually have a lot in common. And so seeing that reality that the ground really is level at the foot of the cross and that we all are in need of God's grace and mercy, it just levels the playing field.
Amen to that. Yep. And I've been here going on 26 years, and my passion is that no matter who comes through our gates, whether it's a major donor or a volunteer or somebody given to our thrift stores or one of our guests that comes in, they need to hear about Jesus. Because that is the ultimate reason that we're here. And as Christians, we're given the Great Commission, and we're supposed to be going out and, raising up other disciples, right? And that's really what I think is the difference with a Christian nonprofit like the Downtown Rescue Mission that's helping those who are unhoused, that we see such a success rate because we're filling a void in somebody's life with Jesus Christ where they try to fill it with drugs or alcohol or addictions of some other kind. And that's my passion, is to make sure that we're filling it with something that we know is going to be eternal. And that's that we have a life with Jesus Christ that's going to last forever and ever.
It's so true.
Yeah.
And really all of, I am grateful for other nonprofits that exist that do good.
Yeah.
If you could see
Sure.
little quotes of good work. We're naming the source of the good work. Our faith is really unique in that it's an embodied faith and the dignity that God gives to a human body because we get to be a tabernacle of His Spirit. It's the reason why giving a cup of water matters, or giving a coat matters, or giving shelter matters. And so here you're just also naming the source of why that person is worthy of the dignity that they are receiving, and then allowing them to drink from that fountain firsthand, whether that be the donor or the recipient, right?
Matthew 25 tells us we're supposed to do all those things to the widow and feed those who are in need and house those. But I said to my board one time, if we didn't have to do all that and still could share Jesus the way we do, I'd be okay with that too. But that is sometimes how we attract people to us, because we're showing God's love through those things, that we get them in the door and then we can show them, hey, this is the reason why we do this.
That's exactly right. That's the source. And that their body, which gets the opportunity to be a tabernacle of the living God, matters. We're not Gnostic, right? So it's good.
I sure appreciate all the efforts that you do, especially through the clinic. But you've been a partner with us even before that, and even had family members that have worked with us here at the mission.
That's right.
And so that we've had a long history, and we just appreciate you and your family and for all that you do, not just for us, but for the community. And I know your heart is, I know you have your own business, but I know that people hear about Jesus Christ from you there too, because I know you're passionate about it.
We are business as ministry. And so our goal is to help people see who God is and who they are created to be. And so, it's a joy to be
Any
a
closing
partnership.
words that you would have for the not congregation, but for the people that are viewing us today?
Yeah. Okay, so I have a thought and I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something too?
That'd be great.
Okay. So my thought, this is just to share. For when we're here for clinic days, we have a variety of neighbors that might be coming in for the exam. Some are really deeply members of the rescue mission community and that they're part of the program. And then others are overnight guests, and others might be with partner organizations, other community organizations. For those who are members of the mission community through the program, I cannot tell you one person, Keith, who has not said they feel genuinely loved and cared for and seen here. And so I just want to say thank you and to bless, to bless all who serve here in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
To do the things of Jesus without the love of Jesus is clanging cymbals, right?
Yeah.
And noisy gongs.
Yeah.
And y'all are not making that kind of noise.
Yeah.
There's a really heavenly, sweet sound. So I
I
want to
appreciate that. And
bless.
I'll tell you what, if my staff and the volunteers weren't sincere, they would be seen.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
there's-
it's got to be sincere, or else, these
There's a
folks
pretty
are gonna
high
see
bluff
right.
meter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you
now
for that,
here's a question, and it's okay if you say, let's have a cup of coffee and talk about this
Yeah.
more. So I have a friend. I'll call her Miss T. That's a first name, that I see at Big Spring Park on the regular. And she sits on a bench on the regular, particularly in the heat of summer. And I would say that among other things, that active mental illness is part of her journey. She does not seem to ever be in an altered state other than cognitively.
Yeah.
I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, but let's say it's something like a paranoia, anxiety, maybe a schizophrenia. And every time that I've seen her, others have stopped to give food and drink, and I just sit and talk. We have talks. And so the last time she just shared a lot of her story as she could remember it, and of course it was disjointed and confusing. She had this one arc of someone always being there to help, which I thought was so beautiful and a testimony to the Holy Spirit's care for her. But my recurring thought was, where is her family? Where is her family? Who's one person that I can call on her behalf? And she gives me the same 2 phone numbers every time I see her, and I call them. And she tells me what answering machine I'm going to get, and she's right every single time. She's probably in her early 60s. I've done a little bit of work to try to figure out how can we come alongside someone like Miss T.
Yeah. So I mentioned this a few times today. About 40 to 50% of our folks are some kind of major mental illness here. And a lot of that happened during the 80s. I'm a big Ronald Reagan fan, but one of the things he did that I didn't like is he took all the mental institutions and turned everybody out and kind of shut them down. And so where are those people going to go? And a lot of them came to rescue missions across the country. But the thing with the rescue mission is that we're an open door. A lot of times we don't go out to bring people in. We let them come to us. But one of the things we're talking about doing is that we're going to start reaching out more to the community. We're already taking care of 400 people a night, but there's so many people that are new here. Or she's not new, but to try to say, hey, listen, there's a better place for you to be than be on the street. Is she living on the street too? Do you think?
She's living on the street.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's folks like her that the barrier may be the mental illness, or what, it may be that she hasn't even come here yet, or has been here and doesn't know she can come back. But our goal is in the next few years to have some kind of ministry that reaches out, not just that we're letting people come in. And I know First Stop does a little bit of that they work with folks like that, but we would rather them come here where they're able to be taken care of and that they hear about Jesus Christ as well. But that's my heart really is burdened for folks like that because, either they're not sure that they can come here or because of the mental illness, there's a barrier, and we got to figure out how to make that barrier go away.
Yeah. So second question would be if she, so I think her paranoia is part of the reason
Yeah.
that she doesn't come. So if she did come and she spent the night, then what would happen during the day?
Yeah, so we have master's degree social workers that work here.
Okay.
And on that side, especially the women's side, she would meet with one of our social workers who would engage to try to find out, and they're trained to know if there's some mental illness. And then we partner with Wellstone, and
Okay.
we get them involved with Wellstone, which is our mental health facility here local. And Wellstone comes out, and they actually come twice a week here to the mission to interview people individually. But if there's a major case that we see ourselves, we'll actually send them there as well.
Okay.
And so there is a good partnership there that we're trying to make sure. And they either find them assistance,
Yes.
or they work with them while they're here at the mission to make sure that they're getting, whether it's medicine or if it's different kind of aid that they need through the mental. The things that they work with at the Wellstone I love the partnership because there's some things that major mental illness is hard, and you almost have to be set up just for that. And so our partnership with them is great.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'd love to have her involved with them for sure. Whether she comes here first or we go reach her and then try to take her over there. I think that would be a great thing.
Is the Wellstone the clinic that's on Church that takes walk-in? If I could walk her to church, would that be a good...
I know their main facility's on South Parkway, just before Freedom. I'm not sure about the Church Street
Yeah,
one.
they have a emergency walk-in on Church.
Yeah.
So, okay, this is good to know.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Keith.
much for coming today and sharing.
My
and,
honor. My joy.
Sharing your heart for Jesus especially, but giving your own testimony. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Rika.
Oh, my honor. My honor. I pray the weather stays beautiful for you out here, and so neat to know that there's a whole community doing this together.
Yeah. 75.
75.
Yeah, 75 Arts Commission, and it's international or national. So some of these teams, if they get a good one, we'll call it city.
Hey, Mom. Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom. Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom. Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
I was just going to
show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
All right, conversation on the bench. We are 3 hours into a 24-hour bench event, and so far I'm still awake and excited about doing what we're doing today. I'm asking you, if you're not coming down to have a conversation, keep me in prayer. This next 24 hours, well, 21 hours left, is really to bring awareness for folks in the community and throughout the nation. There's 75 other rescue missions that are doing this kind of event today. And we're real excited because I think there's a lot of conversations that need to be had about issues of homelessness and addiction and mental illness. And we just had a wonderful conversation with Rika, who is a volunteer here and does our optical clinic. And just wonderful to hear her testimony, but also why she's passionate about helping folks that are unhoused here in our community. If you would like, you can ask questions in our any of our feeds. Just go to the comments section if you have a question that you'd like to ask. Last year we had some questions that were even from overseas, so I thought that was interesting. And but we'd like to have you come down here at 1400 Evangel Drive if you like, and sit down with me for a conversation. I think we've got some time available at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So if you'd like to come down at that time, or any time, I'm just kidding. But listen, we're so excited about having this event and just really sharing a lot about what's going on with the issues of homelessness and how it impacts people's lives. And just really what's out there to help them, and also maybe some of the misconceptions or misperceptions that people have about the whole issue of homelessness. We'll have some more people coming up pretty soon in the next minute or so, And again, stick with us. It's a live feed for the next 24 hours. And just be a part of the conversation. Or if you want, add your comments or come on down to 1400 Evangel Drive.
I was like 4 or 5 years out of recovery. First role of leadership, are these, we're not on,
Yeah,
right?
you're on, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, the first time I met you.
I'm going to put this a little closer.
Okay, yeah. First time I met you, I was 4 or 5 years out of recovery. First big role in leadership, I was working for Etowah Youth Services running the thrift stores. And we're in Florida. And my daughter and I had just, the reconciliation process. When you get out of recovery or homelessness, it takes a while for the families to, I guess they wait for the other shoe to drop, for them to really believe that, hey, mom's back.
Yeah.
Well, we were there, and she came to Florida with me for this, and my granddaughter was maybe 6, 7 months old, and we're all sitting at this dinner, and you were beside my daughter. And my granddaughter, she was babbling, and the next thing we know, she is in your lap. Do you remember that?
I don't.
It's been a long time ago,
Yeah.
but you were so sweet. You just held her and played with her.
Yeah.
I think she's just grabbing food off your plate, and
Yeah.
that's when I thought, he's just a kind man.
Yeah, I like kids.
Yeah, and when she was certainly a cute baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old is she now?
She's 11. No,
Wow.
she's 10. She's about to be 11.
Wow.
So it's been a while.
That's awesome.
Mhm.
Well, I'm always glad to have little kids around to take care of double the population that we thought we were going to need. And within 7 years, actually, it was full within 6 months when we opened it. And but the last few years, we were like, we've got to really do something to help more people. So we're doubling the capacity that's currently there to make it. We'll have about 230 people that'll be able to stay, moms and kids that'll be able to stay over there.
Okay.
And so, we've got a capital campaign that's going on right now. It's big, but we decided to do the construction ahead of time, even before we raised all the money, because there was such a need.
Yeah.
And people were sleeping on the ground. I don't like that. I don't want moms and kids sleeping on the ground.
Right.
And so, and we know that probably when we open it, we'll probably be full in 6-8 months when we're ready to go. But
Yeah. All right. So what are the parameters? How does someone get, I know how they hear about it. They hear about it, there's lots of talk about it, and
Yeah.
they're homeless. Where do we go?
Yeah.
But how do they get connected? What are the parameters? What does it take to get in?
Yeah, we're an open door mission, means anybody can come.
Okay.
You can be currently drunk. You can be currently on drugs.
Okay.
My thing is, I don't want anybody out there, cold weather, hot weather. I don't
Yeah.
want them out on the streets. If we can help them,
Okay.
no matter what condition they're in, I want them to come. The one thing we ask, because we have moms and kids on campus, is they have to have an ID.
They have to have an ID.
That's the one thing that we do ask. And we do a little bit of a background check, because we got to make sure there's some state regulations with that. Even though we're a Christian nonprofit, you got to make sure there's,
Absolutely.
not issues in the background.
Right.
of some of the
Absolutely.
people.
I understand that.
But we house over 400 people a night, and so it's, we're still taking care of a lot of folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So when the moms and the children come in, what does their daily life look like?
So if they're in our emergency shelter, they're able to stay there all day.
Okay.
It's one of the things that in this community they misunderstand a lot. Is people think that people, that come here, they have breakfast and then we kick them off the campus. No, they can stay all day, but this also isn't prison. So if they're in our emergency shelter, they're able to come and go as they want to. If they want to just come and stay at night and have a meal in the morning, they can go off the campus, or they can stay with us. We have courtyards for them to smoke in. We have real nice day rooms that have TVs that are running. And then we have chapel services if they'd like to go to those. That kind of thing is always something. That's a day in the life. But with the mom and kids, we immediately call the local school system.
Okay.
And we make sure if it's a mom that has kids that are school age, that they are immediately hooked up with the Huntsville school system. If they were in a Huntsville school, they have to go to that school.
Okay.
And Huntsville City Schools will come pick them up. In fact, we have a real good deal with them that they are the first ones to be picked up in the morning and the last ones to be dropped off at night. Now, it's a little bit longer of a day, but do you know why we do that? We have them picked up first and dropped off last so that the other kids on the bus don't know that they're staying in a homeless shelter.
That is so kind.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
love that
right.
because the
Yeah.
Huntsville school system works with us on that. So the other kids don't pay. Here's the story. It's interesting. So we're real protective of the kids.
Yeah.
And a few years back, one of our ladies that was working with us went to one of the schools, and she was going to do a little talk about the mission. And, we're really, really private about who stays with us. And one of the kids sees her down the hallway and comes running up to her and, hey, this is Miss Lisa, and she works at the Downtown Rescue Mission. I live there. And she's like, oh, no, and he's like, no, I love living there. It's the best place I've ever lived. It's a magical place. And so,
That's so beautiful, though. That the
sometimes you
children
never know.
Yeah,
you
that
know?
the children have that great experience here, that they're proud of it.
Yeah.
The stigma of homelessness.
Yeah.
For children, I'm sure that's especially hard to bear, because you know how kids are.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you take precautions for that.
Yeah.
Okay. What programs do you have in place to help them, get on their feet, to help them to where they can grow into, independence?
Yeah, so our emergency shelter is really what that is. We take care of basic needs there.
Okay.
And then we really try to encourage, we don't push anybody into it, but we encourage them to go in our program.
Okay.
Which we have a year-long program that's Bible-based.
All right.
And it's set up as 4 semesters. And each semester you go through about 2 or 3 courses. And then during that time you also do chores with us, so that, when people are here, they're helping cook the meals or doing the laundry or help cut the lawn, or we have them painting, or maybe they, do something at our thrift stores. That's all part of the process, that we're making sure that they're well-rounded with, they get the education, but we also want to make sure that they understand that in life you have to work.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. So they're learning about the Lord during the day, when they go to class, but then they are learning job skills. And then we also have things like a weight room and a gymnasium and things like that, because we know that while they're here, we're trying to do the whole person. So it's not just the spiritual side, it's not just the work side, but it's also the physical side, to make sure, hey, we want them to be healthy when they leave here too. So they, get into a workout program, or, so that's part of the 1-year program. And then by the time that they're done, they've had job training enough that either they get a job at one of our thrift stores, or they have a job here at the campus, or we help them with finding jobs out in the community. We have a real good partnership with K-Tech.
Okay.
Which is Lee Marshall's Kids to Love organization, and they help train people that that have been later on in our program, that go there and they get the training that they can do some of the soldering and things that they do. I don't know the whole program, but it's where they can get a better job when they leave.
Vocational skills.
Yeah, it's better vocational skills that are trained through Kids to Love, which I love that partnership.
All right, so make sure I understand this. You have the emergency shelter where anybody can come in, no matter their situation, as long as they have an ID, they're able to come. And if it's a mom with school-age children, you get those kids to school for them.
Right.
And during this time, you have programs available at their choice.
Yeah.
And in these programs, part of it is you give them, increasing responsibility, let them have a little skin in the game where they can, do something for their recovery, and then you help them with job placement, with job training, and you have the physical. All right, what about, you mentioned their health. Is there anything that you do to, how do you help them meet their medical needs?
Yeah, we have a real good partnership with Huntsville Hospital, and then some other local doctors that they'll come here a couple times a month, and we're actually part of this capital campaign that we're doing. We're going to actually build a separate facility that's going to be here, that's going to be a med clinic.
Okay, awesome.
And that's not just for our folks. It's going to be for the community at large. That it'll be a free med clinic to come to.
Okay.
The lady that was just here before you, she does optical, so that was one of the things that's a big thing for homeless folks, so that they don't have any glasses.
Absolutely.
We're really looking into dental right now,
Okay.
because that's one of the major things. If you have bad teeth, your life's not going to be good, right?
You're not going to smile.
Yep.
Yeah.
And a lot of diseases happen from that too.
Absolutely.
And then like I said, we have the good partnership with Huntsville Hospital, where they come in and they'll do everything from check their heart to make sure they're not diabetic to, there's a lot of things that they do. And I love that partnership. But The need is that we need to do it more because we're going to have that extra facility. Okay. Another thing I didn't talk about either is that we also have that once they graduate our program, we have an extended care program that's really our transitional housing.
All right.
So somebody's been with us and they come to us, they're homeless or they're addicted or they're mentally ill, and they go through the program and they graduate. And it used to be you graduate our program and the next couple of weeks you had to find a place to go.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
We found, hey, it was better for them if we had some transitional housing. So it's really, everything else is free.
Okay.
But once you get to transitional housing, when you have a job and you're in church and you still need a place to stay, we charge a real little nominal fee.
Okay.
To rent an apartment here just for a single bedroom is like $1,200 right now.
Yeah, it is.
What homeless person that is coming out of our program can afford that? So,
well, and then you have the first month's rent, the deposit. That's astronomical.
So we help them during that process. We help them with their finances. We do budget planning and everything else, so they can stay with us for a couple more years.
Okay.
In a transitional, we have currently 2 homes that we have, and we're looking to actually expand that to be where we have about 60 units that we'll have available for people to be able to have a transitional housing.
Okay, that's great.
And it helps with our success rate for sure.
Well, and it sounds like it's a well-rounded program. Okay, so what do you think is the biggest obstacle that stops people from coming in?
I think perception.
Okay.
I love that we just celebrated our 50th year being Downtown Rescue Mission.
All right.
The name is well known.
It is well known.
Sometimes the name gets in the way. And why I say that is because somebody hears rescue mission, they're like, well, I'm not going to some rescue mission. That's where the homeless and the bums and,
Right.
know that this is really a place that they can have a transformation of their life, and that's what our program is. But the problem is that people know us so much by our name.
Right.
If we change our name, it would be a problem. But,
Right.
For me, it's really, I think mental illness has a lot to do with it. Why people don't come.
Okay.
Some people are very, about 40 to 50% of our population that are actually with us are mentally ill. And we find that some of the ones that don't want to come in, it's either they're paranoid or they're, and they don't want to come in the door. Right. And then there's some that are, not mentally ill, but they don't want to abide by the rules. We have rules that you have to abide by to be here. We want it to be a safe place for everybody. There's not going to be drugs or alcohol on the campus.
Okay.
You may have had that issue in your past, but when you come here, we're going to try to help you with that.
Sure.
And they don't want to go through that. They don't want to be in the rules and regulations. So I have a lot of people say, well, I talked to that homeless guy that's over there on Governor's Drive under the bridge. And I said, hey, why don't you go to the mission? I'm not going to the mission, and they always have 15 excuses of why. Most of the time it's because they don't want to come.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you think of fear? Fear of the stigma, fear of the unknown, and, since 2020, well, even since 2010, there have been so many significant changes.
Yeah.
When I first met you, fentanyl wasn't a big player in the game like it is now. Huge.
Yeah.
And it's kind of shocking at just how that has taken over, and I'm sure you're probably familiar with the new drug Trank.
Yeah.
And the way these things are just rolling in, but the fear of stigma, the fear of, maybe even being arrested if they have warrants, those things, I find that in our recovery program, there's a big fear base, and they're just afraid of change, afraid of the unknown.
Yeah.
Can you imagine any workarounds that we could get out publicly that might help someone be able to overcome that?
Well, some of what this is today is me not just talking to the general public, but talking to the homeless population as well.
Right.
To say Downtown Rescue Mission is a place that you can come.
Yeah.
Or there's other places that you can go that are safe. Like when you came in here today, there was a guard at the guard shack that asked you why you were coming in, right?
Yeah.
That's all part of our safety that we have here. When you come here, I want you not just as a donor or a volunteer, but also somebody that becomes a resident here. I want them to feel safe.
Okay.
So I think one of the things I want to make sure is people in the community, this is a safe place. Come on down.
Yeah.
We will help take care of you.
Yeah.
And I think that takes away a lot of the fear. But how do we get that out there better? You
Right.
know, how do we? So some of the things we're talking about doing here is not just advertising that we need donations or canned goods, but say, hey, listen, for those who need help, we are a place that you can come. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
You know, that's good. You know, which, you know, the homeless population's there. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with them. I'm familiar with them. You know, I've been there. You know, when I get extra Narcan, I'll go.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think if someone says that unfortunately homelessness has become comfortable?
Yeah.
Have you heard that?
I think it has.
Yeah.
I personally do too. I
Yeah.
mean, I was out in Los Angeles area about 5-6 years ago, and it was amazing to me. There's a different homeless population if you ever go to the West Coast. Talk about mental illness is way higher there. It's a rough situation. But I was in an area where half of the bridge had tents under it, and on the other half it didn't. And I asked somebody, I said, what's going on there? And they said, well, on the one side is Orange County. And Orange County has rules and regulations on homelessness and what you can do and what you can't do. On the LA County side, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So it was a stark reality to me. Look at there's people here because it's being allowed, and on the other side it wasn't. Now, I think we're going to have homeless with us always. Bible even tells us that the needy will be with us always.
Always.
But it doesn't mean that we have to allow them to have the situations that they have. You know, I'm a big fan of trying to push people towards shelter.
Yes.
Of pushing people towards getting off the street. There's nothing good about you being on the street.
Nothing.
You're either going to stay in the situation you are, or you're going to get in a worse situation because of where you're at. And so I'm a big proponent of trying to get people into to a Salvation Army or Downtown Rescue Mission or other nonprofits. I mean, First Stop has some good things that they do here too.
They do.
I want them to go and be able to be not on the street because, like I said, there's just bad things that'll happen with
Yeah, I
it.
don't want to move forward. You know, I had the opportunity being in Seattle, you know, and I was extremely curious. I wanted to have conversations. I wanted to have lots of conversations.
Yeah.
You know, in Alabama, if someone is homeless, especially if someone is addicted, okay, they know it's going to end.
Yeah.
You know, there's an end date. They don't know when it's going to be. They're either going to get stopped by the police and get charges. They're going to overdose, you know, but whatever they're barreling toward, they know there's a stopping point.
Yeah.
And unfortunately in Seattle, when the laws are so loose, there's no stopping point.
Yeah.
And I've never met the kind of hopelessness I think that would breed.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't seen that to that extent, you know, anywhere in Alabama yet.
Yeah.
But that scares me.
Well, and they always say what starts in California always makes its way across, right? You know, it's the same thing. And I know the director of the mission in Seattle. You know, they have areas where they actually help the people with their drugs, and that's astonishing. Why are we doing that? You're not helping that person at all.
Right.
And we talk about freedom and stuff. And listen, I'm a freedom-loving person. I love the United States. But I think when we see people that are going down these paths that they're destroying their life, we got to help them. You're not helping them doing that.
Absolutely. You know, and it's the mindset. There's got to be a part of them inside that wants better.
Yeah.
There's got to be something inside of them that wants more. You know, when women come in my program, sometimes they're afraid to hope. They're afraid to try. Because if they do and this fails, then what's next?
Yeah.
You know, and I've learned how to foster that and to encourage them and, you know, tell them my story. You know, in 2010, I started my recovery journey. And so it's possible. And, you know, my pastor, Pastor Sawyer from Calvary Assembly, he says testimony means do it again, Jesus, you know. And so when we have people that stand up and tell how amazing life can be on this side of it, they can understand freedom.
Yeah.
The freedom that they're living isn't free.
Yeah.
You know, and that breaks my heart.
They're bound by their addiction. They're bound by whatever, you know, society is allowing to happen, right? And
right.
I don't like that. Talk a little bit, and you didn't really say the name of your program, but I want the people out there just to know what you do. Tell your name and a little bit of the story of what you do.
All right. I'm Pastor Jennifer Hall. I am a staff pastor at Calvary Assembly. My pastor is George and Phyllis Sawyer. They've had Calvary Assembly for 44 years. Okay, the Decatur Dream Center Women's Recovery Program was created over 20 years ago.
And where's that located? Just so
That's
people
in
know.
Decatur, Alabama.
But street address. So that people know.
312 8th Street,
Okay.
Southwest.
Yep.
And so Pastor Sawyer and his wife, Phyllis Sawyer, they were going out into the community in Decatur 30, 35 years ago, and they would set up and they would give food, and they just loved on people.
Yeah.
They knew early on what science is just catching up with. It's relational. They worked really hard to build these relationships. So the Decatur Dream Center, we have a food outreach as well as a women's recovery program.
Yeah.
We believe we want everyone that we meet to experience life on the highest level through a personal relationship with Christ. It's been the heart of my pastors. It's the heart of our mission. It's the heart of our ministry and our church. And everything we do is geared toward that.
So talk about the structure of your program. How does it work?
We are a faith-based drug and alcohol recovery program for women. We are long-term. We have beds for up to 17 women. We usually stay between 13 or 14. We have a small staff,
Yeah.
and I like it that we can be relational.
Mm-hmm.
We are okay keeping, just a small group. That way we can love them and love them well.
Yeah.
We have lots and lots of classes. The first 90 days that they can stay for 12 to 18 months. I've had women stay up to 3 years.
Yeah.
The first 90 days, they're just in classes. They're in, we have a Christian 12-step class. We have Battlefield of the Mind so they can learn to think about what they're thinking about. We have books on addiction, and there are classes. One of my favorites is Meeting God in the Psalms. I teach the girls to go through the Psalms, what God is, what he said, who God is, what he says, and what he does. If they highlight those things, when I was in my recovery, I didn't know who I was until I knew God. I grew up, in the 70s, foster homes. It was a hard place to be then.
Yeah.
And I found my father in the Bible.
Yeah.
So what happened for me inside of me, I try to tell them that and encourage them. After 3 months, we take them out and we help them get a job. They start working 3 days a week, and then they slowly work up with more, additional responsibility. And, we've had great success. I've been there since 2017, and we've had 34 graduates in those years. And out of that, 89% 5 years later are still clean.
That's awesome.
Knocking it out of the park.
Yeah.
Knocking it out of the
because
park.
I don't know if you know AA and that kind of thing. It's only 25% success rate. So that's a
yeah.
great success rate right there.
Well, and a lot of the women, stay connected,
Yeah.
And one of the things.
Well, you're feeding into them too. That's a big thing. It doesn't just stop when they walk out the door, right?
No, not at all. We're very relational. Calvary is a large church. But let me tell you, the recovery program women, they love them. They get in relationships with church members. There are hundreds of people that pray for these women every day that they may not even know, but they are so supported. We have recently opened a thrift store. It's Dream Center Thrift and Consignment. We have been.
You can tell where that's located too.
All right, it's at 312 8th Street, Southwest Decatur, Alabama.
Yeah, right at the campus.
Right at the
Yep.
campus.
Good.
Mhm. And we've been traditionally supported. By Calvary Assembly. We haven't taken any grants or any outside funds. It's just been a ministry of Calvary Assembly.
Yeah.
But we have just started to, kind of branch out a little more to slowly, in the next 10, 12 years, become self-supporting. Pastor Sawyer wants this to exist long after he and I both do.
Yeah.
And so we're taking these steps. So, the girls are enjoying the thrift. It's been a good addition.
Sure.
It's always very interesting.
It's a give back for them too, right? I mean,
Oh.
they feel like they give back a little bit that way.
Well, and the ladies, they enjoy going through the things,
Yeah.
and our church is very generous. And when our donors drop things off, especially the Calvary women, they say, "Now make sure the girls get what they want out of this."
Yeah.
And that's a new concept. But I'm like, "Okay, girls,"
Yeah.
So sometimes we have fashion shows and we try on the outfits, and we
That's
just have
awesome.
fun.
Yeah.
And again, it's relational.
Yeah.
Science is, they're catching up about that the relationship and the connections are where the healing occurs, and if you can't, if you and I are talking and I can't connect with you because of my own fears and doubts and shames and insecurities, how am I going to connect with an invisible God?
Yeah.
So it begins, we're the hands, we're the feet. It begins with just people loving people.
Yeah.
And I graduated from the Foundry. Well, actually, Pastor Bill, who started the Foundry,
Yep. Bill's a good friend.
well, talk about deep roots.
Yeah.
Calvary Assembly, Pastor Sawyer, my boss, is Pastor Bill's pastor. So Pastor Bill was a staff pastor at Calvary, and then he left there and went on to start the Foundry. Yeah. So, such a rich.
Do you know Micah?
History. I know Micah.
Yeah.
Micah Andrews married me.
Oh yeah,
he did.
Yeah,
He
Micah and I are good friends, and he calls me. We talk about once a month, and we love on each other's ministry all the time. So
Absolutely.
I love that you went through the Foundry. That's great.
I graduated from the Foundry in 2010.
Oh, great.
I did. I graduated from the Foundry in 2010, and so many great things that I got from there. They've got, not only do they just have a great concept of recovery, but like you said about the working. Just to be honest, when I was in my addiction, getting up every day and going to work was not anything remotely I was interested in.
Yeah.
I managed to fund myself and my home and my addiction, quite well without having to go to work, and I didn't see the need. So when I got in the Foundry and I went to go to work at this thrift store, the good news is I'd had an encounter with God. So do we need to go?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'd had an encounter with God, and I understood that when I walked in that store, and I'd worked for some noble causes, field trips for kids, shoes for kids. But when I walked in that store, I understood very clearly that this is God's store. This is God's stuff. And then I get to work and make money to give back into what God's doing in my life. Yeah. And so to be able to pass that on to your people here, to our people at the thrift store, you can't count the gift that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people always say to me, well, you just get that homeless guy and get him a job. Well, most of the folks that are homeless have had good jobs, right? And but when they come to ours, and it sounds like with yours too, I think the work atmosphere of that, there's like, we call it chores.
Yeah.
They do chores. Listen, I go home, I still have to clean my house.
Right.
I'm the CEO of the mission, but I still have to cook a meal, and I've got to, there's things you have to do.
Yeah.
Right. So we're training that as well. It's that we want them to get healed.
Yep.
And the program's a big part of it, but also the work aspect's a big part for me. Like, you're going to be doing some kind of chores, because when you leave us, you're going to have to do your own chores,
Well, and, to just be honest, when I was in addiction, I was a very selfish person. Everything was about me, what I thought, what I felt, what I wanted, what I thought I needed. And if it didn't appeal to me, I really wasn't going out of my way to bother with anything, And so these, they call them soft skills, getting up on time, getting up and not being late somewhere, being responsible, those weren't really in my interest, and so being in a program that was structured, kind of gave me the boundaries, kind of like a pinball to bounce off until I could develop my own, which is what we do for our girls, and it's what you do here. We keep them, in these rules, in these regulations, and that way they learn. Like, my girls, at 9 months, they get to go home, as long as they have a safe place. And when I say safe place, not with mom that triggers them, not with a crazy boyfriend, if they have a safe place, they can go home.
Not a drunk weekend, right?
Absolutely. Right. And so what I've discovered is, when they wake up, they're immediately like, oh no, what do I do? It's 6 o'clock, and we're not getting on the van. I'm not going to work at Hardee's. What do I do? And so I get with them really early. I'm like, hey, you need to start some habits. You need to get your parameters, and once they decide these things, they can continue them. But they have to be not just taught, not just talked about, but they have to be done to the point that it becomes kind of innate.
Yeah. My mom used to say, and she's been passed for a long time now, but good Christian lady, but she used to say something to the effect like, idle hands, watch out for idle hands, because mischief will happen. And, that's why I think that we keep people busy here. Yeah. You're going to class, you're going to have a chore, you make sure you make your bed, and you're sweeping the halls, and, because we're going to keep, if you don't have that, boy, it could be a slippery slope for that as well, because idle hands could get into mischief.
Well, one of the things that, we teach our ladies about, and it's probably in your classes too, is think about what you're thinking about, about their thought life and about monitoring that. Yeah. When I can keep them focused and on task, that, because when they first come in, the anxiety, the fears, all of the things are kind of taking up all the space in their mind. Yeah. And so when I can keep them occupied and keep them on a task, that part of their mind is not really free to be accessed by that. And the more they walk in that, the more they take that back. They take that power back from the anxiety and the wondering thoughts.
So What is your if you picked out one story of the success, somebody that has success in your program?
Yeah.
You don't have to tell a name or anything, but tell me that story a little bit. A few of those.
Look, I can tell you, there's just so many. I have a lady that graduated from our program in probably 2000. I got there in 2017, so she was probably in 2018, and I got to spend a good bit of time with her, but not as much. I came in kind of toward the end of her program, but I was able to stay connected with her, and she stayed connected with a lot of the other women. She is now working in a court as a court clerk, and she's going to law school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Okay. I also have a lady, and she graduated the program, and then she went back. She went back to the guy, and the guy brought the things in, and she stayed connected. So within 4 or 6 months, I'm like, oh, there's a problem, but I had to wait on her to come. Well, she came back, and she went through the second time. And let me tell you, she has her grown children living with her. She runs a medical office. She's so much responsibility. She's about to buy a house.
But isn't that a good point, though? We are here for the second chances,
Absolutely.
the third chances, the fourth chances. Because, listen, if you're in life isn't easy. And there's bumps in the road. Even when you're going through a good program, you may need to go through a second time or a third time or a fourth time. And I love that. I love that you guys have that too, where somebody found success after they had been through the program.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the girls that leave, I do believe, in this covenant connection, these spiritual connections, and these women that I've loved, I'm always going to love them, and of course I'll go get them. I'll go to the courthouse and get you. I will come to Athens and get you. I will go to this lab and get you. You just call me and I'm on my way. And, Calvary and our team, they're behind me. We love these women no matter what.
Do you partner with any other organizations there, or are you pretty much your own program?
Well, yeah, we're our independent program, but there are a lot of connections that I've made for resources. In Morgan County, they have their free clinic, and I get the girls there. There's also it's Riverside Health. It's this wonderful nurse practitioner, and she sees our ladies for free. So we've gotten a lot of relationships that help the ladies get the care they need.
Do you guys work with Hands Across Decatur at all, or?
We do not. Now, Howard Coomer, he's no longer doing it, but I know that, our food outreach pastor and he were very good friends. Yes.
Well, the reason why I'm asking some of this is I met with our mayor a month or two ago, and, I told him about the expansion projects we have going on here and all the things we're doing. But I also told him, I said, listen, our cities are getting big enough. This North Alabama is getting big enough where just a couple big organizations can't do it. We're going to need more places to come alongside. And, and there's plenty of people that are in need out there that need the help. And he kind of looked at me surprised because I was like, listen, we're going to need another rescue mission or another, dream center or whatever it might be to make sure that we're taking care of the folks. Because I also find that sometimes people go through our program and we suggest them go down to like the Foundry or something like that because it's a different situation. And we want to get them out of their community sometime too.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes them going right back to the old friends and stuff is the problem.
Yes.
So that's part of our thing too. But a big thing for me is I'm really promoting, hey, we don't have to be the end all source for it. And we're a big organization. I know we do a lot. But we're going to need help at some point too, because Decatur's growing, Huntsville's growing.
Right.
And if it continues to grow, there's going to be a lot more people that are in need.
Yeah. I answer the phone. The Decatur Dream Center phones are forwarded into my cell because if it's 3 a.m. and I have a hurting woman call, I want her to hear love on the phone. So
that's awesome.
They're forwarded into my phone. And so I get a lot of calls from people that are homeless. A lot, and I have to tell them, we're a recovery program for women. If there's addiction involved, 100%, and, we have the Tennessee Valley Outreach, and they do what they can. But in Decatur, you're our answer. Yeah. I had a situation where there was a lady and she was late 60s and her daughter was maybe early 50s, late 40s. They were dropped off in our parking lot, So, all their stuff in a big pile. So I bring them in and I love on them. And we called Decatur City Police to see if they could help them get back in their house. And there was nothing. You know, there was nothing. There was nowhere available for them. And so here, you know, was our choice.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm 100% on board with you.
Well,
Yeah.
one of the things that we're doing, not to interrupt,
Yeah.
but one of the things that we're doing is, and we don't want to be the end all for everything, but I also think that God gives us the ability to see a need. And so a thing that I've had on our 5-year, 10-year plan for the last 15 years is to put little satellite ministries out there.
Okay.
Where maybe it's just a place they can go and sleep for the night.
Right.
And there's a breakfast and maybe a dinner.
Right.
And they don't have the facilities like we do here, but there's a place they can get off the street. And then for them to get in the program, just bring them here. So have one in Decatur, have one in Athens, have one in Scottsboro, or even like Florence and places like that, because each one of those areas has come to us and said, we have major homeless problems, and what do we do?
Right.
And I say, well, right now, send them to us if you can, because we'll definitely help take care of them.
Right.
Or we also partner with people that we once a month, Feed America comes here and we load up everybody with food.
Right.
Just we want to give out as much food as we can. So.
Yes.
My thing is we've got it's God's timing, but that's one of our things we'd really like to do is have these little ministry centers, like satellite centers that we could have. So like when somebody is homeless, they don't have to come all the way 30 miles or 40 miles over here from Decatur.
Right.
They could just go to that center, and then we bring them, in a couple of days if they want to get in the program.
Right. You see, and I think that's a great model.
Yeah.
These could be kind of, the cat where you catch them and keep them warm and keep them fed.
Yeah.
And then if they want something more, move forward. I think again, Decatur's got a great need. I get the phone calls.
I'm friends with the director of Tennessee Valley Outreach.
Okay.
But listen, they're small. I mean,
Right.
and I'd love for them to expand, and maybe we could help them do that too.
Right.
So, as you're thinking about like some of these, this event that we're doing, it's on about 75 other rescue missions are doing this today, where they're sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
And some of these conversations go national. We're having this conversation, and sometimes they'll upload them to go national. Okay. If you were thinking about the overall United States, just not our communities, what are some of your comments to the people that are out there thinking about homelessness that you would say nationally that we need to be thinking about?
So you mean, the people that have never experienced it, that the taxpayers, just the people in their general
Just
view?
in general, homelessness is an issue. What would you want everybody, if they're watching us today, to think about with homelessness? Or people in need, or people that are addicted, whatever.
For all the people with their comfortable homes and their sofas and their jobs and things, when you drive by and see people, sometimes it can be kind of a shock. The sad news is I think we've gotten used to it.
Yeah.
The first thing I'm going to say is please say a prayer. Say a prayer for them, because they are somebody's daughter, they are somebody's mother, somebody's husband, somebody's brother.
Yep.
And I can tell you, nobody ever woke up and decided, I'm going to be homeless today.
Yeah.
They found themselves. And again, it doesn't matter how they got there. It doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is that's a person. It's a human. So the laying fault and the judgment, we got to move past that.
Yeah. I don't want to enable them to do what they're doing.
Right.
But I want to help them to get out of that situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And one of the things I can say, handing them $10 may not be the best idea.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what you're funding.
Speaking my language right there.
Right. You don't know what you're funding.
Yeah.
And, a lot of people I know say, well, I got them some food. And that's good. But if you really want to help homelessness, funnel it through to people who can maximize on the dollar.
Yeah, I was telling somebody earlier today, the stat is 95% of the people who are out there begging, when you give them the $10 or the $20, you're going to help their addiction.
Yeah.
95%. There may be a 5% chance. And listen, I'm a good Christian man. I love doing things. But you are not. I'd rather not enable somebody to do that. Listen, they don't have to give the Downtown Rescue Mission, but find a good organization that's helping people.
Right.
Give it to them, because they're going to help the people more get off the street, get out of their addiction than anything else.
All right. So what do you think about when people buy tents and buy sleeping bags?
I hate it.
Right. Well, and I understand what their thoughts are.
I do too. I get why they do it.
But if you're going to spend $100 on tents and put a Band-Aid on a bullet hole, how about, you come down to a facility like one of ours
Yeah.
and get educated. And if you want to get involved, go hand out pamphlets, go hand out advice, go hand out prayer. If you want to get involved, there's a right way to do it. And your heart may not be able to plot out the best path. So seek education.
Well, I had somebody tell me one time, well, at least my conscience is clean because I've done what the Lord tells me to do. I don't think that that's the truth. I think if we're going buying somebody a tent to keep them in the situation they are, or if we're going to give them the $10 when they're on the street, I don't think we're doing what Jesus would ask them to do. I think Jesus asks us to do what we're doing to help them get out of that situation. Now, I feel bad for those folks that are out there, but what they're doing is they're prolonging them to be in that situation instead of saying, hey, listen, let me call the mission. They'll come down, pick you up, and let's take you there.
Yep.
No matter what the excuse the person might have, because there's some people are going to be, I'm not going to the mission, right?
Right.
But but if you're giving them the $10, I know for sure 95% of them are going and either drinking more alcohol or getting some kind of drug with that money.
Well, and unfortunately, the addiction and, the issues inside of them are compelling them to do that. And, it's hard to blame somebody for their choices when you don't know what their options are. And unfortunately, the people that are caught in this with their perception, they only see A, B, and C, and there's a whole world of love and peace and joy behind them, and they're never going to be able to get to it until that facade cracks and they can see it. Yeah. And no matter how many candy bars or Whoppers or sleeping bags, all you're doing is you're keeping that veil on them. Amen. With comfort.
I agree.
And that's not... what do you think about all the new social movements that are moving for the comfort instead of the recovery? How do we deal with that?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't like it, but I think that our politicians have got to get out of this mode of that, I think there's got to be some real sweeping change of how we deal with homeless. And this thing where you get to just stay out in the streets and you get to stay on a street corner and I don't know if it's the right way that Trump went about it with that new executive order he did a couple months ago, but something's got to be done, because if we keep allowing that to happen, they're not going to find the help that they need. And because if we allow them to continue to be on the street or on the corner, we have a real thing. Some of the folks that are out, they'll be out in the front of our property here. A lot of them have never been in the mission. And they're out there because they're not doing the right thing. Some of them are dealing drugs or they're prostitution or something like that's going on. Well, listen, I try to work with the police department. They're like, listen, our hands, we can't touch them because they're free to, roam where they...
Right.
Well, listen, if they're not doing the right thing, they shouldn't be able to do that,
Well, and, and also the quality of life,
Agreed.
I lived in addiction. I was 40 years old when I finally faced myself, and the life that I thought then was life is not life, and so now to just have the peace in my heart and go home and not run out of gas and not have power turned off, and it's unimaginable, two different worlds. But when I was in this world, that was all I knew. And so there are people, and that's all they know, and we can't fault them for that, okay? But it's my job to go tell them there's better, A lot of people get upset with me with the whole, Jesus told me, God said to do this. Did he? Or was that you? Did you say this, or was that him,
Is your conscience clean?
Well,
or is it that the Lord really did tell you to do it?
Well, and I tell them, go to the Bible. What does God say? Go to the Bible. If you want to confirm what he's saying in your heart, what did he say? What does the Bible say? Because that's the only truth. That's the only, that's more real than this bench we're sitting on.
Yeah. It says we're supposed to help them.
Yes.
And I think that's the passage in Matthew that talks about that. But it also doesn't say to enable them.
Absolutely.
Right. I think there's two real, and it can be a fine line between the two. Even sometimes here, we go through a 3-year planning process. And one of the things that I always bring up at every one of those third year is there something that we're doing with our programs, our services, that we're continuing to enable somebody to do the situation that they're in. If we're doing that, we need to structure it different so we're not enabling. We're here to help, but not enable.
Yeah, well, we can do hard things. Every human was built and equipped that we can do hard things, but unfortunately, in addiction, I can speak to addiction because it's a personal experience. Addiction was a problem. Yes, it was, but it was the root of a bigger problem. It was a symptom. It was a symptom. The root was a much bigger problem, and addiction was just my symptom. So we can treat the addiction, we can treat the homelessness, we can throw everything at it, but until we actually get to the root cause, then it's going to keep coming up in different ways.
And I don't think people realize how many root causes are different.
Absolutely.
I can give you 100 stories, and there's 1,000 more that I couldn't tell you, right?
Yeah.
That of how people got in the situation that they were in.
Right.
So apologize about our truck pulling in here.
Oh, that's good.
So again, is there anything that you would like to say, like to the community at large, or Decatur specifically, that you would say, hey, listen, be praying for or helping us with this, or
absolutely. All of our ministries, we need the support of the people. We need the support of the public. We're the front people. We're the one boots on the ground. But everybody knows someone who's been touched with addiction. Everybody has seen the homeless people, and we all have a responsibility. And your responsibility, what I would ask of you would be A, to pray for us, B, find a local organization that you can get involved with, whether you're volunteering, whether you just come and tour a place, but get real experiences before you form, an opinion. Spend some time, getting to know the people that are actually either involved or fixing it, and, invest a little time in it, researching and getting to know things before you make an opinion. And then when you do, walk it out, get involved.
That's awesome.
All right.
Well, listen, I appreciate you coming down, and if you want to come back over and talk again, I'm here for 24. Well, let's see how many hours left, right? I think I'm at 20 hours now. So, listen, I really appreciate you coming, taking the time and spending some time with us.
I enjoyed chatting with you, and I would love to come take a tour. And get involved with everything you guys are doing. Okay.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Bye, y'all.
Again, if you'd like to come down, we're at 1400 Evangel Drive, and you'd like to have a conversation about issues around homelessness or the unhoused or mental illness or the addicted, we'd love to have that conversation. We will be here until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. We are 4 hours in, and it's going well. So far, my voice is still lasting, and we're doing good. But and if you would also like to, if you're following us online, if you'd like to put in a comment and have a question or a comment about what's going on, we'd love to read those out and talk about those as well. Thank you so much, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
He made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission, because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission, because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission, because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
their storage situation?
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, save my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Bye, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Yeah, it'd be great.
It's a lot warmer this time.
70 degrees warmer earlier.
Probably hot.
No burn barrel. Yeah, actually, when the sun was out, it was a little warm. But yeah, in January it was 11 degrees at the coldest.
I knew that night
it was cold.
Yeah.
You know it, but I said to somebody, gave me some real experience. You know, can you imagine somebody living like that all the time out in the street?
Makes
you know,
realize it.
Yep.
I think he said we were live.
Yep. So we're back on, and have a special guest. It's my pastor of my church. Came down to encourage me. His wife's here, and we're going to get her on too. She's shaking her head no. And but appreciate just tell the folks who you are and what church you're with. And
Well, my name's Tony Boyles. I'm with Woolly Springs Baptist Church. We're up North Limestone County, right on the Limestone-Madison County line. I've been there a little over 30 years as pastor. We just country church. The Lord has just blessed in a very special way. We're just really been a blessing.
Yeah, and one of the things that really impressed me with the church, I've been there about 2 years now, is really the heart for outreach.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, mission-minded, and you even give up the pulpit on Wednesday nights once in a while for people to come in and talk about what ministry they're doing. And I grew up in a church where my dad was the pastor, and half our budget was missions.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it just always kind of rang as a good thing for me when people in churches are involved so much. Why are you guys so involved in missions?
Well, I truly believe if you're not involved in missions, you're missing out on the mission that you're called to do. But just a quick story. I hadn't been there very long, and this was right after we arrived there to church, and the tornadoes came through one of the times that they came through Madison Limestone County. And we were a lot smaller at that time. The church just was not that large. In one of our leadership deacons meetings, one of the men made a recommendation that we give to a little as a trailer park that got hit. And sometimes I look back and think that was the start of what we're literally doing now. And I've always told the people, and we've had several building programs, that we'll never forego missions to do a building that it's going to be. And
we could use one right now. It's
well,
bursting at the seams right now, you know?
But hey, my philosophy now is use what you got as many times you have to and keep giving to all your mission out. And we've had really our outreach probably started with World Changers. We were Southern Baptist, and World Changers was a youth-oriented mission trip that we got involved in and have been to many states doing projects. But that planted the seed in some of our young people and some of our adults. And then from that, we've had one of our young ladies go into missions in South Africa doing the hidden place camps. One of our men goes and builds churches. Got a couple with the Foreign Mission Board. And then blessed when you came to be a part of our church, because we, I'll be honest, I hate to say we were not aware of the work and the ministry here. And I was thinking this morning when you were doing this, sometimes the more you find out about something, you get leery about it, the more you find out. But the more I find out about the Downtown Rescue Mission, and the more I find out about you, the more I realize what an unbelievable work is going on here. And we should have known about it a long time before now. But it's the more I find out, the more I'm just amazed at the ministry that's going on here.
Well, God is good for sure, and He definitely leads and guides what we do here, or else I wouldn't be here. That's the purpose.
It's an unbelievable ministry. We're just thankful to be a part of it and have you at Willie Springs.
Well, so I, became a member a year and a half ago or so. And one of the things I love about the church is there's mission outreaches that you guys do overseas. And I had never done that. Mm-hmm. And my one daughter is a senior in high school this year. And I thought for leading up to her senior year, we'd go and do a couple mission trips. And I actually got to spend, my daughters actually got to spend a lot of time with your wife.
Yes.
Going to South Africa and also to Guatemala. Yeah. And one of the things that really impressed me, and I've been around rescue mission work for a long time, about 35 years now. And, I'd never been really to a third world country. Mm-hmm. And just to see the difference, in America, because I really think because we're a Christian nation, we do a lot of good things for people because we reach out. We have a ulterior motive that we want to share Jesus Christ, but a lot of things happen like feeding and housing and things. But we went to South Africa, and it's almost devastating to see some of these people that are trying to sell things on the side of the road that the kids told us that we were there to minister to. If they don't sell anything, they don't eat anything that day. And then when we went to Guatemala, we were at the one of the dumps, and people were actually there not getting paid, and they were going through the dump to try to find things, whether it was to eat or, to sell at some point. And it was just devastating to be there. And you had to think, here in the United States, I always say, I don't think there's anybody, if they want to be, they don't have to be hungry in the United States. And it just really was a stark reality for me to see how good I think we do things here.
Yeah. Well, I've always told our church, and I know everybody cannot go on an international trip, but it's as much for the person going as for the ministry they do. And the ministry is unbelievable. We got a group that will be coming back tomorrow from South Africa, but it changes, like you say, your whole perspective on things to go and see some of those things. And I really encourage people to try to make an international trip to one of those areas to just experience that. I think it is really life-changing.
Yeah. And, it's always good to know that the pastor's wife is, as much ministry as the pastor
is.
Yes,
she is.
Listen, I'll just say this about your wife. Half the time I didn't sit down because she was running around working so hard that I felt bad if I sat down. So I was, having to get dishes or something, or,
Well, why I don't go to every one of them. I don't want to be embarrassed because she's working so hard and I'm in the background doing nothing. So I can't go all the time.
Her, right?
I send her. They want one of us to go. I say, we take the best worker. She's the best worker.
That's
and
awesome.
So she's always done that. She's probably the behind-the-scenes pastor's wife, and but loves to go on mission trips. I don't know how many she's been to South Africa, Mexico, and building churches, and one in Guatemala and Honduras. So she's been around the world on mission trips.
It was amazing when we went to Guatemala. we build these 12 by 12 little shacks. I mean, that's really what we're building. And the tears that are in the eyes of the people that are getting them, that they're become their homes. And, you know, it was just a stark reality to me of, you know, what we provide here at the mission. You know, the folks that stay with us, the people that are in Guatemala would think they're in a mansion here, you know, because the places that they're, and it's dirt floors half the time. And, you know, kids are running around, and we were in the mountains. They're half running around on the side of a cliff. And, you know, it's just, you know, half the time I want to pick up the little kids and say, hey, get away from the cliff there, you know, but it was amazing. So, you know, I know that the church, it being a country church, you don't realize it as much, but what are your thoughts as a pastor on homeless and the homeless issues in the United States?
You know, it's tragic to see that, and I think not being in a city, we're not exposed to it as much, and so I think we've got to do a better job of educating our folks, because their vision of homelessness is a person sitting at the interstate holding a sign up, you know, and I don't think they understand, and I know I didn't completely, the background, the life that they come from, and what y'all are providing for them, and what is needed, and so I don't know that we understand completely the need and the group that y'all are ministering to, and I think that's the education part on our part is, you know, being a little bit out of the city. Now, the city's moving our way, and Ardmore's probably starting to see some of that, but nothing compared to the Madison, Athens, Huntsville area. So,
well, I predict, and you try not to predict these things, but just like Athens, because they're right on 65 there, that Ardmore will have some of that same thing, because a lot of times what happens is the homeless folks are coming down through, and that's just the exit they get off at, you know, and then they have nowhere else to go, and so then end up being the homeless guy at the Ardmore or Athens or wherever. One of the things that I talked about earlier is we're really, as a mission, thinking long-term of having some satellite missions in some of the smaller communities that we know have homeless, like Athens, Decatur, and Scottsboro, and some of those that have come to us, and still have the hub here, but have ministries there that we can feed back to the main hub here, where bring people to the program if they need to get in the program.
Well, I know Athens is. I know there are areas of camps of homeless people in Athens. Definitely, a real need. That's interesting.
Yeah,
a great ministry. What I'm always amazed is that you've always got a vision. You know, I've always heard if you can't see it before you see it, you'll never see it. And so I know you're seeing it before you see it, and it's going to become a reality. And so that's exciting.
We've celebrated our 50th year this year, and you guys were able to come to that. It was fun, a concert and things that we did. But I remember back when I first came almost 26 years ago, and I became real good friends with one of the founders. He was the businessman that kind of funded it while it was first got started. And he was served on the board for years. And we had just finished a project over on our old campus, and he had funded a lot of it. And we were talking. He took me to lunch and tell him some of my dreams and some of my goals and some of the future thoughts that I had. And he said, you know, Keith, we just built this thing that I helped you build. When's enough? Yeah. And he did it with a joking smile, but I said, well, when the need goes away, he goes, well, you got me there.
Yeah, exactly.
And and he faithfully supported even when we moved here, and he's passed away since. But, you know, I think that God, even I think Blackaby talks about it in Experiencing God when you go through his thing, that if we're not moving and doing something for God, then we're not doing anything at all.
Exactly.
You know?
And so I think, you know, going back to when I went to Woolly Springs, I called the pastor that had left, and just to find out about the church. And I asked him, I said, you know, why are you leaving? And his words have rung with me for a long time. He says, well, I no longer have a vision for the church. And so he recognized it was time for him for a new vision. And so I've always said, you know, if you don't have a vision for what you want to do next, for the next ministry, the next goal out there, then, you know, you need to look somewhere else.
Yeah.
And
I tell my staff, because, you know, I'm going 26 years and we're talking succession planning and everything else. And hopefully it'll be 10, 15 years from now. I'm not sure. But I always say my prayer life is that, God, I want to go out on fire, not burned out.
Right.
And if I go out on fire, then I've done what he's asked me to do. If I go burned out, I've been there too long.
Been too long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you and I were talking a little bit before we kind of went live, and you visited me. It wasn't a year ago. It was in January
Yeah.
that we did the inaugural. And that event, we had 15 rescue missions that did it with us. Today, that was kind of the first one to test market and see how it went. Today's event is going to be at 75 rescue missions across the
Wow.
country.
That's impressive.
And so we have live feeds that are going between the groups, and the locals stay local, but it's fun to see how it's expanded already. But you were saying to me the weather was a little different.
Yeah, you
then.
need to talk to those that were not a part of the first one. You need to explain to them what a real evening would be like. We came, it was on a Wednesday night, and we had a group that came after church, and I mean, we had on our winter suits, and I mean, it was cold.
Looked like you guys were going hunting.
Oh, exactly. I mean, they hand warmers, toboggans, full gear, because it was, and that was at 8:30, 9, and so I know by 1, 2 a.m., 4 a.m., it was brutally cold. I forgot how cold you said it was, but it was a cold night.
In fact, that week they said it was the winter vortex, where it comes down from Canada, and it got down to 11 degrees. Now, when I came out this afternoon, it was around 80. So that's 70-degree difference.
Yeah.
From what we had last year. So you seem more happy to be
Oh,
out here
this
with
is
me
just
today.
enjoyable. I'm very comfortable tonight, so it's amazing the difference. So, well, are y'all going to do this yearly, or is this something that twice a year? What's the plans on this?
So we're really hoping that this becomes. We were part of an association called Citygate, and Citygate is kind of where about 350 rescue missions come together. We're all separate missions, but that's our almost like the mothership of what we do. They hold conferences and conventions for us, and we learn a lot. They actually go and do things in Washington for us. But we're trying to promote that more, and this is some of what that promotion is that we're doing nationwide events. If you put all the rescue missions together, we are the #1 group of who feeds and shelters and clothes people and provides programs and services for those who are unsheltered. And so we're trying to bring awareness to the association, which is Citygate, but also, our goal is to kind of grow this that maybe all 300 or 350 rescue missions will do it. We have some that, they say I can't stay up for 24 hours and, I can't tell you that I won't fall asleep on the bench at some point here, but, but my thing is and I serve on the national board too. I think our goal is really to grow this to be something that almost like Salvation Army does their bell ringing. And, but, we're really trying to bring awareness and attention to the issues that surround homelessness. And so whether it's political or whether it's, people's misperceptions of what we do, that's really so I'm hoping this becomes, a yearly event. The last time I did was in January, and now it's October. I'm hoping I can wait at least a full year.
Get a year, get a whole year.
Because it is grueling. It I don't know if you're ever a youth pastor, but youth pastors sometimes used to do those shut-ins. Where it was 24 hours. Those are grueling.
Yeah, they're tough. I've been a part of them.
Yeah, and it's kind of like that, except I'm out here and I have cough drops here and some things like that. Because you're a pastor. If you talk for 24 hours, it's a long time. So
got your coffee mug.
Yeah, got all that ready. Yeah.
Well.
But yeah, we're I'm excited because I think there's a lot of things that people don't understand about what's happening. My real push is that people understand that homeless folks are people too.
They're real. And,
it's somebody's mom or their dad or their brother or sister. Listen, I've even had one of my siblings are all adopted, and I had a sibling that was homeless for a while. And here I run a facility myself, but I was able to connect her with one of the ministries that was up in Pennsylvania when she was going through her issues. And, if you don't have homelessness hit you directly as a family member, sometimes people don't realize what you know. I've had some people say, well, just go out and get all those homeless people jobs. Well, you know, most of them have had good jobs, and they still ended up where they are today. And sometimes that's what addiction or mental illness or you know.
Yeah, part of the problem.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that, you know, and you're talking about the homelessness, I realized, and I didn't realize this, that y'all do so much more than provide a place for them to sleep.
Yeah.
All the ministries you do here, as far as your Bible studies, your programs to help them advance and find opportunities. And so I think so many, they don't understand or realize that part of it. And that was what was also so impressive to me, all of the things that go along with providing a shelter for them.
A lot of folks, their understanding of a mission, usually if they hear rescue mission, they think of soup, soap, and salvation, right? You feed them a bowl of soup, give them a place to lay down their head, and then you're preaching at them all the time. It's so much more than that.
Oh, it is.
You know, in fact, I always say when somebody comes into our program after being addicted or, you know, a lot of times they're gaunt and they don't look healthy. They're here for about a month or so. The food that we feed, they usually gain 10 or 15 pounds. You know that freshman 15 that you get when you go to college?
Exactly.
We definitely have that here at the mission, you know. But it's good to see because you see the life come back into some people's faces a lot. But it's more than the food and it's more than the shelter. My real purpose for being here is about sharing the gospel of Jesus Christ. But really, we do that through our programs. And the year-long program that we have, we've got about a 74% success rate of them being 2 years or more away from homelessness. I love that because I know programs like AA are only 25%.
Yeah.
So my true belief is that because we have Jesus as part of it, that's how people really change their lives.
That changes forever.
Yeah. You know, the hole that they are filling with the drugs or alcohol, we're trying to fill with Jesus Christ, and that's the difference.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it? That's great.
So what's the message this week going to be about?
Hezekiah.
Hezekiah.
We moved from Elijah to Hezekiah, so we're going to look at his. Really, he had 3 prayers, but we're going to talk about some of the reforms that Hezekiah wanted to see. He wanted to open the temple back up. I believe he wanted to get people back where they needed to be.
It's been a great series. It's been all the main characters of the Bible that we're going through.
I've enjoyed that probably as much as any series I've done in a long, long time, and I just sort of wandered into it. I'm not a great planner. I don't plan out a year in advance my preaching schedule by any means, and so I thought, well, let's do biblical characters. And I can't tell you that I don't even know the next character I'm going to. I don't have them lined up.
Yeah.
But boy, it's been fun for me.
So I shouldn't ask what the vision is for next month?
No, you should not.
Okay. I won't do that then.
Oh, just Sunday. We got Sunday down Hezekiah. So.
And one of the things I love about Woolly Springs too is that not only do you preach it on Sundays, but you give follow-up that you can follow online. Like even if somebody doesn't go to the church, they can hear a little bit of what the message was because you give a summary with Pastor Larry on Sunday nights that goes out for everybody to listen to.
We've started, and he came up with that idea of let's sort of revisit things, and so we've sort of have the idea that repetition helps, and so I'll preach on it on Sunday morning, then I'll do a little. And I'll follow up on Hezekiah Wednesday night, do a little bit more about his life on Wednesday, and then we do a digging deeper, we call it, on Sunday night, that we send out people and watch anytime they want to. So
actually, I watch you when I'm on the treadmill sometimes at work. Okay. Just so you know, I'm chugging along on the treadmill, and I got my pastor out there, so you know. But yeah, I enjoy that because I think the repetition, but you dive a little deeper too.
Yeah, we do. We try
like
to dig a little bit deeper in it, so we enjoy that.
So what you've been a pastor for how long now total?
I started pastoring in 1983. I graduated Southwestern Baptist Seminary, went to the University of Alabama, and degree in business, and went on to seminary. In '83, started pastoring in a rural South Alabama place called Pennington, Choctaw County. The church, I'll never forget, had around 35 in Sunday school. Rural, never got above 50. And we were there 7 years in that one. Then I pastored another church for about 4 years, and then in Woolly Springs.
Wow.
So it's been home. Got to see our daughter grow up there at Woolly Springs and the community, and it's been a real blessing.
Yeah. Well, you've been a blessing to the community, and I had my uncle was a pastor of a church for 47 years,
wow.
one church, and that usually doesn't happen. I know it's like 3 years is what a pastor usually lasts at a church. Either it's the pastor's preaching or it's the congregation. I mean, I grew up as a PK, so I completely understand. I've heard those conversations on the way home. The inner workings of churches sometimes aren't so fun, right? But
well, it's amazing. We survived 5 major building programs at Willie Springs.
Oh, well, that's a lot.
It's I figure if we can survive that, and I can survive that, we can survive any. And they've been amazing. The Lord's blessed every one of them.
Well, I need to bring you on for my building project here.
No.
So,
we're not quite that big, but we've had some pretty good ones. But how is it going?
So far, good. We've raised about $4.5 million. Our total goal for the first phase is about 7.5.
Wow.
So I'm in the last stages of starting to meet with some folks to try to raise the last $3 million. But we started the building project before we had the money because we knew there was such a need, and it's come to fruition that it's a good thing we did, because our overnight women's area, for sure, we only had enough room for 56, and we're averaging about 80.
Wow.
And so, we had to do it when we did. So we know God owns a cattle on 1,000 hills. He's going to supply our needs, and that's the faith I have. And if not, he's going to get us through either way.
He'll get you through, no question.
That's right.
He has a plan.
Well, Pastor, I appreciate you coming out and visiting me and supporting me.
Thank you for the work you do, for the Lord. And just, again, it's amazing what God's doing here at the Downtown Mission.
Well, and I love being at my new church that I started a couple of years ago, and my family loves being there and being part of the family.
We love your family. Looking forward to coming and watching your daughter play basketball this year.
Yeah.
That's one of our goals is to watch her play basketball.
She actually got an offer from a college the other day.
I heard that. Covenant?
Covenant, yeah.
That's exciting.
So she's excited about that, and, we're going to see if that's the place God wants her to go. And so we're
got a plan. That's exciting.
If we're out of his plan, I always find that's not a good thing.
It's not a good place to be, is it?
That's right. Well, Pastor, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming out tonight.
Well, I've enjoyed it. Have a great evening. Hope the night goes well.
Yeah, you'll be back at 2?
No.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming.
Oh,
appreciate it very much.
Listen, I just enjoy coming down.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Just a little bit closer.
Like that.
Hi, Allie.
Okay, cool. Don't drift too far.
We're good.
Hey, Mom.
Nervous?
Hey, Cal.
Yep.
Good game?
All right, so we're back, and we have my friend Darrell. Don't be nervous. You're just talking to me, not the millions of people out. No, I'm kidding. Hey, so tell us a little bit. Say your name, and then just a little bit about how old you are, and tell us a little bit about who you are.
I'm Darrell Thompson. I'm 26 years old, from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. So Hotlanta.
Yes, sir.
So you grew up there, or?
Yeah. So I was born in Memphis, Tennessee. I didn't live there super long, but I did grow up in Atlanta. So I kind of say that's where I'm from, you know, because I feel like I lived like the important years of my life there.
Are you a Falcons fan?
No, I am not a Falcons
Thank
fan.
goodness, because they're playing my Buffalo Bills this next week. So
I'm actually a Green Bay fan.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, yeah. I
That's
was
a
a
good
big
team.
fan of Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah.
So I liked him a lot. Now I heard something on the radio today. Actually, they were talking about Clay Matthews and how he's not like in the Hall of Fame yet.
Yeah.
And I think that is kind of bizarre.
He should be.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a
he
good
definitely
player.
should be. Yeah.
I think so.
So you're here and with the mission?
Yes, sir. I'm in the program. I'm in the second step of the program right now. I'll be in third step come November.
Okay. So tell me a little bit before the mission. What happened in your life that maybe brought you to the mission? What was going on with you before you came here?
I feel like I got a little bit lost. I graduated school, and I just kind of didn't have any direction. I felt like I was kind of lost a little bit. Just, you know, I was in school for 5 years. I was on a wrestling team in college, so that year that we had COVID, I was able to kind of take like I guess like kind of like a medical shirt year, if that makes sense, because like everybody got one since we didn't have a season.
Yeah.
So pretty much I stayed an extra year, and I was able to get 3 minors out of that too. So, you know, I took some classes that I needed, but I took classes that I didn't need to, just the fillers, you know. I just kind of got lost, man. Like, I eventually moved. I went back to Atlanta, and I was just working odd jobs. And then I got in touch with one of my friends that I was close with. He went to school with me for a little bit, but he ended up dropping out. But I ended up getting in touch with him, and I was able to go back there. And I actually got a pretty good job working at a Tyson factory. I was making like $18 an hour. It was a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Had my own apartment and stuff, vehicle. Things were just going well. And somewhere in there, I just kind of got lost, man. I had a little bit of an alcohol problem. I was drinking and stuff a lot. And I was going to work and stuff like that, but at some point, I think the depression hits a little bit, and then, like, you stop showing up like how you're supposed to.
Yeah.
And then you just, things just fall off from there. I was able to work kind of odd jobs here and there, like, after that, but, repeating the same pattern, you're going to find yourself in that same place. So things got a little bit hard, and, I fell down. Was kind of barely making it, like, check to check, and it got hard. So I came back down here, and I found this place. My parents lived down here, actually, in Madison, but my mom helped me find this place. And I didn't want to join the program at first, actually. Like, I was kind of out here just screwing around, like, not taking life seriously, just because I was, like, feeling sorry for myself. But Chaplain Aaron, he saw a lot in me, and he wanted me to join the program. He thought it would be the best for me because, he saw that I wasn't making good decisions, but he kind of believed in me a lot, and he thought that I could do well as long as I, put in the work, and wanted to really change. So, I got to thank him a lot. He's actually going to, I'm getting baptized here the next graduation.
Praise the Lord. That's awesome.
And he's going to do it. So,
yeah.
I look up to him a lot. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He saw a lot
He
of
loves
me.
on people, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's a good heart, man. He's a good heart.
So, did you wrestle in high school?
Yeah, so that's actually
And
crazy.
did you go to college for wrestling? I mean, you got in for, oh, wow. What weight class were you?
I did 141 and 133.
What were you when you were in college?
When I was in college, I did both weight classes.
Yeah.
So I started out like freshman and sophomore year doing 133. And then my third year, I was supposed to wrestle 141. Or no, 133, I'm sorry. But I just kind of got lazy with cutting weight, and I didn't want to do it.
Cutting weight for those wrestlers, man. I played football in high school, but those wrestlers would be running down the hallways with those sweatsuits on, and they'd open them up and the sweat come out, and, they were cutting weight all the time, and I was like, thank God I play football, what I mean?
Yeah, we had a lot of football players come over to wrestling, like in high school, though. They make pretty good wrestlers, They're really strong and explosive.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the cardio aspect of it, And then once they get their cardio right, though, you only got to show those guys like 2 moves or something. Some of them just
They're
got
strong.
it. Yeah, they just have it, man.
So, would you say that you grew up in a middle class family, or?
Yeah, I would say that.
Mom and dad, and
yeah, my dad was in the military, so like that short part of my life, like he was there. Don't get me wrong, but he was in and out. He was in Iraq actually in 2003. So but I would say so. Yeah, I have a younger brother and a younger sister. But we've always had a roof over our head, food in our mouths.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like we've been rich, but
No.
I mean, I think I had a good life.
But you grew up, like, what I'm trying to say is you grew up a kind of a regular.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think I had like just a regular childhood.
Yeah. Were you guys churchgoers at all, or?
Yeah. So my mom, especially like I said, like that first part of my life when my dad, like he was in and out. Yeah, my mom, she was real. Like she grew up like that, man. So like my mom, my mom's mom, my grandmother, she they used to go to church all the time. My mom was a little bit sheltered in a way, kind of until she met my dad. So she didn't like, I listened to like I used to. I haven't listened to very much lately, but like I like 90s hip hop music.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
you and my wife would get along well. She likes 90s hip hop too.
yeah, it's some good music,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I feel like it's probably the best. So I, talked to my mom about some songs. She was like, I never listened to that. My mom, she
Yeah,
didn't let
yeah.
me listen. I was like, what? I was like, so I think that's kind of crazy because, I would try to share that with her, but like she told me that. But yeah, growing up, man, like my mom, she took us to church like every Sunday. And yeah, my mom's a pretty spiritual woman. Yeah.
I grew up, my dad's a pastor, and I grew up with him being the pastor, but I always used to joke and say, my dad was the pastor, but my mom was the good Christian. I jokingly,
Yeah.
like, he's the pastor, but my mom was very, very good Christian lady. So you hit college and COVID stuff happens, right? And you're kind of going to college, but not really. You're not playing sports at all.
Yeah, so that year was weird a little bit. It was a weird year. I remember COVID first happened. I didn't think that we were coming back. So when I found out we were coming back, I was working all that summer. A lot of people were getting like checks and stuff, dude. I was working 2 jobs during that summer. So I had a job at like Waffle House, and then this place called like Main Event. I don't know if you ever heard of it before.
Where the kids can go and play video games and stuff. Is that what you're? Yeah.
So I had 2 jobs, and I was doing pretty well. Oh, I worked at a gas station too, actually. So I had 3 jobs.
Wow.
Yeah. I ended up leaving there though, not too long.
Now, did you finish college or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I graduated in 2022.
Did you finish out your scholarship with wrestling or no?
Well, so Division III, that's what I read. I did Division III. Division III is a little bit different. They don't give like full ride scholarships, but like depending on how you did, like on your ACT and SAT and stuff like that, they find like different ways to give you money and stuff like that. So I wouldn't say that I paid like a whole lot per semester.
Yeah.
Like so.
What school did you go to?
It's called University of the Ozarks. In
Oh
Arkansas.
yeah.
So it was a cool experience though, but that COVID year was really weird, man. I had my own apartment. And,
Do you think that affected some of the depression, or?
I would say that's probably like where it probably started. You know, just because we were having practices and stuff, but like we're young and we want to party and have fun and stuff, so. We were just doing like a bunch of like drinking and smoking and stuff like that, but we were still training, but like it just wasn't as like it wasn't the grind like how it is like
And not smoking cigarettes either, right?
No.
Yeah.
But so we were doing that, man, and we were having fun and stuff, but like it was just different.
Yeah.
And then I was dating a girl at the time, and she kind of fell through, like it didn't work out, and I kind of just a little bit depressed about that, and I feel like that's when I kind of started to go off the rails a little bit, because I didn't really drink that much back then, but I feel like that's where if I think about it, that's where it kind of started.
Did you feel like you went down the path of being alcoholic, or?
I would say so. There would be sometimes like that, like there'll be times that I wouldn't drink and stuff like that, but it's like I feel like if you feel like that you need alcohol to like cure something inside of you, that's alcohol. To me.
When you wake up in the morning, you start thinking about it?
Not all the time. It just depends on what was going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes you go on those benders, you be like, man, I don't even want to look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then you're going through something, you feel like, oh, okay, I want to drink, so I don't want to feel any emotion. You want to run away from what's going on in your life. And I feel like that kind of happened to me.
So you start down that path, and you finish up college and you start drinking more. Is that what happened?
Yeah. Like I said, like I was a little, kind of like I just didn't know what I was gonna do necessarily. So it's just I kind of just got a little bit lost, I would say. So
yeah,
probably so. Yeah.
When did you said your dad lives in Madison?
Yeah, my mom and dad live.
When did they move there?
It's probably going on the 2nd year now.
2nd year.
Yeah.
And so did you move with them when they came?
Not originally. I was still living on my own at that time. Like
Okay.
I was living on my own at that time. I was okay.
So did they see that you were heading down a bad path and they said, hey, maybe you should try the mission? Is that what happened, or?
Once
how
I
did that
got
go?
down here, during that time, like when they first moved down here, probably not, because they knew I had a job at Tyson and stuff.
Yeah.
Things like when you tell them that you got a good job and like, dude, I'm making this much, like
Yeah.
they don't know all this stuff, because I'm not sharing it with them all the time
Yeah.
either. So I'm not telling them like what's going on and like doing this. And sometimes like at that time, you might not even feel like you have a problem, you're depressed, because like, well, I'm doing good, I'm making money, but like spiritually, like I wasn't there.
Yeah.
So but like it took me to being here, like to kind of recognize some things about myself. And I'm very grateful for that, because it gives me a chance to reflect and just become a better person.
So was it your mom or dad that said maybe you should try out the mission?
My mom.
Your mom.
Yeah.
And how'd she know about it? What was it that she knew?
I actually don't know.
Okay.
I actually don't know.
She knew we had a program or something, and she said you should probably go down there.
I remember when I first got here, she dropped me off. I remember whoever was working the gate, she just kind of asked about that, and they kind of told her.
Yeah.
But I remember that. But I don't know. I just think because I was in a bad spot, they didn't want me around when I was doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not that they don't love me and they care about me, but they wanted me to probably get some help.
No, sometimes love means that they do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they probably love you more because they wanted you to come here and get help, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get here, you're here the first couple of weeks. What were your thoughts?
In the program or overnight?
Overnight. When you were in the emergency shelter, what did you think? Yeah.
It's a different scene.
Yeah.
It puts a lot of things into perspective for you. It makes you want to do better. It makes you want to take life more seriously.
How quickly after that did you start thinking about getting in the program?
Probably maybe a month and a half.
Yeah. And Pastor Aaron was really working on you, huh?
Yeah.
He said, hey, this is the thing you need to do, right?
Yeah, because there was a time that I was there, and then I left for a little bit, and I came back again.
Yeah.
But that second time going around, he could just see that, I wasn't in a great spot, and, he kind of pushed it on me. It was more of I had to, kind of.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't making good decisions, but I do feel like it was a great decision.
It was a good encouragement with that 2x4, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, you're in the second step now, right? Is that what you told me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how has this program helped change your perspective on life?
Man, a lot of different ways, getting closer to God, and then because I said I grew up going to church and stuff, but I feel like when you're a kid, you're not taking it seriously, you're just going because your mom's making you go. You know?
Yeah.
But just the classes and learning about different things, and just one of my favorite Bible stories is the story about Joseph. I feel like we can take a lot from that, just because Joseph was the type of guy, he went through so much in his life, and his attitude was always good, and he always had faith that God was gonna work in his life.
Yeah.
And I feel like if we tried to live our lives more like that, it would be better.
Yeah.
So it's just different things like that. You got to understand that, as a human being, we have to do our part and do our due diligence to do what we need to do. But, it's ultimately up into God's hands.
That's true. Yep. And if we're out of his will, he'll let you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, so far you've been through two semesters of our program. What's been your favorite class so far?
I like Adam Casey's class, of course. Adam
Yeah.
Casey, he's awesome, man.
He's inspiring, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the way he teaches, dude, he's a great teacher. He reminds me I think he could go teach in a college.
Yeah.
College level if he wanted to.
Don't tell him that because we're trying to keep him here. Right? So what was the name of the class that he was teaching for you?
Well, right now we have prayer class, so I like prayer class a lot.
Yeah.
Prayer class is really cool. He just, the way he teaches us and stuff, and the way he explains things, he explains in a way where we can understand it better.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot about him. He's really engaging with all of us. If we're not if we're not participating like he wants us to, he'll give us a nudge and be like, hey, but then eventually we all kind of get into it. So he's just a great teacher, man.
That's awesome.
He's a real people person. So
he is. So you'll graduate in May?
Yes, I will.
So when May comes around, what are your thoughts about what you want to do?
What I first want to do is,
once you graduate and you get that certificate and you've been through the program, and let me ask you this before you answer that question. How's it going with alcohol now? Are you been pretty clean since you've been here, or how's that going?
I got here in April, so what is now? It's October, so however long that is.
About 6 months?
Yeah, it's going pretty well, man.
That's awesome. And you haven't touched anything, or?
No, not at all.
Yeah. And a big part of that is you finding that you're away with the Lord and through the program, and
just getting back to my, just myself, just doing things that I enjoy, hanging out with friends. Sometimes we'll watch movies here, play ping pong. We'll have deep conversations, do devotions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then, we kind of keep each other in check around here,
It's important.
if we're doing something wrong or we feel like we're doing something wrong, we'll talk to each other. Not in a way to, be like, hey, get on to each other bad, but just to be like, hey, man, you're better than that. Don't need to be doing this, or you need to be doing this,
Yeah.
And I appreciate that place a lot.
That's good. So you get up there and I shake your hand and hand you a diploma, and you finish the program. You've been baptized and all the things that are going on. What do you see for yourself going forward?
Well, I want to eventually start a career somewhere. I have a political science degree, so, maybe working on a campaign for somebody or something like that. I could see myself doing that. But, ultimately, wherever God leads me to,
Yeah.
And I think that's the exciting part, of my life right now, just knowing that, I'm on a whole different path. It's it's like being born again in a way. It's like, hey, I got so much to look forward to. But, I do want to stick around the mission for a while, when I graduate, while I'm working, save money, and then, just keep praying and keep doing the right things and see where God leads me.
What do your mom and dad think about how you're doing at the mission in the program?
I mean, when was the last time I went home? I saw them sometime, I want to say it was early August.
Yeah.
The first thing my mom said to me, she was like, you look good, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just look better than I was looking, obviously. So,
Yeah.
That was good to hear. And just know that she's not worried about me. She knows where I am, and, she knows that I'm doing well.
That helps with mama's stress, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she knows you're eating good here too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we serve some pretty good meals here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you do for chores? What are your chores that you do? Your volunteer work that you're...
I work the front desk.
Yeah. And so when you do that, you take the calls when people call into the mission. What shift do you work for that?
Well, during the weekends, this weekend, for example, I'm working in the morning.
Yeah.
But since Matt works from, he works usually in the morning during the weekdays, so it's always going to be 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Yeah. And you get to help with people coming in and out of the program that are coming in and out the door, and donations when they come in. And I appreciate you doing that. So it's exciting to see when God changes a life, especially, a young guy like you. I had somebody earlier talking about that people have perceptions of people that are at a rescue mission. Like, oh, it's, that 55-year-old, 60-year-old guy who used to drink under the bridge. Well, it's not always that, right? I mean, you're 26 and, you're straightening your life out because you're going through our program, and God's going to do great things. And I can't wait to see what God leads you into. I mean, because it's amazing that he grabbed your life now so that you can do something great for him in the future,
Yeah.
So do you ever see yourself doing something for a rescue mission or helping with ministry or anything like that? Or
I mean, Chaplain Aaron's told me a lot of times that he sees me doing ministry. If I were to do something like that, I would like to work with just guys maybe high school or close young men, just to help them out because I went through hard experiences and just teach them about God and how he works in your life. And because sometimes being a younger guy and talking to younger people that, you can really inspire them, and then you can relate to them a little bit better and knowing what they're going through. So if I were to do something like that, like I said, it's in God's hands whatever I end up doing, but I could see myself doing that though.
So a little off the subject. So you think you can take me on the wrestling mat, or?
Probably so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I'm old.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it though,
So I got to tell you this. My dad was a wrestler in high school,
Really?
and he used to pound on me. I mean, I was like his wrestling dummy, even though he didn't wrestle anymore. And he would put me in these figure 4 leg locks and about break my leg. And I was like, that's not even legal. That's like wrestling on TV, you know? And but I grew up with a guy who loved wrestling. He they call it wrestling that you did is called wrestling, and then the wrestling that's on TV is wrestling. That's what somebody told me one time. But anyhow, well, listen, I appreciate you being here and sharing your testimony with us. And I can't wait to see what God's got in store for you, man.
Yes, sir.
I think he's got some great things, and keep the faith and keep your head down and push forward through the program. And listen, when you get through and we see you 10 years from now and all the things that God's done, you look back and wow, look at what he did in my life, you know.
Yes, sir.
I can't wait to see that. And that's really what I'm here for. I want to see lives change, and I think that's what he did for you.
Yeah.
So.
It's great to see that, honestly.
Yeah. You have any questions for me?
No. I mean, it was good talking to you. I think it's my first time meeting you.
Yeah,
so,
man.
Yeah. I met Doc once.
Yeah,
at the 50th.
Yeah, my dad.
I was right next to him taking a picture, so I
Yeah.
thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, Doc was a pastor for a long time, and then he worked at 2 different rescue missions as the director, and he did when he came here, the mission was kind of in despair. It was not doing so well, and when he came, he kind of turned it around, and then I took over a few years after that once he got it going, and it's been amazing to see what God can do even here. Like, if you had seen our old campus, you'd be shocked at where we are today, you know, because really you can see how God's hand moved over across the ministry. So
Did you guys switch locations?
yeah, we were over on 9th Avenue,
Okay.
which is on the other side of the city, and then about 15 years ago we moved here.
Okay.
Yeah. So this used to be a school and a church, and
Westminster,
yeah,
right?
Westminster, and
All
we bought it from them. My kids now go to Westminster, the school. It's right over on the Research Park Boulevard there.
Is it associated with this in some
It's
type of
not,
way?
but we still, you know, they come and volunteer here. They love it that their old campus went to ministry, you know.
Okay.
So it was fun to see that. But yeah, listen, man, I appreciate you coming out,
Yes, sir.
and thank you for sharing. I know it's not easy, and sometimes people get nervous doing this too, but
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous.
yeah,
last
man.
time.
Well, I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man.
Thank you so much.
much.
Appreciate it. Keep your head down. Keep strong, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. God bless you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years. Because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come into
life. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he.
All right, we're back. I just want to say this because if I don't do it, I won't remember. But I want to thank Academy Sports because they donated these nice padded seats we have. Because this bench, it's been 5 hours, and I'm still feeling, my tush is still feeling okay. So I want to thank them for donating the Academy Sports chairs. Because, boy, this bench would be hard after a couple hours. I'm just saying. So I want to make sure I got that in there. But thank you, Academy Sports, for donating those and helping me feel a little better during this 24 hours. So we're about 5 hours in. We have a new guest with us. Tell the audience your name and how old you are. And
my name is Anika Fletcher. I'm 42 years old.
So you're in the fourth step of the missions program.
Yes, sir.
And before we get there, though, tell us a little bit of the 41 years beforehand. Tell us a little bit about maybe where you grew up.
I grew up in Huntsville, Alabama, in project housing. When I was about 10, my mom, she moved us out the projects, but she moved us into a house, and she left us.
Oh, wow.
So I was there to
What do you mean left? What happened?
She moved on with her husband and left me and my brothers in the house together. So I'm 10.
And you're only 10?
Yes, I'm 10. So I was left there to fend for myself. As I growed older, around 14, 15, I met this girl when I got to high school, and her family took me in. And once they took me in, then my mom tried to come back into my life. By that time, I was rebellious.
Yeah.
Because you've been gone.
So she was gone at least 4 years at that point.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
When I turned 18, I got pregnant with my first child.
It's okay.
I got pregnant with my first child. I had her when I was 19. I finally was able to move out on my own. I moved out on my own. And that's when I got introduced into drugs. I used drugs for a coping skill to cope with my life, with me having to basically raise myself.
Because you were angry?
Yes.
Yeah. Did that mask your anger, or what were you trying to do? Were you trying to just not think about what happened in the past? or-
Yes, I was trying not to think about what happened in the past. And
Did you still have your daughter with you?
I still had my daughter.
What kind of drugs were you doing?
I was using cocaine.
Yeah. Not a good lifestyle, right?
No, sir. 2 years after that, I got pregnant with my son. Got pregnant with my son. Continued to use cocaine. After I had him, DHR got involved. I lost my children.
They knew you were doing drugs?
Well, they didn't find out till they got older.
Yeah. But
I
the
lo-
HR took them because you were doing drugs?
Yes.
Yeah.
I lost my children, and DHR made me come to a rehab, which I came here. I came to the Downtown Rescue Mission in 2009. But I didn't want to be here in 2009.
Yeah.
So I did everything in my willpower to not be here. So I left the program, and I was just like, I don't care. As the years went by, I had another child, and so on, so on. I kept having children until I got to my fifth child, and I came back to the program in 2013. And DHR got involved with my last child in 2013 because the DRM drug tested me, and I failed my drug screen, so they reported it to DHR.
Yeah.
I was angry. But something had to be done.
Yeah.
Over the years, I just kept using and using, getting in trouble, back and forth in jail for possession of controlled substances. Well, in 2022, I went to prison, spent 2 years in prison. I got out in 2024.
You're okay. No, you're okay.
I got out in 2024, and I started having the urge to want to use drugs again. And I was like, no, I have to get help. I called everywhere trying to get help. I called the mission for like 2 weeks, and I could never get no one to answer. Could never get no one to call me back. So that one day I was like, I give up. I just give up. And the day I decided to give up, Miss Tennille gave me a call, which I entered here in the program at September the 19th of 2024.
You're just a year ago.
Yes,
Yeah.
2024. I entered into the program September 19th. And my life's been great ever since I've been here.
But this time you came because you wanted to come.
Yes, I came this time because I wanted to come.
Yeah. The other times you were forced to come.
I was forced.
Yeah.
But
What's different this time for you?
I know my worth, and I know what my kids want.
Yeah.
I love myself more now. Back then, I didn't love myself or nothing in my life. I realized that my kids need a mother, something I didn't have.
Now, are you back in a good relationship with your kids?
Yes, sir.
Good. And they understand that you're here to try to get better, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Did you ever mend fences with your mom?
I did.
Did you?
Yes, sir.
And was that difficult?
It was very difficult.
Yeah.
Because she felt like she was there for me. Like I told her, yes, you fed us. Yes, you bought us our clothes. but where were you? I needed you.
Yeah.
When I was lonely in my bed at night and I wanted my mom wasn't there.
Yeah. Still hurts, doesn't it?
It do.
Yeah. And you can't do that to your kids, right?
I can't.
No. So you need to get better, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so how long you been drug-free?
For over a year now.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And how are you going to keep that going?
Keep God in prayer.
That's right. That's right. And we'll be here to support you too, right?
Yes, sir.
You know. So your 4 steps, so you've almost gone through all the program. What's been your favorite class so far?
Experiencing God.
Experiencing God? That's
Yes.
what I used to teach. I love that class.
Yes.
Yeah. What about experiencing God? What did you like about that the best?
It taught me more about God, how to love Him, and the types of love He has for us. I just learned more things that I didn't know. I learned a lot in experiencing God, and I actually read the book.
Yeah, that helps, right?
Yes, I actually read it.
That's awesome. So, what is the big thing in the course experiencing God that talked to you the most? What was it in that?
The agape love God has for us.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yes.
So, you're only a few weeks, maybe about a month away from graduation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What do you think that's going to be like?
It's going to be great. I mean, because I'm actually going to get to finish something that I started.
Yeah.
Something I never did.
Yeah. When you get that certificate that says you graduated, how's that going to feel?
It's going to feel lovely.
Yeah. Your kid's going to be here?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We have to thank God, because if it wasn't from Him, I wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. So, what is your plan once you graduate? What do you want to do?
I'm going to stay at the mission for a while, save up some money, and when I feel like I'm totally ready, I'm going to go out and try to get my own place for me and my children.
You're going to try to do the transitional housing for a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Save up some money, and then once you get past that, is there anything that you have a dream to do once you're out of the mission?
Yes, I would like to get my GED.
Yeah. Well, you can work on that while you're here.
Oh, I can?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll start getting that going for you.
Okay.
Especially if you're going to transitional housing, we make sure you're getting that GED program.
Yes, I would like to get my GED, and like I want to go to school for business. I want to open up my own business.
Yeah? What do you want to do?
I like to be a cook.
Yeah? You make some good food?
Yes, sir.
What's your favorite thing to make?
Turnip greens.
Turnip greens?
Yes.
Wow. That's old Southern school right there. Right?
Yes.
You make some cornbread to go with it? Or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to eat it, right?
And not Jiffy.
Yeah, not Jiffy. That's funny. That's funny. So, I'm sure your kids are proud of you, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And how much different do they look at their mama now than they did about a year or two ago?
They actually tell me they love me when a year or two ago they wouldn't even talk to me.
Yeah. How old are your kids now?
I have 23-year-old, 20, 18, 17, and 12.
Now, are you done with having kids now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So you got 5 kids from 23 to 12.
Yes.
And you're in a good relationship with them all?
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. It's amazing how when we take time to correct what we are doing in our own lives, how God corrects everything else too, right?
Yes.
He's got you back with your kids, that they're happy with their mama.
Yes.
And listen, part of my commission to you is don't have what happened to you happen to your kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you get this all clean, stay clean, stay on the right path, get your GED, go to college, get your business degree, because, man, your kids are going to benefit so much more from that than having a mama who's doing the other things, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I love to be able to talk to you. You have any questions for me?
No, sir.
No, no questions? I'm a cook too, you know. I make pizzas and homemade pizza and wings and.
Okay.
And actually, when I go home, Miss Kim, I have to feed her.
Yes.
So I gotta. And then I got 2 girls. Have you ever seen my 2 girls?
No, sir.
I've got one girl that's 6'3", so I got to keep her fed. You know, I
Yes.
mean, at 6'3", you got to keep them fed, right?
Yes.
But yeah, well, I love that. And listen, we want to keep track. And whenever you open your shop up to make some food, I'm going to come over and have some collard greens. Okay.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for meeting with me today, and thank you for giving your testimony. I
You're
appreciate
welcome. Thank you.
it. Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You did great. You did great. Get that leg out your way. There you go. My legs hurt.
Thank you.
Only a month away.
Yes.
Graduation coming soon.
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here. Hi, Allie. Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here. Hi, Allie! Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her! Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here. Hi, Allie. Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
I sure would have been with both of y'all sitting in between y'all. I took a picture. Yeah, I took a picture with them when I graduated the last time with both of them. I stood in between. I still got my picture. And my ring. Yeah.
They gave me a new way of life.
I'm starting to start.
The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life.
Oh.
They rescued me from myself. I'm coming here.
Oh, man.
I'm kidding.
Oh. Last time I heard about this, y'all was out here in 17 degrees.
11 degrees.
Ooh,
Yeah.
wee.
Yeah, it was cold.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike went home the whole time and stayed in his warm house. And yeah. the difference in temperature from last time to this time is crazy. Now it's getting a little chillier out now, but yeah.
Okay.
So, well, Brother Ricky, he's sitting here at the bench with me today, and
yes, sir.
Yeah. So I already said your name, but Ricky, tell him a little bit who you are and how old you are.
My name is Ricky Ricardo Johnson, 67 years old. And I've been here once before, and I thank God that you brought me back because I was in a bad situation. I graduated 5 years ago of doing good until I lost my sister. And it wasn't the drugs that brought me back, it was the alcohol.
Yeah.
And it put me in a situation that where if I didn't stop drinking, I was gonna die. So only thing I knew was to come back here, and I stayed on the overnight side. I came here, we buried my sister on the 24th of December, and that was the saddest day of my life. And the hurting thing about it, I didn't know she was in stage 4 until we called. I was in Atlanta, me and my wife, with my great-grandbaby, who she was born with a hole in her heart.
Oh, wow.
So we was down there, and I got the phone call. So I can't drive, but my wife brought me back. When we walked in the door of my sister's house, all I heard was a deep breath, something like that. And when I got to the room, she was already gone. I didn't get to see her. I didn't get to say, well, I saw her, but I didn't get to talk to her and find out what was going on.
What kind of cancer did she have?
She had what they call it was breast cancer. They had already took one of them, and then it moved down to her stomach.
Yeah.
So she had like a malignant cancer with some similar to leukemia.
Leukemia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And but anyway, when that happened, I did one of the dangerous things that any man can do. I thought I was Eve Knievel. I went got on my bike, went straight to the liquor store, and I drank and I drank. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital. I was hooked up to all kind of, equipment and stuff, and within a month, that was in like October, and then in November, I was still in the hospital. So when they released me, I got out and started drinking again. I ended back up in the hospital, but this time when I ended up, the doctor told me, my paramedic doctor, he said, I'm about to let you go, man, because you don't want to live. I need to take the space for somebody to care about themselves and want to live.
That's rough to hear.
And then he wanted to put me in an institution place because the word was I was in danger to myself.
Yeah.
That's what he said, you know. I wasn't dangerous to nobody but myself. I was destroying myself. And little did I know, you know, and then plus, you know, I was diagnosed with rhabdomyosarcoma, and then I didn't understand why God take her and let me live, you know, and then it was just, man, I don't know, I was just twisted. So when I got here in November, I stayed back there in the back, Morgan. I talked with Morgan. Well, I talked with Adam and them, the ones that's in the back. They wasn't here back then. And then I tried to talk with Mickey, and they told me I had to talk to Morgan.
Chapel Morgan.
Yeah, Chapel Morgan.
Yep.
So they left me back there. They come and talk to me, and they kept wondering, you know, do you want the program for real? No, because you already graduated, you did good. But at the end of the day, no, I didn't do good because, see, I forgot who God was. And then I forgot that God had a purpose and a reason for my sister. He had a better place for her.
Yeah.
And little it just hurt so bad, I didn't understand. Why would you take her? I mean, where's she gonna go? What's she gonna do? You know, she leaving 7 grandkids and 4 great grandkids and her kids. And most of all, I felt I was grudgy. She was leaving me.
Yeah.
Because, you know, after my mother passed, man, she was mama. She was mama for the truth.
Yeah.
And it was just like when I was here before, like you and Mr. Overhaul. Mr. Overhaul was like a daddy to me, man, because, you know, because he had that office in the back when the library was back there.
Yep.
You know, I stayed back there because I got to talk with him, and he taught a class. You know, understanding, I think it was understanding the Bible.
Yep.
That was the class he was teaching. And, man, and what inspired me for real, from Genesis to Revelation, it wasn't a chapel. You couldn't go to him. I mean, you couldn't tell him a chapel, and he didn't already know it. Because if I said it when we had, like, verse things, if we spoke of a verse, he would correct it. No, that ain't how the verse went. This is how it went.
Yeah.
And, man, you know, and it really inspired me, man. And then you, and to tell the truth about the whole thing, because I had went to Alethea. I had went to other programs, but I ended up back here.
Yeah.
This is where I felt my heart needed to be.
Yeah.
Because, see, people say this place is like a penitentiary, but I'm going to tell you the truth. Yeah, it's like a penitentiary, because if you understand what penitentiary really means, you know what penitentiary really means? Pay attention and get your life together and quit your talk and get to walk and learn that the walk you got, that's the best walk in the world, man.
Yeah.
Because, see, I'm going to tell you something. What you don't do for yourself, God already got your plan made. But he'll allow you to do these stupid things, excuse my expression, but he'll allow you to do stupid things, allow you forget your family, and he'll put it where your family can walk away from it. And better than that, he treats you like Job. You know, he'll take it all. He'll allow the devil to do everything in the world to you, but he ain't going to let him destroy you right now. But he'll take loved ones from you just to show you. And it's sad when they got to do that, when he do that, and you end up at the end, you realize who he really is, but at the end, though, you realize who he really is, but think about it. Look what it cost you to get where you at.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I was here 20, 18, and 19 doing the corporate. I graduated in 20. And I did good. Y'all helped me get my place. The mission helped me get my place.
Yep.
Helped pay my rent for almost 2 months and 2 to 3 months. Pay my deposit. It helped me with furniture from the stores and stuff. I mean, come on, man, I couldn't ask for more, but still, I was still going through things with my wife. She wasn't ready for me yet.
Yeah.
But a few years passed. We learned to talk, but we never could live together. Because, see, I felt like I was more institutionalized when it came to her, because I didn't like being controlled, and then she didn't like being controlled, but we forgot that he put us together as one.
Yeah.
And I was trying to be controlled, and she was too, and then I wanted to go out, and I wanted to do this, but at the end of the day, he started with blessing me with kids, started blessing me with grandkids, and now I got 3 great-grandkids.
Wow.
And just, 3 months ago, my son killed his wife and my grandbaby right down the street here. I'm out there at the gate. I work the East Gate. I'm out there at the gate. I'm thinking it's a wreck I'm hearing with all the out and sirens and stuff, but it was the coming in, which is the red carpet now. And he got a house. Why did he go get them and put them in a motel? But that's where he took their life at. That's
He
where
killed
took
them.
Yeah, he killed them.
Wow.
And man, I'm dealing with that now, and I lost my sister, and that happened.
You talking to the guys in the? Are you talking to the like Adam and them? Are you making sure you're?
Yeah, we talked.
Yeah.
We talked. Me and Adam and Barry had a little conversation this morning because I felt intimidated by Barry because it's sad, and then again it's funny because me and him been feeding the cat. And to be honest with you, he asked Miss Bunny could he have the cat, but me and him taking turns buying the cat food. But I went under the bed and got the cat food. He made a democracy out of it, which he wanted to mark. He just said he wished I hadn't went under his bed, which I was wrong. But he was at work. It rained a couple of days ago so hard, and the cat bowl was full of water. He wouldn't eat. Man, it's 6 hours and past. So I went on the bed, cleaned the bowl out, and put some cat food in there. And I was at the gate when he got off and came in. I didn't get a chance to tell him I was the one that did it. But then he said that I had went on the bed without his permission, which I did. But he didn't give me a chance to apologize because the shouting and the hollering, me and him both was at it, but we went and talked to Mr. Adam this morning, Chaplain Adam, and got an understanding. Because I wanted to stop before everybody else go putting their 2 cents in it.
Yeah.
Because, see, you know, I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to be like the Particle Brothers, you know.
So how are you going to deal with your son with the?
I'll be honest with you right now, man. All I can do is pray. They won't let me or my wife or none of the family talk with him right now because they said he's unstable to talk to anybody. You know, he don't have a mind. You know, he like he don't know me. He don't know the people. He really don't know he down in at the federal building. He don't even know he right here in Huntsville at the old post office. Yeah. He down in the bottom. You know, that's where they hold you for the transfer. He's still down there, waiting on to be transferred. He went from auto theft to first-degree murder and obeying and fleeing, you know, on a chase. Man, so many charges on him. And all we know is that, all we know, it just don't know what's going to happen, you know. They won't let us talk to him.
I guess here's my point, though. So when your sister passed, you turned to something you shouldn't have.
I turned back to alcohol.
Your son's done something pretty bad.
Meth and stuff like that.
Let's not turn back to alcohol.
No.
You got to stay with the Lord on this one.
That's right.
Because alcohol's not going to help you with your son doing what he did. And sometimes we don't know why people do what they do, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. But see, I'm gonna say it like this, because I know God is good to me, and I know He brought me a long way from the first time, taught me how to understand my Bible, and gave me a beautiful walk. But when my sister passed, just to be honest with you, I felt like God had no use for me, and He let me down, you know. And you know, and thank God my heart wasn't that weak that I would curse God, but I just felt, you know, you took someone that was close. See, Mama was our backbone of family because we never had a daddy for real, you know. Like we had an abusive daddy. Because Mama took a lot just to keep us where we can be where we could be, you know.
Yeah.
And
so, Ricky, what would you tell people that are watching out there today about folks that are homeless? What would you tell them about them?
I would tell them the truth. I would tell you, ain't nobody doing nothing to you but yourself. Understand. Self-explain, don't need no explaining. Don't take alcohol, don't take family for the use just to do your choice of drug. use the word "don't nobody love me" because let me tell you something. Everybody love you. You just don't love yourself, and you don't understand why people do love you. If you stop and look at yourself, if you can't look at yourself, go get you a mirror. Because, see, you the dirtiest person in the world right now because the way you living and the choices you making. You know, everybody got a story. But the story could be a lie.
Yeah.
Be honest with you, the story could be a lie. I can sit here and tell you, man, I got money, I got this. But see, money controls some people. You got folks like me, I get a monthly income. I'm here because of my addiction. But I'm not here just to say I can live here and I can go out here and do this and do that. Man, sometimes the money you taking they could be a light bill, they could be your rent, and then they could be good people, you know. See, I can't deal with people like you because I'm in my ways. Instead of me coming, humbling myself, telling you the truth, I need a friend. Can we go out and eat? But no, I want to go to the trap house. I want to go to the bootlegged house.
Yeah.
You know, come on, man. These girls over here doing this, doing that. And then, instead of reading a good book, man, I want to look at a Playboy book. I want to look at my phone and look at this. But see, at the end of the day, you know what my word is at the end? Don't nobody care about me. Don't nobody love me. But you forgot, man. Look at yourself. Look at yourself.
But you know we love you here, right, Ricky?
Oh, man, I know. Man, I know love is here because I wouldn't have came back.
Yeah.
See, strong in y'all, it's just like the Bible says, stronger than him is strong in me. But the gift that he give me here, now I got a chance to understand my family, my kids, my friends. I got choices of friends now.
Yeah.
So I got people that, when I do, I call it stinking thinking. When I do stinking thinking, I got people that'll sit back and tell me, no, come walk with me, sit down a minute, let me talk to you. Just like we sitting here now.
Yeah.
See, we ain't sitting here with that ball in our hand. We ain't sitting here talking about let's go across town, let's go do this, let's go steal this car. We talking about what's better for me tomorrow to open my eyes where I can see a future for myself.
Holding you accountable, right?
That's right. Hold me accountable and hold me to where I can understand the things that I can do and accept the things that I can't do. Yeah. And acknowledge everything, you know. My surrounding.
So when you graduate this time, what do you want to do?
Man, I want to go home, but I don't know if she's ready for me to come home. But I can tell you one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to get close to a retirement home where I can have peoples around me that's got like playing games and, you know, got movie hours. Instead of saying let's go to the club or instead of saying let's ride over here in this neighborhood, I like to be in a place where my wife can see me coming, understand me, and find a church. Yeah. A church that I can dwell in, see. That's what I got to do before I do anything. I got to find a place where my heart will feel it. Because I know the church is within me because I am the temple. But I got to know how to use my temple and understand it.
So at 67, is it time to stop the drinking and drugging?
Man, it's time to stop it all, man. Yeah. It's time to stop it because you dealing with my legs, my chest and stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
It's not worth it anymore, right?
I'm one of them that when I lay down at night, my prayers, Lord, you know, it ain't about I'm waking up in the morning. It's about can I get up in the morning.
Yeah.
That's my struggle, man. That's my struggle.
That's been my struggle since I've been 40. Once I hit 40, I couldn't get it. No.
But honest though, you know, my arthritis are bad.
Yeah.
And, you know, cocaine put me in a position. While I thought it was doing good for me, it was tearing me down the whole time. Because, see, I forgot to tell you one thing, the most important thing. The devil will beautify anything in your eyes.
The devil will beautify anything
He will. He will beautify anything.
Yeah.
He'll show you the greatest thing in the world, man. And at the end, you're going to stumble.
Yeah.
You're going to stumble. And then now I want to call on God. It's too, you know, it ain't never too late, but I'm calling on God because I done failed. Now I'm in the hospital. Now I ain't got nobody. The people that used to love me won't help me now because I refuse to help myself.
Yeah.
And the ones that I was doing all this dealing with, what they at?
Yeah.
I can't even call them. My number's deleted. I'm blocked. So, you know, but as long as I got the money and I'm doing this and laughing and kicking it, man, I got the best friends in the world. But
Yeah,
see,
until it's
you
gone,
know,
right?
Yep, and tell you the truth, the devil, I don't know. They say he's a beautiful angel.
Yeah.
But I know he a tricky one.
Yep.
I know he a
He's
real
trying to
tricky
trick
one.
you, isn't he?
Yeah. And he gonna trick you too. Cause see, if you fall weak, like I did, be honest with you, man, I never was satisfied unless I was. Can I say the truth?
Yeah.
Unless I was drunk, sitting around a woman instead of being at home with my own wife.
Yeah.
Instead of being home with my other kid. You know, these ain't none of my kids, but I'm over here buying this here and renting movies just so I can be with their mama. And we drinking so I can get her in the bed. And just, you know.
Yeah.
That's what the devil did to me, though.
Yeah. It's not a good lifestyle, though, is it?
Man, it's not a lifestyle at all.
Leads you
man.
down the road to destruction.
That's just like me taking a Volkswagen thinking I got a Porsche.
Yeah.
See, he beautified them things. He blinds you in things. But I think I got the best. $10, I feel I got 100. And at the end of the day, this is why I end up at in the shelter.
Yeah.
Because I didn't use my money wisely. I abused. See, it ain't about you being abusing people, abusing. You can abuse your own self. You can abuse anything you got. Anything get taken from you just as well as it's given to you. And the saddest thing about it all, man, at the end of the day, I still got to call on God.
Yeah.
And then I got to find a place like this.
So what do you think about the people that look at homeless people and they put them down? What do you think about those folks?
I think them ones that do that, man, it's all about jealousy. And then it's all about, when I tried to help you, look where you at now, you're in a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
You know, you refuse my help. But see, a lot of times we do that. You know why we refuse their help? Because they feel like they're taking control of us. But see, when I get here, you feel like I'm being controlled, but then I started feeling that this man smiling at me, he talking to me. Then you got chapels, you got people walking down the hall. And my thing is, when a person walk up to you, what do you want out of life other than what you're doing? Then you know it's time to change.
Yeah.
Because somebody got a heart for you. They don't got no half heart, no broken heart. They got a whole heart for you. And then some folk, like you and your father and your staff here, and I'm not just saying this because I'm sitting here, I'm just telling the truth. When you got folk talk to you, but really reach out. And if you don't hold your hand out, then closed mouth don't get fed, and a broke back won't get straight if you don't act right.
You got to have the person that wants the help, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If a person trying to help you, you got to want that help. And then, number one, you got to want to help yourself before you can accept any help from anybody.
Yeah.
Because, see, it's all about you taking care of yourself and being yourself. If someone reach out to you with love and understanding, you're supposed to grab that. But you know what? We won't. We rather grab this over here. We rather do this here. And then we feel like the first thing, like I said, I'm going to say it again, deja vu. First thing come out of our mouth, you want to control me.
Yeah.
You want to dress me. You want me to look like this. When I love looking like this. No, you don't love looking like that. You need a bath. You need to change of clothes. You know what? Sometimes your life is so dirty, water won't even touch you. And that's just God knows truth.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's God knows truth.
So, Ricky, how long you been clean this time?
I've been clean 5 years until last year, November.
With
my sister got real sick.
But how long now have you been clean?
Oh,
since you've been in the
man.
program?
This is my.
Since when?
It'd be 6 months. 4 more months. I'll be in fourth step. So I've been clean almost close to 9 months.
Yeah.
A little over 9 months because I was in the backside for a while. Because I wouldn't leave because when I left once, it put me back a month. But I've been clean at least close to 10 months, 9 months between 10 months. And don't even have the taste for it. I just want to. It's my family I'm looking at. They my joy and adventure now.
Yeah.
You know, and when I was here the last time, I got grandkids turned grown on me and never did nothing good in their life. Yeah. Now I got 3 great-grandbabies. And my determination is to be in their life, be able to let them sit on my lap, which is hard to do because of my legs, but I'll be able to, put a leash on them, let them run across the yard.
Yeah.
Back
Yeah.
to me. But I can do that,
But you want to be a good witness to them too, right?
That's right. I want them to know my past, but I want to be able to tell them my past with understanding and let them know what God did for me, how he brought me. And remember, anybody can trip and fall.
Yeah.
But understand one thing, don't let beauty overcome you. And don't let greed control you.
Yeah.
Learn, anytime you feel weak, you need to understand, he up there, he'll be there for you.
Yeah.
Because see, where you think he there all the time. He there all the time. But we fail to misunderstand that a lot of time. But I'd rather read this book than to read my Bible. I'd rather say something else than to pray. See, I'm going to tell you something, praying ain't just about praying, man. You got to learn how to talk to the Lord, too.
Yeah.
Instead of praying. You got to learn how to talk to him. Lord, why is I'm like this? Or Lord, I thank you for this day. Even if he wake you up in the morning, just thank him. If it ain't but 10 minutes and you leave this earth. But you got to always remember, don't never be scared, man. Trust in him, and he'll always be there for you.
Amen to that.
And that's the truth to that, Yeah. And look what I had to do. I had to come back here to get back on my right feet. I stumble, but I fail. But I can't blame nobody but myself. See.
But this is the place of second chances, though, too, right?
Oh man, this is a beautiful second chance. Cause I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna say it like this right here. If you want any help and want any belief, and if you love yourself and you need this place, This place don't need you. You need this place. And if you need this place, I'll tell you what, this is angels here. Everybody. And they say, I don't know if a man is an angel or not, but I can tell you what, you can find Christ here.
Yeah.
And you got people here, man, that will walk with you, talk to you. Ain't nobody gonna fail you here. You ain't got to be like an old man sitting on a corner, carrying your money, got your hands out, hoping somebody give you something. Are you lying saying, I need $1 to get something to eat? At the same time, I'm getting $1 to go in the booze place. No. This place just don't do the walk. They got to talk. And they got anything you want. If you love yourself, believe me, God got you. And he got people like here will help you, will make you grow. Make you put away old foolish things and turn into new.
Amen.
And that's what I love about this place. And it's sad to say, if I fail again, I'm going to tell you, this is family. I'm coming back home.
Yeah.
That's just God knows truth.
Well, you're not going to fail this
God.
time.
No, sir. I hope I do.
We got your back.
Yes, sir. And it's much better, too, now. It was better back then, though. But see, this time, I was here because of my addiction, and I was fighting. But see, this time I'm struggling, and I love it because, see, each time I struggle, it makes me stronger with my word, and it makes me to walk better. I work at the gate, and I see myself out there, man, and I talk to some of them. Man, y'all ain't got to be out there like that. Look at me. You know, we always sit around the bushes, down at the creek, up under the bridge. But look at me now. I'm clean, I'm bathed, and I'm drinking cranberry juice. What you drinking? You drinking the devil's dream, man.
Yeah.
Don't let them control you like that. Please come walk with me or just stop by the gate and talk to me. You know? And I can tell you a story. I can tell you a true story. And it hurts to tell it because that's the way the devil had me.
Yep.
But now, I thank God, man. I think the Downtown Rescue Mission is me like a dream of mercy and understanding. And you can stand tall behind all that.
Well, thank you for that, Ricky. You have any questions for me?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
I love you for doing what you did for me.
Yeah.
That's
We love
what I
you too,
It's not
brother.
a question. It's the understanding. I love you and the whole staff.
We love you too.
I
brother.
love the whole staff. And then, you know, sometimes I get mad with Adam. I get mad with Morgan. But I got to realize they not trying to make me feel bad. A little chastisement don't hurt nobody.
Yeah, they're trying to help you.
Trying to help me.
Yeah.
And maybe sometimes they need to take a little switch like grandmama used to do it. Put it to my backside.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll catch on, you know. And I love it. And then the most important thing too, I'm blind. I got help with glasses. I got help with my medicine. I get to go to the doctor. I ain't got to walk. I ain't got to catch no bus. Transportation is here for me.
We do that all here.
Everything I need is right here.
Yeah.
It's right here. But I got to want it, and I need it. You just can't play with it. You just got to keep real. Because, see, I'm telling you, everything you want is right here. Because, see, what's old can look new. It can feel new.
Yeah.
It's the change in you that makes everything brand new in your heart. And I love it. Ooh, about to make it. But I just thank God for this place, man, you know. And I don't think it ain't no other place I'd rather be than right here. True, there's other missions and things, but this is the heart, just like they say at the heart of Huntsville. This is the heart of broke down people, man.
Yeah.
And I ain't talking about homeless people. I'm talking about broke down people. That's what makes you homeless. When you fail to understand the reason why. And then I read a lot of us homeless because we accuse other folk that why we like this. But didn't nobody do this stuff but ourselves. And we got options, we got opportunity, but we fail to rely on them. You can reach your hand. You got folks here now. I work at the gate. Come here and won't stay here. You know why? Because it's to help you, to protect you. Yeah, you got to turn your phone on and go. See, you don't know who you sleeping beside. You don't know who you talking to. That man be your best friend while you in there taking a shower. They go your phone. Now you got everybody upset.
Yeah.
See?
That's why we have rules, right?
That's why you got rules. And that's why a lot of us don't stay at home with our own parents because we don't want to abide by the rules.
That's right.
But see, this got rules. And you got beautiful, I mean, everybody get a little tense. But if you think about it, I'd rather be in here and be sitting out there on that corner.
Yeah.
Because, see, you don't know what's going to happen to you out there.
No.
And especially for a lady, man, and a woman with kids, man. And that's the most beautiful thing I love about this place. Look at the extension. Look at the growth since I've been here.
Yeah.
It's been more add-on. You know, at one time, everybody's on this side.
That's right.
Right behind where we sitting at.
That's right.
The women, the mothers, the program women, and the transit. All of us are right here on this side.
Now we got a separate building
Man,
for the
look
women.
at it. Yes, sir. Look at it now. Man, you know, you get your exercise. You got a way to walk now. See,
Yeah.
you can get the exercise, and then plus, man, they got their own dining room. They got their own TV room. They got a kids playground and stuff. Wasn't none of that here before. But see, thanks to y'all, God gave y'all that. Because y'all could, I'm going to say something now that might make you mad. But see, y'all could have took all that money and been in the Bahamas or been in Florida, but y'all put it right here for the needed.
Yeah.
And I love y'all, and I thank y'all for that, and I respect that. And I'm not just saying that just because I done got up a little bit, but Lord, I want you to help me stay up. And then some of the chaplains here that takes us to their churches, and I love that too. you know.
Yeah.
They didn't tell me to go out and find me a church. They gave me an option. Because, see, I felt like, why would you want to take me to your church to show me off? Or either, would you be embarrassed to take me to your church? No, it's all about love.
That's right.
It's all about love, man. And it's the joy. Because when you walk out that church, well, you coming with me next Sunday. Huh? You coming with me next Sunday? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go. And now I like it, see. I've been going to Mickey's church. I was going to Moulton Church, but I'm going to be honest with you about that one. And you have to forgive me what I'm about to say. I ain't trying to set up no church when the deacons and the preachers, everybody walking around with guns on their side. That ain't good.
Whew.
I
That's scary, right?
Yeah, that's scary, man, because I can't enjoy church, man, because this man sitting beside me with a gun on.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on in that church.
Well, they knew you were coming, Ricky.
Now, that was the old Ricky.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I
They
thank
remember
God
the old
for
Ricky.
them. Yep. And then we got a beautiful church here too.
Yeah.
We got Bible studies. We got people that come here not only just to feed us, but communicate with us and help us understand one another. And then we got jobs, offering opportunities. You got Denical. I'm gonna tell you something. This place is a book. And ain't no book more powerful to me than the Bible, but God put things sometimes for you to, if you can't read it, then you can address it, you can feel it, you can walk it, and you can heal from it. And that's what this Downtown Rescue Mission is to me. That's what it is to me. Who gets up in the morning, can walk outside, grass this tall, but here we got a beautiful lawn. You can look at this place, just see beauty, man. This is what I want. I want me a house that looks something like this.
Yeah.
My yard. I ain't trying to go back to the project. I'm gonna go back to the project. I'm not criticizing the project because I appreciate the government system.
Sure.
But why would I want to live somewhere that's gonna keep me in my old ways?
Yeah.
And my neighbor next door, I can't sleep because marijuana smelling there. I can't sleep because they clowning now. I'm ready to clown. See?
When you were living in the projects?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, man. I lived in a bad place.
Yeah.
I lived in a bad place, but...
Well, Ricky, let me tell you, we love that you were able to come here the second time. And I know you went through some tough things. So let me pray for you real quick,
Yes,
okay?
sir.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, we just thank you so much for this day, and we thank you for Brother Ricky and Lord, what he means to us at the mission, but also what he means to you. And Lord, we know he's been through some difficult situations with the death of his sister and now the issue with his son and all that's going on there. And Lord, we just ask that you lay your hands on Ricky and know that no matter what, he can always depend on you. That no matter what happens, the struggles in life, that at the end of the day, that you're always there for us. And as we look back, the prints in the sand are your footprints as you carried us through all the troubles. And Lord, we thank you so much for that. Lord, be with Brother Ricky, and we ask that you just continue to bless him during his time here at the mission and then beyond. Lord, let his graduation be a time of celebration. And Lord, that he can know that he can always turn to you for all things. We ask all these things in your name, in your son's name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Amen, brother.
Thank you
brother.
Man.
Appreciate you, brother.
You blessed. You got a ladybug on.
I do. I have a
My
ladybug.
grandmother, she used to say, Lord, a ladybug
sure.
break. There you go. I got one in the, I got two in the, let me see.
You want to come over there? There he goes.
There we go. I got two in the cage. I got them right there in the little box name. What I got it for the.
Even the ladybugs like me.
That's right.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank y'all. And the more, we love. I'm gonna always love y'all, man. I might look sad when I come, but I know y'all gonna fat me up, make me look. Now I weigh 2. I weigh 236.
Yeah.
When I came here, I weighed 14. Wow. That's very different. Thank you, Ricky. You can just blow at me and blow up. It was like air.
Hi, Allie.
Mom. Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission, because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here. Hi, Allie. Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question. He goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct and what it means then ultimately and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at City Gate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community, led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Walter, very much. And I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists that we would often think would be only proclamation. Very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, and what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that,
Yes.
to marry those things together.
Yeah, yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, I mean, 2 years ago there was a 12% rise in homelessness, and this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved. So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on is this systemic, is this personal, how should the government be involved or not involved, or all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in City Gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith, not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray. Yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped us. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says, what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. I appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter.
What's your last name? Wilton? Scottish.
Scottish from South Africa.
Is Kimsley Scottish?
It's actually, my mom just made it up. It's actually a very small borough in Wales, population 300.
It's great to be able to continue with conversations on a bench and to have this conversation now with my good friend Gabe Salguro. And Gabe is the president of the.
Oh, I turned this off. Maybe. Are you gonna do something with that?
Well, yeah, we have the wood out there just in case it gets too cold tonight. You know, we did a burn barrel last year.
Did you? Okay, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, we are live, and you know, you and I were talking about beforehand. This was about the time of night last year when temperature was getting down in the teens, and my breath was freezing as it came out my mouth, and so this morning or this afternoon when we started, it was 70 degrees difference from last year.
That's very different.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Well, do me a favor and introduce yourself to the folks that are out there.
So my name is Jared Pittman. I am a pastor. I always say in town, some of the guys recently have given me a hard time about that. I'm a pastor in Madison. I consider Huntsville and Madison the same. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I'm going to tell them that next time.
Yeah.
They give me a hard time. And they're the guys who like come to my church. It's okay. But I have been a pastor there for 10 years now. This year's 10 years. I actually worked at Chick-fil-A in Decatur, and then the plan was kind of to do Chick-fil-A for a long time, and the Lord opened the door for something a little bit different, and haven't looked back. I love Chick-fil-A. I love my old operator. He actually invited us to our church that I'm now a pastor at, and so a lot of cool things there. But I did student ministry for about 5 years, and then now I do connections and outreach, and so my title is Connections and Outreach Pastor, which
Can
is...
tell them what your church name is?
It's First Bible Church.
Yep.
So we have a church, we have a campus in Decatur that's been there for 65 years this year. And then we started the Madison campus 13 years ago. And so I've been at the Madison campus that whole time. We actually joined at the Decatur campus and then came over here. And so it's been great. It was probably a couple years in. I don't remember the first time I came to the mission. It was likely to serve a meal. I'm not sure if we have small groups that come, and my small group at the time, that was probably the start of it. And I've been able to do several things there, volunteering with meals. But I don't remember, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but the guys gave me a chance to preach during chapel on Fridays, and that's been probably the longest standing really awesome opportunity I've had to be a part of the mission, and I've gotten to know Mickey and Adam Casey pretty well over the years.
Yeah.
Good dudes. Really thankful for them, and so.
I'm sure they talk to you about Reformed theology then, right? I mean,
So we talk about Reformed theology every once in a while. Once in a while, yeah.
Listen, there's not a day that goes by that Adam Casey doesn't talk about Reformed theology. So
I guess there's probably worse things to talk about. But I have a hard time keeping up sometimes with that guy. He helps me.
He's a smart
know my
guy.
stuff. He is.
And a lot of our folks that go through his classes love his classes.
Yeah.
Because he's very detailed, and you know, he does definitely reads up on what he's talking about. You know,
right?
So before you came to the mission, did you have any perception of what the mission was or what we did?
So I was definitely in that camp that just thought of the Downtown Rescue Mission as a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I didn't know much about it, but that's definitely what I thought. And that was pretty much it. Like, I thought it was good. I thought it was a good thing, but I have found out a few more things that the mission does since then.
So tell people out there what it means that you just thought it was a rescue mission. You know,
well,
what do you think?
I know, especially as a pastor, the difference between physical needs and spiritual needs was always the part that I knew. When I thought about feeding the homeless, I knew the physical needs were being met, and I'd always heard good things that was happening. And I mean, the numbers. You guys have been serving a lot of meals for a long time, but what I didn't understand was the spiritual help that is available at the mission as well. Not just the program side of things, but really just the theme of everything that happens at the mission being gospel oriented. And because we had a local outreach Sunday is what we call it at our church recently, and I was thinking through the different organizations that there are organizations that are much more, I would call the mouth of the gospel, and there are those that are probably more the hands of the gospel. And I thought the mission was more just the hands of the gospel when the mission does both. A lot. So
that's good to hear it from somebody who came from the outside at first. You know, and so when you're a pastor of a church and you're leading a congregation, Matthew 25 is a big passage. And, a lot of people talk about doing it to the least of these. What does that mean for a pastor that's trying to lead a congregation with that?
Yeah, well, I try to be careful with the least of these part of it, and that's my experience with the mission has helped me with that doesn't mean that they're less than or not as important or
not
whatever.
Worthy.
But it really, that passage, I mean, it's pretty striking. You talk about the kind of the finale of things, and we're told that as we took care of those that we would consider the least of these, the reflection on what we think of Christ, it's a big deal. Like, it really is a big deal. And how, but again, the mission has helped me to understand that passage, I think, better, that the least, like I said, the least of these does not mean that they're less than or worse than or something like that. They had some decisions. They probably had some experiences that made things harder and made things more difficult. And it's helped kind of soften me to a lot of that. Yeah,
I mean, it goes through where, do it for the widow, and the least of these for her would be that she doesn't have a husband like somebody else would, right?
Right.
Who's helping her along, like we know with marriage, you're bound together with Christ, right? And so she would be missing that. So that's her least part, right?
Yeah.
Or the person that's hungry, it's because they don't have food. That's what's making them least. But I have some people talk to me about that and say nobody's least, right? I mean,
Right.
No,
Right.
it's true. It's just that they have something that has been influenced in their life that makes them not have as much as somebody else, maybe.
Yeah. And I know my family, we've been a foster family for a little over 3 years now. And the Lord has given me a lot of opportunities to see that a lot of situations that folks are in, though they're hard decisions made that have consequences, a lot of folks are not set up to know how to make good decisions, or they have not given as many opportunities to see the world the way that a lot of people do. And they are in need of something, and obviously they need the gospel ultimately, but there are other things that's why we come along and help when we can. And I know, like, through the foster care lens, like, our goal was to get kids to go home. Like, that's the hard part of it. But and I know here the goal isn't for them to stay here forever. Like, the goal is for them to get what they need and then see them do well after that. And
do you work with
humbling.
Lee Marshall with that?
We do.
That's
So
awesome.
Kids of Love has been our agency. They did our training from the beginning, and we actually just in July we adopted one of our sons through Kids of Love as well.
Awesome.
And it's been it's been a wild 3 years. Like, obviously it's been awesome and difficult, but to see that part of it, and we weren't expecting that. We got him as a foster son. Actually, this is a cool part of the story, that when Kids to Love got the call that there was a mom who needed help. Like she was saying she needed some help, and she wanted Kids to Love to provide that help. She was actually here. Like she was on the overnight side. I think she'd been here for a couple weeks, or we're not. There's some details we're not sure.
Sure.
And so my son, when they picked him up to bring him to our house to keep him in foster care, they came here. Like, and it was Kids to Love got him and brought him to our home, and obviously he's never left. And so at that part, it was cool for me, just my love for the mission and my love for Kids to Love, and then just to see that kind of work together that way. It's been exciting. The Lord's done a lot of those little things but yeah, that's
we have a great partnership with Lee.
Yeah.
And she's my buddy, and
Yeah.
I love the ministry they have, and she loves what we do here, and we especially use K-Tech. You know, and then we've had some situations like that where, you know, we've had families that needed help with foster care, and so and I'm glad that there's a responsible, loving Christian organization like that you know can come alongside it.
Yeah.
And but yeah, and just a side note, I grew up. My mom had cancer when I was real young, about 2 years old. We thought we were going to lose my mom, but miraculously she came through it. And in fact, the doctor told my dad, "Listen, prepare that you're going to be a single dad." You know, when I was about 2 years old, she had about 6 weeks to live, and actually ended up living about 30 more years past that. She passed later on from cancer as well, but she wanted a big family, and I was the first child she had, and so after having her cancer treatment, she couldn't have children. And so, excuse me. So they started adopting. I have a sister that's from Korea. I have a brother that's from Nicaragua, and then I have a sister that was actually in the United States. And we do know a little bit about her mom, that her mom was homeless at one time. And interesting, you know, how they pretty much all came in when they were real young, so we're all raised in the same Christian home. They're my brothers and sisters. We're the UN, but you know, I wouldn't know them any. In fact, my Korean sister lives up in New Jersey, and she's, I think, heading towards 50, and her and I are good friends, and you know, but brother and sister, of course. But you know, you never know. Like we know with one of my siblings, that her mom had been homeless, and she just wanted a good family. And so my mom at the time was working with my dad at a mission in Buffalo, and she said, "Well, I know a good family."
That's great.
And you know, and we got her when she was only like 3 days old. And then when the mom was deciding, she was like 2 months old, and during that whole process, you know, we were just waiting to see if she wanted to have her baby back. And ended up that she became my sister, you know, and just amazing, you know, how God works like that, that even in a situation like that, that somebody that's homeless, that there's Christian folks that are there ready to take on the call, right? I mean, because then she was raised in a really good, my dad, a Baptist minister, and, you know, raised in a good Christian home. But then they have to decide on their own what direction they're going to take. Right? You know? So
I need to remember that. Our little guy, he's almost 2, and so maybe you can remind me in a few years that he'll have to. No, but that's the thing, that it's been like the Lord has been so good to my family to provide support. Kids Love, I could talk all day about them, but our church has been, I mean, I don't think we could have done it. I say that, you know, we say that the Lord provides what we need, but he provided a great agency like Kids Love in our church that I cannot say it made it easy, but it's so cool when we get that call to be a part of those things, that the Lord provides a lot of different means. And how I'm thankful that his biological mom, we were able to show her that, and not just say, "Hey, it'll be okay," but now, and we hope. Unfortunately, we don't have contact with her. We hope to someday, just to be able to show her what the gospel can do. And so it's been, I could talk about that for a long time. That's awesome. I did not know that part of your family. That's great.
Just a little joking side note.
Okay.
So I'm from Buffalo, New York, 15 minutes from the border of Canada, right? And my family used to go across the border all the time. This is before you had to have all the different IDs. Back then it was free travel back and forth. But you always had to go through customs, and they would ask you, hey, where you born? Well, when we would pull up, here's my mom and dad, two very white folks, and myself, and then I have a Asian sister sitting next to me, and a very Nicaraguan brother sitting next to me, and so they're like, and the question was not, what citizen were you where were you born? That was the problem.
Right.
If they said what citizen, we were all citizens.
Sure.
But we're going through it, my mom would be like, well, folks, why don't you pull over? That's kind of how it was. So
it took you guys a little bit longer to get through there. Yeah. That is always fun. So we are obviously my biological son. He looks very much like me, and so that's clear. Yeah. But my younger son, he is straight up African American, like there. And so when we, even walking through the store, I mean, it's just funny how we have only found good, like, the conversations we've had because of that have been really good, but it's just, it stands out. I can't imagine trying to go through the border.
As my sister and I were teenagers, she would completely get grossed out because people would think we were dating.
Okay.
Because here she's sitting next to me in the thing, and they go, "Oh, are you two?"
They're obviously not related.
She would throw up in her mouth practically. No, that's my brother.
That's
please,
so funny. That's good.
But it's interesting, and part of that happened for our family with my youngest sister because we were part of a mission, and just the availability that God has us as Christians to make sure that we're always ready to do His will.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that you guys feel that way with your son, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with my sister. That, that was the time that we were supposed to be there, maybe just for her.
Sure. Yeah.
To have that opportunity. But as you've been here at the mission and more volunteer, and it's not that soup, soap, and salvation place that you used to think it was, right?
It is not.
So talk about that a little bit, about what you know about the mission and the inner workings, even though you're from the outside, what the inner workings mean to you.
Yeah, so I think, again, I don't remember exactly when I first got a glimpse of, especially the program side of things, and hearing, I think it was one of the first times I came to preach, and I quoted this guy that obviously no one knew. His name was Wayne Grudem, and I mentioned his name almost in passing, and everyone there, they all pricked up like, why is he talking about that? We don't know this guy, and to find out that stuff like his Grudem systematic and just there was a point where our church was really just trying to confirm that, hey, we're gonna really get involved in the rescue mission and support in various ways. I can't remember who it was, but you guys laid out like the books that you go through with through the program, and it was like all books that all of us pastors had on our bookshelves. And again, I understand that whether Reformed theology or that type of take on things, it's not the only option, I suppose. But that just to hear and see that it's not just about filling someone's belly with food and then saying, hope it works out for you, but really trying to answer those foundational questions of and one of the things I have always appreciated that everyone talks about it is that the goal for especially for those that enter into the program, it's not about stopping doing something, and there's plenty of stuff they should stop, like that's we all know that, but in order to continue to stop doing something, you have to start doing something else. And even right out of the gate, just talking about sound theology as the means to a life, obviously, that eternally finds satisfaction and hope. But even before that time comes, the actual hope and actual peace that can only come through the gospel. That's what's taught, and that's the foundation to it. That, I mean, you can't help but love that. And I hope I would love that even if I wasn't a pastor, just as a Christian.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
especially as a pastor, it's that's going to work. Like, and I know that it doesn't guarantee that the success, whatever those numbers, but that the gospel is what they need ultimately. They need a place to lay their head. They need food. But to hear that part of it, and just how I've been able to see that work out in, how many graduations I've been able to be a part of now, and seeing folks, especially on the men's side, that's probably where I've been the most involved, just to see guys continue to walk with the Lord, and just have I think it wasn't Adam Donovan was he the first person on the bench?
Yeah, he was
today?
this morning. Yeah,
just to hear from him that, like, he has what he needs. Like, that's knowing that happens. And again, that is a part of even just the meals and the shelter side of things. But to see that as the real foundation to everything else, that warms my heart as a fellow believer. That's what drives everything else that happens. And now that you guys are having to you wanted to add more beds and all that, just so that more people not just get food, but they can hear the gospel. That's really, really encouraging, that you're doing more than just feeding people.
I think that Huntsville, Madison, North Alabama area is a great area. I love living here.
Yeah.
And I think the mission's a big part of that.
Okay.
I think that what we do is going to help this city as we continue to grow.
Yeah.
That we don't become like Nashville, where there's homeless folks up and down the main streets. And, that's been my goal. But my goal is to do that as a secondary thing. My first goal is to make sure that they hear the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Because, no matter what we do, you mentioned before that something has to take the place of something else. I think that the addictions and things that we deal with here are because people are trying to fill a void.
Yeah.
And we want to fill that with something else, and that's Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And if that's not the case, I talk to my staff all the time. This is going to be too hard of a job for you to be at if you're not called. If you're called, this will be the greatest job you'll ever have.
Yeah.
But if you're not called and you hear the stories and the things that these folks have been through, a lot of people can't take it.
Yeah.
There's somewhat crisis care for your staff, even because of the stories that they hear that just wear them out, because it's, when you hear of people being abused and the way they're abused when they're younger, and then they end up to the place they are now, those are tough stories to hear day after day. And, there's sometimes your heart's going to be broken. You invest so much into a guy or girl, and they end up, it doesn't work at the end. Now, it doesn't mean that we have not sown the seeds.
Right.
Because I've seen them come back and do great.
Yeah.
But that first time, and you know, that's your buddy, and you've invested, and they're in D group, and and then all of a sudden, man, why did you go out and you blew it all, and you went and got all drugged up, or you went and got drunk, or and then they don't want to be part of this for a while. They go this other path. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough thing for the staff, and it's one of the things I really next few years we're going to be investing in the mission. There's a group out there that is like corporate chaplains.
Okay.
And really to bring them in to kind of invest in my staff,
That's great.
Because listen, there's going to have to be an outlet for them, and it's not sometimes going to be each other. There's things that they hear that whether they can't talk about, or something's way too strong for them to be dealing with even with their wife or husband.
Yeah.
So
well, and I'll tell you, the more, one of the other things that has, I guess, grown as I've been a part of things at the mission is your staff. Like, it is not easy what they do, and I've got a lot of respect. And again, from the outside looking in, for those that stick with it. Like, that's and you know, the Lord's given me the chance to get to know some folks that I have not felt it in the same way, but to kind of see it. It's hard. It's really, really hard, and that's why this one of the ways we want to support is just to pray for your staff and for what you guys do, because that's. You're right. I think it's a great idea with those corporate chaplains. They do a good job of really helping in that way. But no, I got a lot of respect.
Well,
a lot of respect.
I've got an open door policy for anybody who needs to come talk or whatever. But it's different when you have somebody that is their specific job is just to talk to you like that.
Yeah.
And so we're hoping once we are through this capital campaign, which has taken a lot of time and effort and extra finance, it already takes $11-12 million a year to run the operations that we currently have, and then we're doing others on top. Raising $7 million or $8 million on top of that for the capital campaign, which we're doing well. I mean, we're 4.5 or 5 million of the 7.5 or 8 million that we want to raise.
Yeah.
But like I've told people all day today, we had to build the stuff knowing that God was going to supply our need because the need was so great. And it really came down for me that I had moms and kids. We were having to sleep on the floor. And we probably, if we were going by fire marshal code, probably shouldn't have the people in the buildings.
Sure.
But I'm not turning anybody away.
Yeah.
And because God forbid the one time I turn somebody away and that's the night they die out in the streets, or that's the time that somebody gets raped or somebody, gets back into the lifestyle.
Yeah.
Because we said, no, we're too full. We can't take you,
Yeah.
That would weigh on me for a lot. I mean, so.
That makes sense.
So tell the folks out there how involved you are now with what you do at the mission.
Yeah. So currently the main way that I'm involved is preaching in the rotation on Friday mornings.
Yeah.
Last year I got to do a D group.
Yeah.
That was great.
Talk about that. What does that mean? What's D group mean to everybody else?
So actually, the D stands for discipleship, right? Isn't that okay? I thought I was pretty confident.
It's just D grouper out here, right?
Yeah, I was like,
that's how we
I
call
think
it.
I probably asked Adam or Mickey at one point. I should probably remember that. I remember when I was basically I asked. I think it was Adam at the time, like, hey, I want to get more involved. How can I do that? And teaching one of the classes, I wasn't able to do that at the time, but he was like, hey, if you want to do a D group, I'd happy to talk to you about that. And I remember the explanation of it's a year-long commitment that for everyone involved in it, but come be a part of mine for a little bit and then see what it's like. And so I know for me, I was kind of nervous because knowing what leading one of those was, I didn't know. I didn't want to mess it up or like if I have to miss some or something like that. And but I was probably for a month or two. It may have been longer than that. I jumped into Adam's group, and at the time, I think he had a couple groups, and we had it was just awesome to one see that leading a D group doesn't mean that you do all the talking or anything like that. It really is just kind of being the guy to try to get the conversation going. And the Lord gave me once my group kind of stepped out on our own. That year was just. It was really special going through. So basically, we read through the whole Bible together during that year, at least snippets of each book. Like we worked through, and then had questions that we talked about each time, and keep each other accountable. And it was good for me just to work through the Bible that way again. I read the Bible, cover to cover before, but that was a good experience for me. But then. I think the thing that was most encouraging was to see how it wasn't me or it wasn't really even the D group, but the way the Word of God changed us all through that year and how, a couple of the guys, they had just gotten to the mission and they were kind of cranky and not it's not that they were happy to be there and they were good guys, but just to see that shift go all the way through to the end and to see them graduate, it was just it was awesome. It really was encouraging. And we met at this little coffee shop for a while that closed, and so we met at the food court at Parkway Place Mall. Like we kind of took over the food court in a way, in a sense, and just to sit there, and people would a lot of times would come up and be like, "Hey, what do you got?" We had our Bibles out and all this, and so it was encouraging to know that is such an important. If guys want to do that, they have a means of discipleship and that kind of small group feel. Like at our church, we do the same thing. It was just we call it a small group, and so to be able to experience that, I think set them up down the road as well. That when they branch out and go get involved in a church, they kind of have seen the value of that discipleship, and it was just humbling for me to, I walked out of there learning just as much from everybody else as I had to offer, and that was cool. It was a cool experience to be able to do that. And
was it surprising to you at all that the mission would have something like that was that in depth, kind of,
Yeah, I think so. And again, I had known enough about the mission that knowing the mission's goal, it didn't surprise me. But I had not heard of a rescue mission doing something like that. Like, well, even the program side of things, and I am probably just ignorant. There's probably more that do that, but for that intentional Bible study outside of the regular, classes that they're going through, that was a new thing to me.
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that, and I see why you guys do it.
Yeah. So, when you look at homelessness, like on the national level here in the United States, what are some of your thoughts that you have?
Well, I know I may be a bit of a skeptic at times. A lot of times I wonder what those numbers mean as part of it, but I usually meet a wall in my mind that just thinks I don't know what to do about it. Like because I've heard different things that have been tried, or even in our own city, things that happen. That's usually my gut reaction, is to think, man, I often wonder how Huntsville compares to the national level. And I don't know, is Huntsville better or worse when it comes to a lot of those numbers?
I think it's a mix. I think there's things that we do better here because I've been here almost 26 years, and it was a smaller city when I came, and now it's grown to be a medium-sized city.
Yeah.
And we're seeing medium-sized city homeless issues.
Okay.
And, I was met with the mayor a couple months ago, and one of the things I told him, I said, it's great that you're the number one city to come to or move to, and we had that for a long, 3-4 years, right?
Yeah.
Best place to live, cheapest place to live, all that kind of stuff. Well, not only do the people that are looking for jobs come, but everybody that's looking for a job doesn't always get one when they come here, right?
Yeah.
So, and then, homeless people see those as well. Well, man, why does everybody say that's such a great city to live in? Go see about living there.
Yeah.
Well, that grew our homeless population. I remember about 5 years ago, they would say we had 300 to 400 people that were homeless. And that's a stat I would never have gone by.
Okay.
Because at the mission, we were sleeping almost 300 a night.
Sure.
At that time.
Right.
Now we're sleeping over 400 a night. And I know that last year we had 3,000 individuals that used our services at least one night, separate individuals that used our services one night.
Okay.
The stat that the mayor told me, he said they feel there's over 2,000 that are currently in our city.
Okay.
That's getting to be a bigger city feel for homelessness.
Yeah.
But I do think that the mayor and the city council is working on ideas. I'm not a big fan of tent cities. I think we're enabling people to do what they shouldn't be doing already.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of just letting people lay down on the street corner or do street signs.
Yeah.
95% of people that hold up a sign, if you give them money, you're giving money to somebody that's keeping their addiction.
Okay.
I'll just tell you that.
Yeah.
And that's the stat. And listen,
I want to say that's a helpful stat coming from you. That's helpful to me because I assumed that was accurate, but that's helpful.
Yeah. Well, and listen, I'm a Christian too, and my heart every time I go by the Governor's Drive Bridge or something where you see the folks come out.
Sure.
But I see people paying on the money, and I'm going, we are just allowing them to stay in the position they're in.
Yeah.
And instead of saying, hey, listen, have you heard about the downtown rescue? And even as they say, oh, I'm not going to that place.
Okay.
If you don't give them money, they're not going to be able to continue to do what they're doing.
Right.
They're going to have to go to Salvation Army or Downtown Rescue Mission at some point, right? But for me, I'm not a big fan. And I told this story earlier. I went to Los Angeles about 5 years ago for a conference on homeless. And a stark reality for me is I saw this bridge, and on half of the side of the bridge were all these tents and everything that was going on, and a lot of homeless and graffiti and everything else. On the other half of the bridge, no graffiti, no tents, no homeless. One side was Orange County that had rules and regulations about homelessness.
Okay.
And on the other side was LA County that had no rules. Do I want to live in a society where there's no rules and everything goes? Not really.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean I'm not a Christian loving man? No, I want them to come here.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I want the church to take over and say, hey, we're going to help these people.
Right.
Instead of being, hey, they can just do whatever they want. Right.
Yeah.
So for me, that even though I've been in this business for a long time, that was, holy cow, look at the difference of what you see here when people actually have rules that you have to abide by compared to not having.
Okay.
I had a lady that talked this morning that was living in Seattle for a while, and she said, you go to certain areas of Seattle, they're handing you the drugs. We're not helping anybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And so I'm all for having different regulations and things. How to do it is tough because you want to make sure that you're still being merciful and making sure that you're showing love of Christ, right? But I do think our society, if we keep going the way we are, we're at, I think, 800,000 homeless that'll sleep on the streets tonight.
Okay.
That's a lot of folks.
That is a lot.
And, I think there's something that the greatest country in the world can do something different than having that many homeless.
Okay.
I mean, it's funny because I had some folks come over from the Orient. I think it was Japan. And they came here, and I was given a tour, and they were like, this is amazing what you do here. And we don't have anything like this over there because we don't have homeless.
Okay.
And I was shocked by that. She's like, yeah, families will take in their, no matter what condition they're in, they're going to take them in. And it was just a different way that they take care of them.
Yeah.
I said, well, we don't have that as much here. We're an agency that takes care of people like this. And, of course, I share with her that we do it with the love of the Lord, right? But, for me, I think that with us living in the country that we do, we definitely could do way better politically and everything else when it surrounds the conversation of homelessness and addiction. And listen, I'm a big Ronald Reagan fan.
Okay.
But one of the things that he did under his administration, not him personally, but under his administration they did is, and you're probably too young to remember this, but back then
I do know who Ronald Reagan is.
Yeah. But they took in all the mental institutions, mentally ill institutions. They kind of shut them down and pushed people out and said, hey, listen, we're not doing this anymore. And what that did is those people are still mentally ill, and it ended up being over the late 80s, early 90s, they all started coming to rescue missions.
Okay.
Because they became homeless.
Okay. Yeah.
Family members couldn't take care of them. We work with Wellstone here, and they help with the mentally ill very much. But 40 to 50% of our population is mentally ill.
Okay.
I don't like that they did the way they did that. I do think we need things like that to help people that are in those kind of situations. But there's so many more out there that have addictions and other things that definitely we could do better. And one of the things that gets me is two areas for the mission is I hate that we have to have kids here.
Right.
But I love that we're here for them.
Sure. Yeah.
And I hate that we have to take care of homeless veterans, but I love that we're here to take care of them.
Yeah.
Because our country should be taking care of the people that went and served for our country,
Yeah.
Just some passions for me because but I'll tell you what, I'd rather them be here than in a government agency anyway, because I'm sure in the gospel
there might be some advantages. Yeah. Sure.
But just the thought that somebody had maybe even served on the front lines for me, and now they come back and they become homeless, probably because of what they went and did.
Yeah.
And because there's a lot of lot of issues that they come back with.
The effects of that is, yeah.
And then they end up here because they start drinking or getting into drugs or whatever
Okay.
to
Yeah.
cover up those issues a lot of times.
Sure.
But so when you're thinking about Huntsville now and you see what happens, I don't know if you travel much. Do you see a difference in population of the homeless here compared to other places?
So honestly, I don't know. I don't travel a lot. I like being at home, and but
well, you're adopting kids, so you got to stay home.
Sure, there's in foster care it limits you a little bit. I'll use that as my excuse for not noticing. But I honestly don't know that I really paid if I'm being honest, I don't know that I really paid attention to the differences. I grew up in the Raleigh area, and I don't know that I really ever. I'm sure there's homeless folks there too, but I don't remember if I don't know. I don't know that I would know of a difference between the two. What the mission does, what I don't know of a lot of others that I have seen that do that. I know there are a lot that do, but I don't know that I ever would have known that there are places like this where folks can go and not just get food, but be helped spiritually too. So that's probably a long way to say I'm pretty ignorant on.
Well, no, that's a good answer though, because it brings up a subject. Sometimes we call them our invisible neighbors.
Okay.
Because a lot of times when you go to cities, you don't see that.
True. Yeah.
I just went to Chicago, and you hear all the bad things in Chicago. And I was walking down the river walk they have, about 2 mile river walk. I didn't see one homeless guy.
Okay. Yeah.
And I was actually looking.
Okay.
And,
sure.
and I didn't see any.
Yeah.
So if I'm not seeing some, they're the invisible neighbors a lot of times that they're finding the nooks and crannies to live in, and the tent cities that are out of the way, and a lot of the cities put there where you can't see them from public, and that kind of thing. So, so what has been maybe one story of somebody here at the mission that's impacted you?
Yeah. Well, man. There's been several. I think of my D group. There was a time where this was later on in our time that we spent together in that group. I think it was for around Christmas time, or maybe it was Thanksgiving, somewhere in there. And we had everybody over to our house, and that. I think one of the most impactful things was how I only had the one son at the time, was able to interact with those guys. Really, it was exciting for me to see my son be able to show his little Lego train to one of the guys, and he was just interested. Like, he was interested in it. One of the other guys has some kids of his own, and just to see, like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing when he comes to interact with the kids. Like, he's a good a father, obviously. That was really helpful for me. I always loved coming here, but to be able to have those guys come to where I am, and we cooked something. I probably grilled or something.
And you
like
felt
that,
safe and secure to take them there.
I really did, and I think that has been one of the biggest shifts for me in my mindset of. So one of the things that I try to encourage our church on is when we serve other people, we serve. So we just went through 1 Thessalonians.
Yeah.
And in 1 Thessalonians, Paul gives this idea of there's like. He uses the term outsiders, like he talks about the difference between those that or be Gentiles, those that don't follow Christ, and then those that do, but how we're supposed to show love to everyone. He says, show love to your brothers, but then to all. Like that's what we're supposed to do. That we to those that we may consider least of these or whatever, especially if we have the kind of the wrong perspective on it, we forget that we're not only interacting with non-Christians. A lot of times when I come in and preach during chapel, I think for the majority would be my brothers in Christ. Like that's not like, and that really helped me to understand that, okay, Jared, you better keep your heart in check because you're going to spend eternity with these guys. Like that's, and some not. And we that's why we share the gospel. We want them to do that. But that helped. And I had no issue with them coming over to my house because I know, like, I had gotten to know them in such a way that was so helpful and so encouraging in that. And I'll tell you, especially hanging out with Adam and Mickey and Morgan, those guys, we actually ended up at a gospel. It was was it Together for the Gospel conference? I can't remember. I think, it was Together for the Gospel.
It sounds like a reform thing to me.
Yes, it was definitely a reform thing. 100%. 100%. But we were together, so it was good. But I ended up getting lunch with those guys, and it was funny. I had never ridden in a car that Adam was driving before, and that was an experience by itself.
And you're still alive.
I'm still here. We made it. We made it across this giant bridge and back. It was crazy. But just to that was another thing I counted a privilege to count these guys as my brothers in Christ that are involved in the same thing that I am. Sure, in a different way or from a different whatever, but those guys have really had an impact on me just to hear their perspective on the mission, but on the gospel. And as we talk about sermons and those type things, like they really have helped me have a broader perspective on the city. And Mickey came and spoke at one of our men's dinner that we had, and just to hear him kind of more preach in that part, like it was just there's a lot of those that the Lord has given me the chance to get to know a lot of folks that have really affected me in a big way. And again, I think the main thing is just to give me the better perspective, a broader perspective on the world that I live in. And just to have a soft heart and a grateful heart, and just to see the gospel actually work. It does. And I've had the chance to see that a lot. We shop at the thrift store a bunch.
I do too.
It's great. The Madison, so the Madison thrift store before it moved was pretty close to our house, and it moved even closer to our house.
Well, that's not a good thing.
It is not. It is not good.
By the way, we have customer appreciation tomorrow. So
okay, that's good.
Hamburger and hot dog.
Okay, we will be there. There is no doubt we will be there. I always feel bad because we love going on like Super Saturdays and all that, and I'm like, it is so good going not on those days, but man, we hit those days all the time. But being able to meet folks there as well, that especially as guys go through the program and are able to work. We're there enough that we've been able to develop some of those relationships, and that's been exciting too, just to see, when you're out in the real world, or been able to do those, like it's been exciting to be able to see that. And I'll say I've given you like 7 answers. I think one of the things I'll remember from the past the most is during COVID. A lot of stuff was different. Not the mission kept going and did its thing, so that was exciting. But during that time,
maybe even against the law sometimes.
Well, you know what?
We had to do.
People were fed. They heard the gospel.
That's right.
We're moving on.
That's right.
From those days. But I got to come and preach every week during that time, because we took some time off as a church we tried to do, and who knows.
We were all trying to figure it out.
But being able to come a lot during that time, it really kind of solidified just my love for coming to the mission and preaching, but just being a part of something that that's been exciting. I always look back on that, because especially the guys at the time, they were teaching. I guess they had to teach. They were teaching all the classes, however it was. They were like, "Hey, we need some help."
They even asked me to teach. I mean,
how desperate we were.
Yeah, that was desperate times.
But those opportunities, just to be given a pulpit, I'd never take that for granted, because that's a big deal. I mean, and so to get that chance to keep coming back, and there's too many good preachers now that are on that list. Like now, it's like every month and a half, like I'm like, I have to come less because of
Yeah.
all the good preachers that we have. But those have been the things that I think I'll remember the most.
Yeah.
And,
One of the things
yeah.
you mentioned too is the staff. Each one of those guys you mentioned could have their own church.
They could, yeah.
And I'm blessed to have them here because they're passionate about sharing Jesus with those who are the least of these sometimes,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I got to tell you a side story because you
Okay.
mentioned bringing some folks to your house.
Yeah.
So my dad was a Baptist minister, but then took over the mission up in Buffalo, New York. And I don't remember why this story popped in my mind, but you had mentioned that you brought the guys over to your house. So every once in a while, my dad would bring some of the guys that were in our discipleship program there out to our house, and just we had an in-ground pool, and you know we'd cook some burgers or something for them, and just have a kind of time off, or if they graduated from the program, just something my dad would do. And one time we had a guy that was at our mission that for about 3 or 4 months, the media and the we were interviewed by FBI and everything else. And as I was a teenager at the time, so I didn't remember too much about it, but I do remember that this guy had come out to my house and swam in the pool, and I played pool basketball with him and everything.
Okay.
And come to find out, my dad, not that he didn't tell me, but when I got older, he was like, you know who that guy was, right? And I said, no, I don't know. He said, you know those movies that the Chainsaw Massacre was written about? He said that guy was the guy they wrote that movie about.
Wow. Okay.
And so he got out of prison on a technicality.
Okay.
And he was in Buffalo for some reason and ended up at the mission.
Okay.
And the media was following him because he had just gotten out of prison.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I said, Dad, you let me swim in the pool with the guy. So, you know, but
you never know, I guess. You never know.
But here's the crazy thing is, not that it's crazy, but he came to know the Lord.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
he stayed in contact with he moved to England because there was such pressure with the media here.
Okay.
And he would, you know, correspond with my dad, telling him about how the Lord was influencing his life and things that he was doing. The one side note is he would want to talk about guns with my dad quite a bit in the conversation. So I don't know what that was about, but just
better than chainsaw, I guess.
But yeah, and I think back, and I'm a young teenager, and I'm, you know,
Right.
so. But anyhow, I don't know. I was thinking about that. But,
that is a story worth telling. That's great.
and knowing my mom, I'm shocked that she allowed him over there. You know, but
you probably didn't tell her.
Yeah, yeah.
That's up, man. Yeah.
But yeah, you know, I say that to say this though: you never know who's going to be there, but how God can influence.
Yeah.
You know, somebody said that Jeffrey Dahmer came to know the Lord at the end, and what a horrible person he was, right?
Sure.
But if he accepted the Lord as his Savior, we're going to be in heaven.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
It's
so
true.
you were talking about the people that are brothers and sisters that are going to be around us in heaven that we're going to live eternity with. You know, we better watch what our own sins are first, right?
Right. True.
Before we start casting stones on anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
And that's the thing. The Lord has given me a healthy sense of the fact that it is a few decisions that separate those that need the mission and those that don't.
Yeah.
We're not. I mean, if a few things were a little bit different here and there, that the playing field is much more level than I think we like to think sometimes. And again, and that's even practically, but like you said, especially when we come to the gospel and our need for the cross and for forgiveness through Christ. I mean, we cannot get a big head about it like that. We cannot do that because we are all in that great of a need that. And there's only one way for any of us. It's not like just because our lives seem more squeaky clean, or even if they are more squeaky clean, they're not clean enough for us to experience forgiveness outside of Christ. It's been. I'm thankful. I'm thankful for that perspective. And you're right though. The Lord, man, the gospel changes lives. It doesn't matter how extreme they are.
We're all sinners saved by grace.
And it's
right?
true. It's true.
And we're, you know, we as humans put a whole lot more value in how bad or good sins are.
Yeah.
when I was my dad always told the story when I was a kid, 2 years old, who was the one that taught me to go eat the cookies? And then Dad asked me, did you eat the cookies? And I said, no.
Okay.
My dad didn't sit down with me and teach me how to lie.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
That's the separation that we have from God because, that's who we are. We're sinful since the fall of Adam. We are sinful, right?
Yeah.
We're all sinful.
Right.
And we're all saved by grace, right? So that's why I'm so passionate about the people that we serve because there's a lot of people that would throw them away.
Right.
Yep. And that's not what God asked us to do. He said to reach out to all nations, right?
Yep.
That means everybody.
Yeah.
And so that's my goal. And as long as I'm here, that's what the mission's going to be doing. Most of all, if we're not sharing the gospel and we're not trying to bring people to a better understanding of Jesus Christ, we're not doing it for the right reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and I'll tell you, as a church in the area, that is what that is going to stay encouraging to hear that's what you want to do. And and as a brother that we're trying to do the same thing, I want to encourage you, like, keep that up because that's what. And again, it doesn't guarantee anything, but the Lord will be pleased with whatever the results are. Yeah. The Lord will be pleased as that keeps happening, and that's great.
I know. Growing up with a pastor as a dad, if it's just that one more person.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we house a lot of people here, and there's a lot of people that have a real transformation for Jesus Christ. But if it's just one, it's okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that's what He's called us to do, is find that next one.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and it's faithfulness, right? We're not judged off of the results. We're judged off of faithfulness. Like, God's called us to be faithful, and we leave the results to Him. And again, the seeds are planted that who knows when the Lord can bring them to fruition. But that's
well,
good.
brother, I appreciate you, and thanks for spending the later part of the night.
Man, I was like, hey, maybe that 9 o'clock instead of the midnight spot. This works out.
I'll be here too if you want to come back.
Hey, I will be praying for you from my home.
As you turn over on your pillow, right?
Right. I'll try to think of you in the morning.
Well, I think these conversations are important because I want our community to know, but the general United States to know as well. Listen, there's people out there trying to help with the situations of homelessness and addiction and even mental illness, and there's ways to do it better. I'm not saying we do it perfect, but we're trying to grow to be the best we can be, and I think as a nation in our community, we can do it better than we're even doing it now. So, but I appreciate you having the conversation with me, brother.
Man, thank you.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, man.
For sure.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate much.
Yeah.
Hey, if you'd like to be a part of the conversation, you can come down and be on the bench just like we had a conversation now. Or you can leave a message in one of our comment sections, and we'll try to get those comments as we go through the night and into tomorrow. Again, we're at 1400 Evangel Drive. If you would like to come down, it's probably about 55 to 60 degrees right now.
It's pretty nice out here.
It's getting a little chilly, but
Oh, I mean, it's chilly.
Yeah.
No, it's great.
But it's not as cold as last year.
True,
I'll say
100%.
that. But if you'd like to come down, we'd love to talk to you, or leave a message in one of our comments. We'll come back in a few minutes.
That's great.
Thank you, man.
All right. Hey, thanks for letting me come.